Chapter 3470. Half. Duan Lingtian replied to Ling Jueyan. Ling Jueyan was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's reply. Half. My space sword Dao is based on the destruction sword Dao that my master taught me. If it weren't for my master's destruction sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend my own space sword Dao. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Ling Jueyan. Your master. He's not bad. Ling Jueyan sighed in relief. He instinctively glanced at Feng Qingyang, who was sitting next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he said, "It's rare to find someone who can comprehend their own Dao in a Devata realm. In fact, even in the realms of gods, such people are extremely rare. If such people don't die prematurely, they'll have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. Among the utmost powerful ones, close to half are such people." After all, Ling Jueyan was a native of the realm of gods, and the divine offering land, and he was the only one who knew more about the realms of gods than anyone else. He had come here to seek refuge. If your master can survive until the end, he'll have a bright future ahead of him. Ling Jueyan said. I think so too. Duan Lingtian glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he was in the mundane realm, he had received his master's legacy. He had been shocked by the sovereign heart sword that Feng Qingyang had left behind. To a certain extent, the sovereign heart sword was superior to the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. For this reason, when he was in the mundane realm, he had always been invincible with the sovereign heart sword. Unless he encountered someone whose cultivation was far superior to his, he could deal with them. In the mundane plane, it was nothing to be invincible with the sovereign heart sword, but it was the sovereign heart sword that was so domineering and terrifying that it could surpass a few levels. Even now, his cultivation in the Sword Scar Canyon was only a small part of the reason why he was able to comprehend the space sword principle. The main reason was the sovereign heart sword that he had mastered in the past. The sovereign heart sword was created by his master, Feng Qingyang. Even his master's current destruction sword Dao was based on the sovereign heart sword. Due to this reason, after Feng Qingyang picked up the sovereign heart sword that had been abandoned for a long time, he was able to comprehend his master's destruction sword Dao as though he was blessed by the gods. On top of that, he had the supreme powerhouse's godhead left behind by a supreme powerhouse who was proficient in the law of space, which had allowed him to comprehend the law of space without fail. Coupled with his comprehension of the destruction sword Dao, he had finally grasped the basics of the space sword Dao. Now, he was able to integrate the many profundities of the law of space into his sword moves. It was far more powerful than 1 + 1 = 2. I originally thought that your current strength would be inferior to mine. However, based on the current situation, I'm looking forward to it. Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Lingtian with fighting spirit in his eyes. He did not cower because Duan Lingtian had grasped the basics of the space sword Dao. He did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. It seems like your strength has improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he sensed Ling Jueyan's confidence. It seems like I'll have to have a good fight with you later. Bring it on. A rare bright smile appeared on Ling Jueyan's cold face. It was rare for Tang Sanpao, who was usually eloquent, to remain silent at this moment. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian's back in a daze. A hint of fighting spirit could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. It was obvious this was because of Duan Lingtian's earlier attack. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the voice of Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Su Konghai was also the host of this year's Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Share the destruction sword Dao that Feng Qingyang taught you with the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple will do our best to nurture you so you'll be able to go even further. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Apart from that, I can guarantee that the Tidal Temple's law chamber will be open to you as long as it's open to the vice palace masters of the main hall. Su Konghai's voice transmission came so suddenly that Duan Lingtian was taken aback. When he clearly heard the contents of Su Konghai's sound transmission, Not only was he not tempted, his face even became slightly gloomy. He then bluntly replied with a sound transmission, Hall Master Su, from this moment on, please do not mention such words. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, die, I won't share my master's destruction sword Dao with anyone. Every sword technique in the destruction sword Dao was refined by his master, Feng Qingyang. Although ordinary people might not be able to comprehend the destruction sword Dao, Duan Lingtian would not share it with anyone. What a good disciple. Su Konghai sighed and said with a hint of pity in his voice, since you're unwilling to accept it, the title temple won't force you. After that, Su Konghai shifted his attention back to the other people in the arena. About an hour later, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, was also challenged. The person who challenged him was a one-star god of war. His strength was not bad, and the battle ended in a draw. However, even if it ended in a draw, Zhang Tianyu would not be eliminated. However, this battle had undoubtedly exposed all of Zhang Tianyu's strength. 2 hours later, he was challenged a second time. He was defeated and replaced. With this, Zhang Tianyu was kicked out of the 300 people who advanced to the second round. Naturally, he still had a chance to fight his way back, but it would be difficult. After Zhang Tianyu was eliminated, Su Li was also challenged. The person who challenged Su Li was a 2-star god of war. As time passed, the number of people who went up was not limited to 1-star gods of war. 2-star gods of war began to appear more frequently. However, Su Li only used one sword technique to defeat the 2-star god of war. Of course, Su Li's sword technique contained the fused profound meaning of the law of destruction. This Su Li is at least a 3-star god of war. Although Su Li's opponent was only an ordinary 2-star god of war, many people were still guessing how Su Li defeated him. If he was only an outstanding 2-star god of war, it would be difficult for him to achieve this. Ha! Su Li, you're amazing. After Su Li returned, Tang Sanpao laughed and gave Su Li a thumbs up. Immediately after, he said with disappointment, why hasn't anyone challenged me yet? Maybe I'm a pushover? After Tang Sanpao said this, Su Li couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, among us, only you and Ling Jueyun haven't been challenged yet. Ling Jueyun hasn't been challenged yet because his strength is obvious to all. Everyone knows that with his strength, it would be easy for him to enter the 4th round. Those who have the confidence to fight with him, even if they want to fight with him, will probably wait until later. Therefore, it's normal that he hasn't been challenged yet. Moreover, those who feel that they have the ability to fight with Ling Jueyun wouldn't have been eliminated in the previous round. Even if someone was unlucky in the previous round, it probably wouldn't be a 3-star god of war or above. At most, it would be an ordinary 2-star god of war. In any case, you have been evaluated by the title temple as someone who is suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Unless they have no other choice or want to test your strength, no one would challenge you. Su Li said with a smile. Although Tang Sanpao's origin was mysterious, based on the information released by the title temple, he was only suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Then, they should test me. It's so boring sitting here. Tang Sanpao shrugged. Why are these people testing you and Duan Lingtian instead of me? In the end, Tang Sanpao did not get what he wanted. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, some people who had been eliminated had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. There were also some people who were eliminated from the list of people who had challenged again. After Duan Lingtian and Su Li were challenged on the first day, no one else challenged them. It was the same for Ling Jueyun. As for Tang Sanpao, no one else challenged him. It was worth mentioning that Zhang Tianyu had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. However, he was eliminated in the end. It was the same for Wang Ting. She was eliminated as well. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was a test of one's strength. There was no such thing as luck. The 300 people who advanced to the next round were those who were truly strong. When the results came out, the weakest amongst the 300 people were the best amongst the batch of one-star gods of war, and their numbers accounted for less than half of them. And this was also the reason why Duanling Tian and Su Li weren't challenged by anyone else. In the beginning, those who challenged them might have just wanted to test them. However, after testing them, they realized how strong they were. Naturally, no one dared to challenge them again. We've all been eliminated. It'll depend on your performance in a month's time. Wang Ting sighed emotionally. Her words were directed at Duanling Tian, Su Li, Ling Jueyan, and Tang Sanpao. After spending some time together, the few of them had become familiar with each other to a certain extent. The fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven didn't make it into the top 300. Zhang Tianyu glanced at the tall and sturdy young man who had just stood up and left from the spectating area and said with a smile, "I really wonder where he got the courage to spar with Duanling Tian that day." The burly young man was none other than Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven. Zhang Tianyu was mocking Tong Tuesday. He seemed to have forgotten that before he came to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he had also underestimated Duanling Tian. He had even said in front of Wang Ting that he wanted to challenge Duanling Tian to a duel. Chapter 3471. After the third round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses ended, the participants would rest for a month before the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses began. In the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined from the top 300 participants. However, even those who ranked in the top 100 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were not allowed to enter the secret room. Only those who ranked in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were allowed to enter the secret room. Naturally, those who ranked in the top 100 would still be rewarded by the title temple. At the very least, those who ranked in the top 100 would receive better rewards than those who ranked in the 101st to 300th places. The top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle would be decided in the 5th round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the 6th round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the 7th round. There were 7 rounds in every Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses. As time went on, the participants would progress faster since there would be fewer and fewer participants. Unlike now, there were a total of 300 people who had advanced to the 3rd round. Many of them were injured in the 3rd round, so they needed time to recuperate. For this reason, Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, gave them a month to recuperate. After the 3rd round ended, the participants left one after another. Although Feng Qingyang did not allow Duanling Tian to stay behind, Duanling Tian still decided to stay behind. After informing Su Li and Ling Juyun, he asked them to return first before he went to look for Feng Qingyang. Since Duanling Tian had sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang did not leave with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Instead, he waited for Duanling Tian to leave with him. "Master," Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, asked me to share your destruction sword Dao with the Title Temple. Duanling Tian thought about it for a moment. Although he felt it was a sensitive topic, he still told Feng Qingyang about it. To him, he wouldn't be where he was today without Feng Qingyang. No one knew what hidden dangers were behind this matter, so it was better to say it out loud. However, what surprised Duanling Tian was that after hearing his sound transmission, Feng Qingyang's expression was still extremely calm, as if he was not surprised at all. "What did he promise you?" "He promised me that the Title Temple's secret chamber of laws will be open to me at the same time as the Vice Hall Masters of the main hall and above," Duanling Tian said. "That's really generous of him." A faint smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's calm face. "Master, you don't seem surprised at all?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. "There's nothing to be surprised about." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "If this was before I entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, I might have been surprised. However, after entering the Azura Hell, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Title Temple." Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. He did not know what Feng Qingyang meant. "Let's talk at my place." As Feng Qingyang spoke, he led Duan Lingtian to the residence the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for him. It was a courtyard located halfway up a mountain in a secluded valley. It was very quiet, and only the faint chirping of birds could be heard. After a while, Duan Lingtian sat across from Feng Qingyang at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at him quietly. I'm sure you've already guessed that I had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. The place where I had my fortuitous encounter happened to contain the last words of someone who had just comprehended his Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The Azura Hell was indeed dangerous. Even someone who had just comprehended his Tao had perished there. Duan Lingtian wondered what the person's cultivation base was. If the person was a demigod, or a 9-star god of war, then the Azura Hell was too terrifying. He said he was chased into the Azura Hell by the gods of the Tidal Temple. Feng Qingyang continued to say, in fact, the gods were different from the person who chased after me in the past. That person was only a demigod. He only dared to chase after me outside the Azura Hell. He didn't dare to enter the Azura Hell. However, the gods of the Tidal Temple chased after me in the Azura Hell. They even searched for me outside the Azura Hell. What the Tidal Temple wants to do is to control that person and force him to hand over the Tao he has mastered. Since then, I've known that the Tidal Temple covets the Tao that others have comprehended. They want to obtain it so that they can use it as a foundation to comprehend their own Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master was so indifferent. As it turned out, his master had long known that the Tidal Temple coveted Tao. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to say, normally, Tao belongs to a person. Even if the same Tao is imparted to another person, that person won't be able to surpass the person who imparted it. At most, that person can only comprehend their own Tao based on the Tao. It's just like the space sword Tao that you're cultivating now. Your space sword Tao has traces of my destruction sword Tao. Those who have seen me fight today, or those who have seen me fight through the floating image pearl, will be able to tell. Naturally, they can also see that you've comprehended your own Tao based on my Tao. Moreover, you've only just grasped it. In fact, even the destruction sword Tao that I've mastered isn't as attractive as your space sword Tao in their eyes, Duan Lingtian said with a hint of disbelief in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I've comprehended my Tao on my own, and it's very mature. It's very difficult to replicate it. On the other hand, since your Tao is based on my Tao, it's only in its infancy. It's much easier for you to replicate it. For this reason, the Tidal Temple isn't interested in my destruction sword Tao, but your space sword Tao. To be more precise, they are interested in the space sword principle that you have comprehended based on my destruction sword principle. If your space sword Tao is as mature as my destruction sword Tao, it won't be as tempting to the Tidal Temple as it is now. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had thought the vice-temple master of the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai, was interested in his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao. He did not expect Su Konghai to be interested in his space sword Tao instead. Moreover, Su Konghai did not even warn him. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would not betray his master, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the consequences of betraying his master. At that time, not only would his master betray him, but the Tidal Temple would not let him off so easily as well. After all, they coveted his space sword Tao. Without his master, Feng Qingyang, as his backer, it was easy to imagine how he would fare if he fell into the hands of the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple won't give up on you so easily. Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. If you're able to enter the law chamber, I'll personally accompany you. If you go alone, you might not be able to return. At that time, they'll be able to imprison you and torture you to force you to share your space sword Tao. If you're unwilling to share your space sword Tao, they won't let you off easily even if they don't kill you. Feng Qingyang glanced at Duan Lingtian as he said, once they obtain the space sword Tao, they'll immediately kill you and spread the news that you've spread my destruction sword Tao to the outside world, and the Tidal Temple will clean up the mess for me. Then, they'll push out someone who has mastered your space sword Tao and force him to display it in front of everyone to prove that they're not lying. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought about what Feng Qingyang had said. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. The Tidal Temple. How could they do such a thing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely. What do you think a force has relied on since it first existed in the Devata realms? If they were merciful, they wouldn't have survived until now. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on his knowledge, the Tidal Temple had the longest history in all the Devata realms. It was comparable to the history of the Devata realms. In all the Devata realms, there was no force that could compare with the Tidal Temple in terms of history. There is a saying that says it well: the history of the Tidal Temple was the history of the Devata realms. This was not a lie. This time, the Tidal Temple must have nurtured a young prodigy who's quite strong. Since the Tidal Temple is willing to share the exploding element celestial fruit with you, it means he's at least a 6-star god of war. Feng Qingyang changed the topic and mentioned the young prodigy who was given the exploding element celestial fruit by the Tidal Temple. However, I don't know who he is. After all, up until now, apart from you, Ling Jueyan, and a few others, very few people have displayed the strength of a 3-star god of war during the Battle of Geniuses. Even Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven, has only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war. Naturally, he's a famous young prodigy in all the Devata realms. He's suspected to be at least a 4-star god of war. I mentioned him mainly because many people have only revealed the tip of the iceberg of their true strength. Although you're strong, you can't be careless. Otherwise, you might fail miserably. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he began to advise Duan Lingtian earnestly. He was confident in his disciple, but he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be careless and suffer a loss. I understand, Master. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He felt as though his blood was boiling at this moment. A young prodigy from the Tidal Temple who was suspected to be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 3472. On his way back, Duan Lingtian, who had gained a certain level of understanding about the Tidal Temple, could not help but feel agitated when he recalled Feng Qingyang's words. Now that he thought about it, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, had only promised him a temporary solution. Su Konghai's goal was to trick him into going to the Tidal Temple. Once he revealed his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao and his space sword Dao, Su Konghai would kill him. Then, Su Konghai would punish Feng Qingyang, who claimed to be his master. At that time, as long as someone who had mastered Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao walked out of the Tidal Temple, even if he died, his master would not be able to say anything. Even if he did not say anything, the Tidal Temple would still imprison him and prevent him from sending any messages. The Tidal Temple was a supreme force that had a similar history as the Devata realms. It was only natural that they had a way to prevent communication. At that time, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, wanted to find him, he would not be able to do so. Even if he suspected that Zhang Xian was in the Tidal Temple, he could go to the Tidal Temple to look for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's master would not do anything to the Tidal Temple unless he was certain that Zhang Xian was in the Tidal Temple. Unless I'm strong enough or my master is accompanying me, I won't be able to enter the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the next month, Duan Lingtian did not stay in his residence. Instead, he sent a message to Wei Qi, the disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, and asked for Wei Qi's help to find a secluded place where he could practice his space sword Dao. Junior brother Duan, no one will disturb you here. After Wei Qi brought Duan Lingtian to a secluded place, he said with a smile, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, just send me a message. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Duan Lingtian had greeted his master, Feng Qingyang, while he was cultivating. Although he had Feng Qingyang's god's spiritual imprint on him, he did not know if the people from the Tidal Temple had any way to suppress the god's spiritual imprint. However, Feng Qingyang chuckled when he heard his thoughts. You're thinking too much. The god's spiritual imprint is something I injected into your body with my own spiritual energy. If there's any movement, I'll be the first to know. This is something that even the utmost powerful beings have no way of interfering with. Of course, there are some ancient spirit formations or even divine spirit formations from the realms of gods that can interfere with communication celestial talismans. However, they won't be able to interfere with the communication between the Godchild Communication Stone and the Godchild Communication Stone. Before they left, Feng Qingyang had given Duan Ling Tian a black stone that was the size of a thumb. It was engraved with densely packed veined patterns and patterns that gave off an unfathomable aura. At that time, his master had only told him that the Godchild Communication Stone was a communication stone that did not require the soul imprint on the soul pearl to communicate. Motherchild Divine Messaging Stone, this name was not simple at all. The Godchild Communication Stone. Master, I'm afraid it's not simple, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he took out the stone. I took this from the Azura Hell. It belonged to a divine being who died there. He only had one Motherchild Divine Message Stone that could be used as a pair. He only had 2 pairs of Godchild Communication Stones, but he had no use for them. Feng Qingyang replied. 2 pairs of Godchild Communication Stones? Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. Doesn't that mean I can contact his friends and family through the Mother Stone and Child Stone in his possession? That should be possible. Feng Qingyang nodded. The Godchild Communication Stones are similar to communication celestial talismans. They can only be contacted when they're in the same realm. If you want to contact his family and friends, you'll have to go to their realms as well. However, I have no intention of contacting his family and friends. Even though it's possible to form ties with a group of deity stage experts because of this, it's also possible to bring calamity to oneself. It's better for a person to be down to earth and walk forward step by step. If one always thinks of ascending to the heavens in a single step, one will sooner or later fall to pieces. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he understood Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian had only asked the question out of curiosity. Even if he obtained the Mother Stone or Child Stone of the individual Messenger Stone, it was impossible to use them to contact the person holding the corresponding Child Stone or Mother Stone. No one knew what kind of person was on the other side. It would be fine if it was an easygoing person, but if it was a ruthless person, they might be enraged because they touched the relics of their relatives or friends. Thank you, Master. Duan Ling Tian was touched by Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Godchild Communication Stones and the fact that Feng Qingyang only had 1 pair of Godchild Communication Stones. Take your time to comprehend your space sword Dao. I hope you'll improve significantly in the upcoming Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses. After saying these words, Feng Qingyang left. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and began to comprehend his space sword Dao. Occasionally, he would move around like a gust of wind as he practiced his sword techniques. Most of the time, he would lie down on the grass and sleep. Through the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space and the space sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian did not know why he had improved so much over the past month compared to when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Is it because the tidal temple is giving me too much pressure? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, no matter what, improvement was a good thing. Tomorrow is the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's time for me to return. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian returned to his wooden house where the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for the young geniuses. After he returned to his wooden house, he did not continue to comprehend the space sword Dao. Instead, he took out a formation compass and set up a formation to conceal his aura. Then, he opened his little world to communicate with the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water. I confuse the profundities of the law with my sword techniques to form my own sword Dao. I wonder if the profundities of the law can form their own sword Dao as well? During this month, Duan Ling Tian discovered his comprehension of the law of space had deepened. Although there were no signs of him fusing the profundities of the law with the profundities of the law, he had a strange feeling. It felt as though he was in control of space. For a moment, he felt as though the space around him was under his control. He felt as though he had become the absolute ruler of space. Of course. Duan Lingtian asked about the world-cleansing divine water because the world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. After all, its previous host was the divine tree of life in a realm of gods. If the realm of gods had not fallen, it would not have ended up in such a sorry state. There are many types of sword Dao. It's not limited to the sword Dao, saber Dao, spear Dao, and other weapons Dao. In the history of the Devata realms and even the realms of gods, there are many types of Dao. The weapon Dao is only one of them. Apart from the weapon Dao, there's also the control Dao, the limitless Dao, and the devouring Dao. The world-cleansing divine water said, these 4 Dao are called the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. The 4 Dao of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this. He instinctively asked, what's the devouring Dao? At this moment, he recalled the elementary devouring tactic and the grand devouring tactic that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was skilled in. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, the grand devouring tactic could not only devour heaven and earth spirit energy, but it could also devour one's opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities. The devouring Dao can devour anything and everything. It's extremely domineering, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water said, those who have mastered this kind of Dao are very powerful. You must be careful when fighting against them. If you are not careful, your power will be devoured by them and turned into their power to deal a destructive blow to you. This Dao is extremely domineering, but it's also extremely difficult to master. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian thought about Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, again. What about the limitless Dao? Duan Lingtian asked again. The limitless Dao is the path of limitless energy. When facing an enemy, it's not only the celestial origin energy, but even the soul energy is almost limitless. It's as though the opponent's energy is endless like the ocean. The limitless Dao allows one's energy to grow limitlessly. It gives one an oppressive aura, causing one's opponent to crumble. That's how one can take advantage of the situation. Of course, these are all illusions. However, even if one knows it's an illusion, one will still be affected during a fight. This is far more terrifying than any illusory formation. Otherwise, the limitless Dao wouldn't be listed as one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation, he roughly understood what kind of Dao the limitless Dao was. To put it bluntly, it was a Dao of deception. However, even if one knew it was a deception, one would still be affected. What about the Dao of control? At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart throbbing. He had a feeling the state he was in was the Dao of control. After all, at that time, he felt as though he was in control of the space around him. It felt as though he could control the space around him and use all kinds of techniques as he pleased. The Dao of control is all-encompassing. It's inseparable from the laws of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that he had come into contact with the Dao of control. Chapter 3473. To make sure, Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water. Do you really feel like you're in control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, the world-cleansing divine water said to him, now, try to control the space around you. I'll take a look at it for you. If you can really control the space around you, your future will be smooth sailing even after you become a god. The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded urgent at this moment. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed down. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged and merged with the space profundity to form a mini tornado around him. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, swoosh! Swoosh! The mini tornado disintegrated in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian punched out, the space in front of him began to distort and fold as though it would shatter at any moment. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian retracted his fist and clenched it again, the space that was distorting and folding a moment ago became calm again. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Then, Duan Lingtian suddenly stretched his arms out like a rock spreading its wings. In the next moment, the space behind him folded and distorted like waves in the sea. Wave after wave, it looked vast and mighty, and the spatial laws contained within it were strange and unfathomable. Now, I can hide in the turbulent space. After Duan Lingtian spoke to the world-cleansing divine water, the space behind him began to distort and fold before it engulfed him. Initially, he did not move at all. However, when the space energy engulfed him, he disappeared without a trace. It was as though he was not there at all. After a few moments, the space around him calmed down, and Duan Lingtian's figure reappeared. How was it? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water. Although he had fused the law of space with the space profundity earlier, he had relied more on his control over the law of space. At that moment, he felt as though he had merged with the space around him. He was the master of this space. With just a thought, he could manipulate the space around him. When Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water, the space above his head began to distort again. This time, it took the form of a tiger cub. It descended from the void and landed on Duan Lingtian's palm. Duan Lingtian withdrew his palm, and the tiger cub disappeared without a trace. It's the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian could hear the world-cleansing divine water's trembling voice as he asked, Sister Water, you seem a little emotional? I've lost my composure. The world-cleansing divine water finally calmed down. You've indeed come into contact with the Tao of control. Moreover, you've even gained a basic understanding of it. In fact, your attainments in the Tao of control are no less than your attainments in the space sword Tao. If your mastery of the space sword principle hasn't improved recently. Before coming to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the world-cleansing divine water had only learned about Duan Lingtian's mastery of the space sword principle. Although Duan Lingtian's mastery of the space sword principle had improved recently, it was not obvious. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Unknowingly, his attainments in the way of control were actually on par with his attainments in the space sword principle. After all, the reason he was able to achieve his current mastery of the space sword principle was because he had a good master and had a strong foundation in the mundane realm. However, the world-cleansing divine water was telling him that his mastery of the Tao of control was comparable to his mastery of the space sword principle. Duan Lingtian was truly dumbfounded. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in fact, whether it's a supreme powerhouse who has mastered the 4 supreme laws or a supreme powerhouse who has obtained one of the 5 divine elements and transformed it to its final form, it's only because they're skilled in one of the Tao. The reason why the 4 supreme laws are called supreme laws is because when one comprehends them to the extreme and fuses all their profundities into one, a Tao other than the Tao of weapons will appear. It could be the devouring Tao, the limitless Tao, or the Tao of control. When the 5 divine elements transforms into their final forms, they will also help their host in the same way. They will help their host comprehend the Tao and become an ultimate powerhouse. The prerequisite for becoming a supreme powerhouse is mastering one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Only when one has mastered one of the 4 Tao will heaven and earth send a supreme divine tribulation to baptize the person and help them become a supreme powerhouse. The world-cleansing divine water's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of supreme powerhouses. In the past, he only knew those who were skilled in the 4 supreme laws and possessed the 5 divine elements had a chance of becoming a celestial being. However, after meeting Feng Qingyang, he learned that those who had mastered their own Tao had a chance of becoming a celestial being as well. Now, he finally realized that whether it was the 4 supreme laws or the 5 divine elements, the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse was the Tao. How did you come into contact with the Tao of control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Even if you have the supreme divinity, it's impossible for you to come into contact with the Tao of control now. Normally, the supreme divinity will only help you comprehend the Tao of control, the limitless Tao, or the devouring Tao after you've combined all the profundities from the law of space. I don't know what's going on. However, I'm certain that the Supreme Divinity is the reason I'm able to come into contact with the Tao of Control. Although Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this, he was certain it was the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity that had brought him such benefits. Normally speaking, it shouldn't be possible, as far as I know, even if it's a Supreme Powerhouse who's proficient in 2 Daos, the Supreme Divinity will only help him comprehend one of the Daos after he becomes a god. After he's combined all the profundities from the law of space, the Supreme Divinity will only help him comprehend the other Tao. However, you've already come into contact with the Tao of Control before you even become a god. Unless... The world-cleansing divine water hesitated for a moment before she stopped speaking. However, Duan Ling Tian interrupted her. Unless the Supreme Powerhouse who left behind the Supreme Divinity that I obtained is proficient in 3 Daos. That's right. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was solemn and proud as she said, however, that's impossible. As far as I know, some Supreme Powerhouses who are proficient in 2 Daos are already invincible existences who can create their own realms of gods. However, there are only a handful of Supreme Powerhouses who are proficient in 3 Daos. If they want to, they can destroy a realm of gods and create their own realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian could understand what the world-cleansing divine water was saying. After all, there were only a limited number of realms of gods. If a Supreme Powerhouse wanted to create their own realms of gods, they would have to destroy one of the realms of gods first. For example, the ruins of the realms of gods that Duan Ling Tian had visited previously were destroyed by other Supreme Powerhouses. Do you think a Supreme Powerhouse like that would die and leave behind the Supreme Divinity? The world-cleansing divine water asked Duan Ling Tian. Impossible. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the world-cleansing divine water had hesitated earlier. As it turned out, there were only a handful of Supreme Powerhouses who were proficient in 3 Daos in this world. Such a Supreme Powerhouse was invincible in this world. There were only a handful of people who were capable of fighting a Supreme Powerhouse on par with him. However, that's the only explanation for what happened to you. The world-cleansing divine water was slightly puzzled when she thought about this. Let alone her, no one in this world would be able to figure out how a Supreme Powerhouse who was proficient in 3 Daos died. Is it possible for a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Daos to exist in this world? If there is, he should be able to kill a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 3 Daos, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Proficient in 4 Daos? The world-cleansing divine water was stunned for a moment before she said confidently, as far as I know, there has never been a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Daos in this world. Naturally, that's the ultimate goal of a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 3 Daos. However, for countless years, no one has ever taken that step. Some people even say that if a Supreme Powerhouse can master 4 Daos, he'll be able to surpass all living beings and even transcend heaven and earth. However, there has never been such a person before. The world-cleansing divine water said confidently, moreover, there's a legend in the realms of gods. It's said that if a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Daos appears in this world, he'll be able to break the rules of heaven and earth. The number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he heard this. Dozens of realms of gods. Hundreds of realms of gods. Coexistence. Heavens. If that were to happen, heaven and earth would enter an unprecedented era of celestials and gods. At that time, celestial emperors and deities would be as common as dogs. For a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian continued to talk to the world-cleansing divine water. At the same time, he asked about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. If Duan Ling Tian did not receive Su Li's message that the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, he would have many questions for the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, he could only close his little world and isolate the world-cleansing divine water. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the wooden house and saw Su Li waiting for him outside. He called out to Su Li before the duo made their way to the venue of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle. The 4th round of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle was about to begin. Chapter 3474. In the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined. This round was the beginning of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Among the 300 participants, none of them were mediocre. Even the weakest among them was a one-star god of war. Such a person could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses in an ordinary heaven-grade force in a Devata realm. He could even be considered one of the pillars of a heaven-grade force. For example, the Heavenly Pool Palace had 9 titled Celestial Emperors. The weakest titled Celestial Emperor was only a one-star god of war. Most of the titled Celestial Emperors were from the older generation. The participants of the Battle of the Geniuses in the 81 Devata realms were young geniuses below the age of 1,000. The 300 participants were divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm had 4 participants. Furthermore, the people mentioned here were not only humans, but also demonic beasts and even other living beings that had taken human form. For example, demonic beasts, plants, trees, or even psychic stones that gave birth to life, and so on. In a Devata realm, there were 4 strongest people below the age of 1,000. Naturally, they were not ordinary people. The 300 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm has 4 participants. Today, the top 100 participants will be determined. The 100 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm will only have 1 participant. Duan Lingtian and Su Li heard someone say this when they arrived at the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment. Indeed, it seemed like this was the case. Su Li, are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Su Li. In the fourth round of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, the weakest one is a 2-star god of war, and most of them are 3-star gods of war. It shouldn't be a problem for me to make it to the top 100, but I'm not confident I'll make it to the top 30. Su Li shook his head and smiled wryly. Sometimes, I can't help but wish the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses was held 200 to 300 years later. At that time, not to mention the top 30, even the top 10 or top 3 will be within my grasp. If you don't participate, I dare to fight for first place. Su Li said. If I participate, you can also fight for first place. Duan Lingtian smiled. Forget it. Su Li shook his head. You're a freak. You've always been like this ever since you came from the mundane realm. Tell me, when have you ever not suppressed me? From the genius camp of the Iron Blood County in the mundane realm, to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and in the mystic realm of the Nanda Weave. When have you ever not suppressed me? Now, I have no intention of competing with you. A bitter smile appeared on Su Li's face when he reached the end of his sentence. In fact, whether it was luck or other aspects, he was considered lucky in his life. When he was with Duan Lingtian in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp in the mundane realm, they were the only ones of the same age who had made it this far. In fact, it was rare for him and Duan Lingtian to make it out of a corner of the mundane realm. Before he met Duan Lingtian again in the Nanda Weave and realized Duan Lingtian's achievements were greater than his, he had always thought Duan Lingtian was inferior to him and that he had caught up to Duan Lingtian and left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, every time, Duan Lingtian would appear and crush him mercilessly when he was at his proudest. At this moment, he had completely lost his temper. He no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a person. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a monster that could not be compared to. Only Su Li himself knew the bitterness in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Li's words, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. He was speechless for a moment. Could it be that he could still say to Su Li now? Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Then I really did it on purpose. When Duan Lingtian and Su Li arrived, Ling Jueyan, Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were already there. Duan Lingtian and Su Li's seats were empty. You're finally here. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li. You don't know how bored the 4 of us were when you weren't around, facing this silent ice block. The ice block that Tang Sanpao was talking about was naturally Ling Jueyan. You're here so early. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao, and then his eyes fell on Ling Jueyan. The latter nodded and said, his cold face also eased a little. Duan Lingtian, you're not having an affair with this guy, are you? Tang Sanpao yelled, this guy always has a cold face in front of everyone, but only in front of you, he changes his expression. You're such a handsome young man, don't tell me you really like men? As Tang Sanpao spoke, he widened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Duan Lingtian glared at Tang Sanpao angrily. This guy really knows how to say anything. Didn't he know that he even had a wife and children? Although Duan Lingtian had not known Tang Sanpao for a long time, he could tell Tang Sanpao was a carefree person. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Lingtian the impression that he was someone who had been trapped in a remote mountain for a long time. Tang Sanpao, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Lingtian even has a wife and children? Su Li said with a smile. Ah. Tang Sanpao was stunned. I really didn't know. Then, he glanced at Ling Jueyan again. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were enough to explain everything. He obviously suspected that Ling Jueyan had a hobby in that aspect and that it was unrequited love for Duan Lingtian. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Ling Jueyan's cold voice sounded as if he had eyes on his back. When Tang Sanpao heard this, he quickly retracted his gaze. If possible, he also did not want to provoke this bloodthirsty guy. Bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. It was not only Tang Sanpao's impression of Ling Jueyan. Most people also had the same impression. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach you a lesson. Tang Sanpao said with a low snort after retracting his gaze. Although his words were said very softly, Duan Lingtian and the others still heard it clearly. The others thought that he was just saying it casually, but Duan Lingtian had a bold idea in his heart. This Tang Sanpao, could it be that he really had the ability to fight Ling Jueyan? Until now, Tang Sanpao's background was very mysterious. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew how strong he was. All they knew was that he was at least a 2-star god of war. However, he should be able to show his strength in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he's not the only one. Many people who have concealed their strength in the past won't be able to do so in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Before the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, just as his master had said, only he, Ling Jueyan, and a few others had the strength of a 3-star god of war or above. The others, no matter how strong they were, only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war at most. The heavenly emperors from various Devata realms have arrived. The 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. At the same time, many people discovered the heavenly emperors from various Devata realms had arrived. Apart from the heavenly emperors, there were also high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches. Duan Lingtian noticed Tathagata, the great Sun Celestial Emperor, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan Heaven, was glaring at him like a predator staring at its prey. Previously, whenever Tathagata appeared, Tathagata would stare at Duan Lingtian in the same manner. Could it be that Tathagata had a fetish? Duan Lingtian instinctively thought to himself, influenced by Tang Sanpao. Soon after, Feng Qingyang appeared as well. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, appeared with him. Both of them chatted happily as though they were close friends. Apart from the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the other 80 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the 81 branches of the Tidal Temple were present as well. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, also made his appearance. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel suspicious. Duan Lingtian must have arrived a long time ago, but he had waited for everyone to arrive before presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so I won't say much about it. All I want to say is, don't be careless this time. It won't be easy for the top 100 to emerge victorious, Su Konghai said meaningfully as he looked at the spectators. In the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the Title Temple would organize a list of 300 participants and divide them into 150 groups. Those who lost would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 150 participants who won would be divided into 75 groups and continue to fight. The winners would temporarily advance while the losers would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 225 participants who were temporarily eliminated would continue to fight until the final 25 participants were determined. At this moment, the number of participants who were temporarily eliminated had increased to 100. Each of the 200 participants who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. This would continue until everyone had used up all their chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. As for those who were eliminated, they would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In other words, apart from the Title Temple selection of participants, there was not much difference between the fourth round and the fourth round. The only difference was those who were temporarily eliminated would only be given 3 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In the fourth round, those who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. Chapter 3475. 300 people will be divided into 150 groups. The names will be decided by the Title Temple. After hearing Su Konghai's words, even though they were mentally prepared, many of the 300 young geniuses still frowned slightly. If the names were decided by the Title Temple, did this not mean the Title Temple could manipulate them? Of course, they knew that even if the Title Temple wanted to do something behind the scenes, they would have to start by arranging weaker opponents for the young geniuses of the Title Temple so that they would be able to advance to the end. However, if the young geniuses in the Title Temple were not strong enough, they would still be defeated in the end. The Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was organized by the Title Temple, and the rewards for the top 300 geniuses were given out by the Title Temple. For this reason, even if there were people who were dissatisfied with the Title Temple's arrangement, no one would say anything about it. After all, the young geniuses had put in so much effort. How could they not be allowed to have some privileges? Moreover, these privileges did not affect the fairness of the battle. Those who were dissatisfied with the Title Temple's arrangement were ordinary young geniuses who were lucky enough to make it to the top 300. Young geniuses who were truly strong did not care about these things at all. So what if the Title Temple is biased toward the young geniuses in the Title Temple? Even if they meet me, I'll still eliminate them. This was the confidence of the young geniuses who were truly strong. Due to the large number of people, in the fourth round of the Devata Realms, there will be 10 people in each group of 2 who will fight 5 rounds. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 5 translucent light shields appeared in the middle of the arena. The battles will take place in the area. Those who are forced out of the area will be considered to have failed. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you can crush the jade token I'll give you later and leave. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you should crush your jade token. Those who insist on fighting will die, and the person who kills them won't have to bear any responsibility. After he finished speaking, Su Konghai looked around and said, "Now, the 300 people who made it to the next round, please rise into the air. I'll give you the survival jade tokens." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 300 people stepped into the air and received the jade tokens from Su Konghai. Obviously, there were teleportation formations set up in the 5 areas isolated by the translucent light barrier. As long as one crushed the jade token, they would be teleported out immediately. If I want to kill him, I wonder if I can stop him from crushing the jade pendant with my spatial manipulation. After Duan Lingtian took the jade card and returned to his seat, such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason, and his eyes lit up. It seems like I can give it a try. After the 300 people received their jade tokens, Su Konghai raised his hand and 5 groups of names appeared in the air. Each group had 2 people. Now, the 10 people whose names have appeared will enter the corresponding area. As Su Konghai's voice fell, the 5 groups of names separated into 5 regions, and 2 names appeared in each region. Duan Lingtian didn't know any of the 10 people on the field. However, even if he didn't know them, it didn't mean the others didn't know them. Soon after, many people's attention was focused on one of the names in the region. Meng Fangui? Don't tell me he's the strongest person among the younger generation from the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Xianyuan heaven? Initially, many people wondered if it was someone else with the same name. However, when they thought about it, they remembered there was no second Meng Fangui among the participants. There's no second Meng Fangui in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. It must be him. Meng Fangui's name instantly attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangui? Is he famous? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Of course he's famous. Zhang Tianyu said solemnly, Meng Fangui is a disciple of the Dream Profound sect in the Xianyuan heaven. He's skilled in the illusory Dao. Don't underestimate his illusory Dao. He comprehended the law of darkness. The law of darkness is known for its strangeness. Coupled with his illusory Dao, he has never lost a battle among the younger generation under the age of 2000 in the Xianyuan heaven. He once killed a 3-star god of war. Many people say he's as strong as a 4-star god of war. Zhang Tianyu said. A 4-star god of war? Tang Sanpao was surprised. I didn't expect there to be a 4-star god of war in the first batch of people the Tidal Temple sent to Meng Fangui. I wonder who the Tidal Temple sent to Meng Fangui? I've never heard of this person's name. He's either a nobody or a disciple or descendant of a reclusive powerhouse. Zhang Tianyu shook his head and said after he looked at the name of Meng Fangui's opponent, however, I'm sure he's not a match for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was a young man dressed in a long black robe. He was tall and slender, and his handsome face had a hint of seductiveness to it. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangui is at least a 4-star god of war, and yet, the Tidal Temple sent him to the first batch of people to fight. I really feel sorry for his opponent. If his opponent has heard of his name, he might not even have the courage to fight with him. Even if he hasn't heard of it, he must have heard of it since we're talking about it. In my opinion, Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't even have the courage to fight. Zhong Guiyu was Meng Fangui's opponent this time. After a short while, when Meng Fangui appeared on the stage, the other 9 people, including Meng Fangui and his opponent, also rose into the air and entered the stage. He's Zhong Guiyu? He actually dares to fight? Many people's attention was focused on Zhong Guiyu. They saw Zhong Guiyu was a young man dressed in a simple robe. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who's Zhong Guiyu? I've never heard of him. He seems to be a 2-star god of war or higher. That's what the Tidal Temple has determined. Since he dares to fight, he must be confident in his own strength, right? That's not necessarily true. Some people don't know how terrifying their opponents are. Even if others say that their opponents are terrifying, they might not be afraid. Moreover, in this kind of situation, it's not like you'll die if you lose. You can escape by crushing your jade pendant. In my opinion, he probably wants to fight and show off. That way, he'll lose in a more honorable manner. Losing without a fight is very shameful. While many people were whispering, Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui landed on the stage and looked at each other. The corners of Meng Fangui's mouth curled up in a smile that carried a hint of disdain. How many moves do you think you can take from me? Hearing Meng Fangui's words, Zhong Guiyu's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, if I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I'll go down myself. Even though their voices were not loud, and the other 8 people were also looking at each other and conversing with each other. However, because more than 90% of the people's attention was on Meng Fangui and Zhong Guiyu, the conversation between the two was clearly heard by them. 3 moves. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian re-evaluated Zhong Guiyu. Just now, he only casually glanced at him. Zhong Guiyu was wearing a plain dark gray robe. His face was delicate and pale. His eyes were spirited and his eyebrows were erect. He gave people a feeling of arrogance. To be able to say such words, he's either an arrogant maniac or he really has strength. Behind Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao muttered. However, among the people present, even more people felt that Zhong Guiyu was arrogant and conceited. This Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't know how terrifying Meng Fangui is, right? Isn't this very obvious? If he knew that Meng Fangui has the strength of a 4-star war god, would he dare to say such words? We already told him clearly just now. Could it be that he's deaf? If he's deaf, how could he hear Meng Fangui's words? Most of the young geniuses felt that Zhong Guiyu was arrogant and conceited. However, a small group of young geniuses began to take Zhong Guiyu seriously. There were no mediocre people in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Even the group of heavenly emperors present were originally indifferent, but when they heard Zhong Guiyu's words, they also subconsciously looked at him. This kid is a little interesting. At this moment, even Meng Fangui, the person involved, frowned when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. His expression turned solemn. Naturally, his expression was slightly unsightly. After all, Zhong Guiyu had said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Even an outstanding 4-star war god would not dare to say such words. Unless the person was a 5-star war god or above. However, was it possible that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star war god? Faced with Zhong Guiyu's confidence, Meng Fangui's heart unknowingly became heavy. However, he did not show it on his face. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see. How are you going to defeat me in 3 moves? As soon as Meng Fangui finished speaking, the celestial origin energy on his body stirred. Then, it turned into a black light that enveloped Meng Fangui. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black light rapidly condensed and turned into a ray of light. It was like a black meteor flashing through the sunlight as it shot toward Zhong Guiyu. As for Meng Fangui himself, he had completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Meng Fangui has used his best illusion technique. If the people present used their divine consciousness, they would naturally be able to easily detect Meng Fangui's location. Even the group of heavenly emperors present would find it difficult to detect Meng Fangui's location with their naked eyes. Apart from a few divine spirit powerhouses, their divine eyes could clearly see Meng Fangui's figure through the void. He was approaching Zhong Guiyu from another direction. It was obvious that he wanted to launch a sneak attack on him. Everyone saw Zhong Guiyu standing motionlessly in his original spot as though he was not afraid of the attack from the law of darkness. Zhong Guiyu finally opened his mouth. Darkness will eventually be annihilated by light. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. The blazing white light caused the expressions of many young geniuses with lower cultivation to change drastically. At the same time, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 3476. Whoosh! Whoosh! A terrifying white light instantly extended from Zhong Guiyu's thin body and spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. As the scorching white light extended out, the attack formed by the laws of darkness actually started to gradually dissipate. By the time it reached Zhong Guiyu, there was less than half of it left, and it was destroyed by the white light sword that Zhong Guiyu casually grabbed. 1 move. Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded faintly. At the same time, the scorching white light on his body extended further and became more profound. It's the law of light's territory ultimacy. At least 2 ultimacies have been fused. Moreover, there are other light ultimacies mixed in. Among the young geniuses present, there was no lack of discerning people. With just a glance, they could tell that Zhong Guiyu's current means were extraordinary. The law of light's territory ultimacy had been fused with other ultimacies, as well as other ultimacies. Dark Realm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Fangui's figure gradually appeared under the scorching white light. Finally, Meng Fangui let out a violent roar. Then, a pitch-black light swept out from his body. The scorching white light and the cold black light intertwined as if to determine the winner. The second move. Zhong Guiyu took a step forward. Suddenly, the scorching white light on his body rose again. At the same time, several pairs of white wings condensed behind him. They looked very much like the angel wings in the Western myths and legends of Duan Lingtian's previous life. There were a total of 3 pairs of wings. When they flapped, Zhong Guiyu stood on the ground and floated at a low altitude. At this moment, Zhong Guiyu stared indifferently at Meng Fangui in front of him. He raised his right hand, and when it fell again, a crescent-shaped white light blade seemed to appear out of thin air and swept toward Meng Fangui. Seeing this, Meng Fangui was not to be outdone. A giant black wool more than 10 feet long also appeared out of thin air. As he waved his hand, it met the white light blade. In a moment, the two collided. Boom! Rumble. The light and dark energies charged forward, causing the formation space where the two of them were located to appear as though it had descended into a black and white whirlpool, giving one a kind of visual shock. The figures of the two of them gradually became blurry within the storm. As the energy ripples scattered, they finally appeared once again. When the third move is used, everything will be over. Zhong Guiyu spoke again. Then, his body bent in the air. The 3 pairs of angel wings on his back drooped down and enveloped his entire body. It was as if he had become a ball wrapped in angel wings. On the surface of the ball, the white light was getting hotter and hotter. Even the group of young geniuses who were watching could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power brewing within it. We can't let him continue. Meng Fangui's expression changed, and then his body shook. His long hair broke the headband and flew with the wind. Under the background of the dark energy, it was like a terrifying poisonous snake slithering about. At the same time, Meng Fangui's expression was grave, and a walking stick appeared in his hand. To be precise, it wasn't a crutch, but rather a crutch. It was Meng Fangui's staff. It was also an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. In my name, I summon my compatriots in the dark world to fight for me. From Meng Fangui's mouth, cryptic syllables were uttered one after another, mixed with this sentence, which was the only sentence that most people present could understand. However, there were still some people who could understand the incomprehensible syllables. Without exception, these people were all skilled in the law of darkness. Boom! Rumble. A series of explosions rang in the void above Meng Fangui's head. It was as though thunder was rumbling in the air. Then, above his head, around him, and in the void, cracks appeared out of nowhere. The seemingly illusory cracks turned into ancient stone doors in the blink of an eye. The stone doors opened and figures walked out from within. These figures were of various sizes. The only thing they had in common was that they were formed from black energy, and their eyes shone with a bloody light. It's the summoning profundity from the law of darkness. It's said that those who are skilled in the law of darkness can summon powerful dark creatures if they cast the summoning profundity in the ancient language. Meng Fangui must be chanting the ancient language earlier, right? It must be. While many people were whispering to each other out of curiosity, Meng Fangui shook the crutch in his hand. In an instant, a blood-red figure rushed out from his crutch, and at the same time, it let out a burst of strange laughter. It's the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. Many young geniuses exclaimed when they saw the blood-red figure. It was clear they knew about the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's celestial weapon. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, said solemnly, "It's said that the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon was captured by Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan realm, in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms." In the end, the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect paid a huge price to obtain the weapon and forged it for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui is the great-great-grandson of the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect. Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, Duan Lingtian and the others had a better understanding of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a celestial weapon that had merged with a blood spirit from the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Moreover, since the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven had personally captured the dead spirit, it had to be extraordinary. Zhang Tianyu continued to say, "As long as it's not a divine artifact, no celestial weapon can compete with it. Naturally, a divine artifact with a soul is a divine artifact. A divine artifact without a soul might not be a match for Meng Fangui's celestial weapon. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand. In fact, when Meng Fangui took out the immortal artifact, many people already knew that the immortal artifact in his hand was extraordinary, and they revealed burning gazes. However, when they saw Meng Fangui using the law of darkness's summoning profundity to summon the dead spirit from the dark world and the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon, their hearts skipped a beat. What's Meng Fangui trying to do? Any ordinary person could tell Meng Fangui's technique was not simple. In fact, it might even be his trump card. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand disintegrated into several rays of light and merged with the dark creatures he had summoned from the dark world. In just a blink of an eye, the dark creatures were shrouded in a layer of translucent blood-red light that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Roar! 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 The dark creatures roared, accompanied by the eerie laughter of the blood spirit, the weapon spirit of the celestial weapon, as they flew toward Jianghu, who was curled into a ball by the angel's wings. Even the best among the 4-star gods of war would find it difficult to block Meng Fangui's attack. If Jianghu can block it, he's at least a 4-star god of war. Tang Sanpeo's expression turned solemn, which was rare for him. And now, the originally noisy spectator seats had quietened down. Everyone was watching the scene in front of them without blinking. Whoosh! 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 A group of dark creatures charged forward at an extremely fast speed and swept toward the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into. Bam! 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 The attacks of the dark creatures landed on the ball and produced dull thuds. Even the attacks that were infused with the law of darkness's profundity did not cause any damage to the angel's wings. Are you tickling me? After being beaten passively for a while, Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded at the right time. It was calm and indifferent. Hearing this voice, Meng Fangui's expression changed, and he roared, "Shuemingzi, merge." Almost as soon as Meng Fangui's voice fell, the group of dark creatures stopped attacking. Then, under the guidance of the outer layer of blood light, they merged into one and finally turned into a huge figure the size of a small mountain. This was a humanoid dark creature, an existence that had merged all the dark creatures into one. The aura that it emitted made one's heart tremble. In terms of offensive power, my fusion of the blood and spirit is not much weaker than the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of darkness. Meng Fangui looked calmly at the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into and said in a low voice, "Now, are you going to come out and fight with the dark blood spirit that I have summoned, or are you going to continue hiding in there?" "Do you think I'm hiding?" When Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded again, it was strangely a little hoarser. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the angel's wings opened and Zhong Guiyu reappeared in front of everyone. There was a layer of golden light on his body that mixed with the blazing white light, giving people a sense of holiness. In front of the light, darkness will eventually fade. Following Zhong Guiyu's words, the 2 glows on his body fused into one. Then, he turned into a huge humanoid creature. He was wearing golden white armor and had an awe-inspiring appearance. He was insufferably arrogant. He was holding a giant hammer in his hand. At some point, a hammer had appeared in Zhong Guiyu's hand. Its shape was no different from the hammer in the hands of the armored giant. Arrogant. Meng Fangui's eyes were cold as he ordered indifferently, "Shuemingzi, tear him apart." Suddenly, the dark creature that had fused into one body rushed out and charged towards Zhong Guiyu. A long spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear shone with a dark and bloody luster. It was like a bloodthirsty spear that had reached out from hell and killed countless creatures. The third move. As the dark creature rushed out, Zhong Guiyu's cold voice sounded. Then, the golden-armored giant smashed the hammer into the air, causing the air to stagnate and the void to vibrate. There was a deafening sound. Boom. Chapter 3477. Boom. The giant hammer let out a deafening boom in the air. The place where the hammer landed suddenly released a blinding light. It was like a blazing sun that could illuminate all darkness and purify all living things. The dark creature possessed by the blood spirit was only halfway through its journey when it was enveloped by the boundless light and let out a miserable shriek. In the next instant, a ray of light shot up into the sky. Xue Ming had abandoned the dark creature and transformed into a ray of light before he returned to Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. While Meng Fangui was still in a daze, Xue Ling's voice rang in his ears. Crush the jade token and leave. Otherwise, you'll be severely injured even if you survive. At the same time, a dignified voice that carried an unquestionable tone sounded in Meng Fangui's ears. Crush the jade token. Meng Fangui was not surprised by Xue Ling's warning. However, when he heard Xue Ling's warning, he did not hesitate. He took out the jade token, crushed it, and left the teleportation formation. Almost at the same time that Meng Fangui crushed the jade tablet and disappeared within the light barrier of the formation, the light that was released from the huge hammer had already swept across the place where Meng Fangui was at earlier like a stormy wave, causing the space to shake as though it could shatter at any time. Boom! Rumble. When the boundless light raged and crashed into the light barrier trembled again. After the light barrier continued to vibrate, clear cracks appeared on it, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Meng Fangui, who had been teleported out of the area covered by the light shield, paled. What a powerful force. If it weren't for the fact that you're invincible, I wouldn't have allowed you to crush the jade token to escape. Xue Ming's voice rang from the blood spirit staff in Meng Fangui's hand. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, if I hadn't fled in time, I would have been purified by his light energy. This brat who has comprehended the law of light is definitely a 5-star god of war. Xue Ming's voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. If I hadn't become the artifact spirit of your celestial artifact and become much weaker, why would I, Xue Mingzi, fear him? Xue Mingzi was from the Snow Spirit clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. His strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war. If he hadn't met the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, Gongsun Xianyuan, he wouldn't have been captured and taken out of the netherworld to become the artifact spirit of Meng Fangui's deity artifact. 5-star war god. Meng Fangui believed Xue Mingzi's words because he knew Xue Mingzi's background. He knew that Xue Mingzi had the strength of a 6-star war god in the past. It wasn't until he became the artifact spirit of the blood spirit staff that his strength was suppressed. According to his great-grandfather, if he didn't suppress Xue Mingzi's strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the blood spirit staff with Xue Mingzi as its artifact spirit. He might even be devoured by the staff. Because of this, Xue Mingzi's great-grandfather had asked Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven, to suppress his strength to that of a 3-star war god. He's definitely a 5-star war god. Many of the surrounding young geniuses involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the light barrier that seemed like it could break at any moment. Their faces and eyes were filled with shock. Heavens! What is the Tidal Temple doing? Not only are there 4-star war gods in the first batch, but there's even a 5-star war god among them? Are you kidding me? Since when are 4-star war gods and 5-star war gods under the age of 1000 so common? Why is the Tidal Temple letting a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god fight as soon as the battle begins? Are they trying to hype up the Devata realm's battle? Many of the young geniuses and heavenly emperors were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the people from the Tidal Temple felt helpless. They knew Meng Fangui was very strong. He was suspected to be a 4-star war god. However, they were unaware of Zhong Guiyu's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu to fight at such a time. Normally, such a battle would only be held between the top 30 and the top 100 in the Devata realm's battle. In other words, it would only be held in the 5th round. However, in the 4th round of the Devata realm's battle, a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god were already fighting in the first batch. Although we know Zhong Guiyu's strength is at least a 2-star war god, that's all we know about him. Who would have thought he's a 5-star war god? What's Zhong Guiyu's background? I don't know. I only know he's from the boundless heaven, but I don't know who he is. Initially, we only arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui because he's an expert in the law of light. None of us thought he'd be a match for Meng Fangui. We all thought he'd only be a stepping stone for Meng Fangui. Who knew he's a 5-star war god and defeated Meng Fangui in just 3 moves? At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were speechless. Their voices were filled with shock as they whispered among themselves. The Tidal Temple was the one who decided on the list in the 4th round of the Devata realms through discussion among the Tidal Temple's members. Nobody thought Zhong Guiyu would win when they arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui. However, their jaws dropped when they saw Zhong Guiyu's result. Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, who was in charge of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, was stunned when he saw Zhong Guiyu forcing Meng Fangui to flee. He only regained his senses when Zhong Guiyu's attack destroyed the formation that enveloped the area. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and a huge translucent palm descended. It easily destroyed Zhong Guiyu's attack as though it was a mosquito. At this point, Zhong Guiyu had obtained her first victory. Moreover, she had defeated Meng Fangui, a person with the strength of a 4-star war god. From today onward, I'm afraid there won't be many people in the Devata realms who don't know Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu seems to be from the boundless heaven. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven knows him? While the group of young geniuses were whispering in shock, many people's gazes fell on the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Even some heavenly emperors were looking at the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was the grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force that Duan Lingtian had joined. In fact, Duan Lingtian had met the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Initially, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had tried to harm Duan Lingtian until he learned that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I don't know him. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven smiled wryly when he heard the question. He didn't come with me. He came with the palace master of the boundless heaven's Tidal Temple's branch. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven nodded. Since you don't know him, he must be the disciple of a hermit from the boundless heaven. That's possible. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven agreed. If Zhong Guiyu was from a force in the boundless heaven, it would be impossible for him not to have heard of him. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's Tidal Temple would be willing to accept such a person as his disciple. For the sake of Zhong Guiyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was willing to put down his pride and personally accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. In the end, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu, I'm the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. I'm interested in accepting you as my disciple. Are you willing? Before Zhong Guiyu could reply, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven continued to say, if you're willing to become my disciple, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the boundless heaven. No one will dare to offend you. In the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's opinion, Zhong Guiyu would be flattered if he, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, took the initiative to accept him as his disciple. However, to his surprise, Zhong Guiyu only glanced at him indifferently. Put aside the fact that I already have a master, even if I don't, you're not worthy of being my master, heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven did not expect someone would tell him he was not worthy of being Duan Lingtian's master. At this moment, the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor even forgot about his anger. His entire being was in a daze. After regaining his senses, he angrily sent a voice transmission to Zhong Guiyu and said, "Little brat, what arrogance! Who's your master? Do you think I'm not as good as your master?" Zhong Guiyu remained calm in the face of the furious heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. What's wrong? Heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, are you going to challenge my master to a duel? If he dares, I don't mind. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven said in a low voice. Are you sure? If you're sure, after I return to the boundless heaven, I'll ask my master to visit the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Zhong Guiyu's voice was laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's strange tone, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven calmed down and asked, "Who's your master? You won't know him even if I tell you. However, his cultivation base is above a celestial emperor. He has only become a god a few hundred years ago." Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was frightened out of his wits. A god? Zhong Guiyu's master was a god? Moreover, he was a god in the boundless heaven? Heavens! How could there be a god in the boundless heaven? Zhong Guiyu ignored the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and continued to fly back to the spectator area. Along the way, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've heard about you from my senior sister a long time ago. She's full of praise for you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses." Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu would send him a voice transmission. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like his senior sister knew him. "Who's your senior sister?" "Suya Shi." This was Zhong Guiyu's reply to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3478. Suya Si. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu's reply. He did not expect Zhong Guiyu would say Suya Si, the Heavenly Pool Palace's eldest senior sister, was his senior sister. Are you a disciple that teacher recently accepted?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Did he have a junior brother now? However, after thinking about it, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. After all, based on Zhong Guiyu's strength, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven, was definitely stronger than his teacher. Don't misunderstand. Zhong Guiyu knew Duan Lingtian had misunderstood his words. He said, "Although I'm senior sister Suya Si's junior brother, my master isn't the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Senior sister Suya Si's master is someone else." Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood Zhong Guiyu's words. In the past, he knew Suya Si was not an ordinary person. The last time he saw her, even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was wary of her strength. After all, Yu Fengyu was a 6-star god of war. Although he was only an ordinary 6-star god of war, he was still a 6-star god of war. Even a 5-star god of war would not be a match for him. In other words, at that time, his eldest senior sister Suya Si was at least a 6-star god of war. Now, she must be even stronger. I've heard from 3rd senior sister and 6th senior brother that eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace a long time ago to explore the outside world. However, they don't know where she went. Duan Lingtian recalled what he had learned from Su Lang's 3rd and 6th disciples. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Suya Si had become the disciple of an expert after leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was very likely that she was able to raise her strength to such an exaggerated level in such a short period of time because she had taken that expert as her master. Even her father, Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang, was shocked by her strength. He was well aware of this. In other words, even Su Lang might not know that his own daughter had an expert teacher outside. "Who is your master?" Duan Lingtian asked out of curiosity. When Zhong Guiyu heard this, he immediately responded to Duan Lingtian, "Our master is a reclusive master. You won't know him even if I tell you. All you need to know is that he's also a god-level master." Gods. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that someone who could nurture such outstanding disciples like Suya Si and Zhong Guiyu must be a god-level master, he was still shocked when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. As it turned out, his eldest senior sister had a god-level master. "Duan Lingtian, apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, I'm also here for you," Zhong Guiyu said bluntly. Zhong Guiyu said bluntly, "I plan to defeat you in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses so senior sister will know that I, Zhong Guiyu, am the strongest among her junior brothers. Even you whom she always praises are no match for me." Based on Zhong Guiyu's words, it was clear Suya Si thought highly of him. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe that Zhong Guiyu had repeatedly mentioned his eldest senior sister, and Wuxia Xianxia had always praised him in front of him. After all, he had only met his eldest senior sister twice, and she had always been hostile toward him. He did not expect her to praise him in front of others. It seems like eldest senior sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I await your guidance at any time. Duan Lingtian gladly accepted Zhong Guiyu's challenge. He was not discouraged by the fact that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star god of war. After all, Zhong Guiyu, a 5-star god of war, had made a move. Although the other 4 battles were not bad, they were not as exciting as the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui. For this reason, many people only glanced at the battles before they turned to look at the people around them. The topic of discussion did not stray away from the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui. Even when another 10 people went up for the second round of battles, not many people paid attention to them. Among them, there were some who displayed the strength of a 3-star war god. However, because Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui were in front of them, although they displayed decent strength, they were still overshadowed. It was not until Su Li went up that he attracted everyone's attention. Although Su Li's strength was only at the level of a 2-star god of war, there was another halo around him. He was only 600 years old this year. Among the participants of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he was one of the 2 youngest people. The other person was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect to be the first one to go up. Su Li smiled. Then, his robe shook, and he flew out. A sword light was faintly discernible under his feet. Then, it dragged him into the arena. Su Li's opponent is Tuoba Ping. When everyone's attention was on Su Li's name, they did not pay attention to his opponent's name. This was because Su Li's name was more attractive. A 600-year-old young genius was participating in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. This was extremely rare in the long history of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Only when Su Li appeared did the crowd begin to look at the name of his opponent. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the name. Obviously, they recognized the young genius named Tuoba Ping. Tuoba Ping is the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tuoba clan, a heaven-grade force in the Hanyu heaven. It's said that he was already a 3-star god of war 20 years ago. He must be even stronger now. I'm afraid Tuoba Ping's current strength is considered strong even among 3-star gods of war. I didn't expect Su Li to encounter Tuoba Ping in his first battle. Aren't the people from the Tidal Temple afraid of being scolded for making such an arrangement? Tuoba Ping isn't a nobody. They must know about his strength. Of course, they know about Tuoba Ping's strength. Previously, Tuoba Ping's strength was said to be at least a 3-star god of war. The people from the Tidal Temple are purposely trying to defeat Su Li. Su Li is only 600 years old, but they actually arranged for Tuoba Ping to be his opponent. This is too much. Although Su Li's expression did not change at all when he saw Tuoba Ping's strength, many young geniuses in the spectator seats began to feel indignant for Su Li. They felt the Tidal Temple was being unfair. Su Li, Tuoba Ping was a tall and handsome young man who wore a sky-blue robe with silver edges. After he entered the arena, he smiled lightly at Su Li. Although I have the advantage in this battle due to my age, if it wasn't for the current me, I really wouldn't dare to say that I could defeat you. When I was your age, I wasn't even a titled celestial emperor. Tuoba Ping sighed when he finished speaking. Defeat me? Su Li smiled faintly. It won't be easy to defeat me. Is that so? Tuoba Ping's eyes lit up. It seems like you're very confident in your strength. In that case, I'll fight you seriously to show my respect for you. Come. Su Li nodded, and then his entire body floated up into the air. The sword light beneath his feet condensed into material form, and the robes on his body fluttered, causing him to seem as if he transformed into a confident and elegant young sword immortal with a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. Come. Tuoba Ping didn't waste any time. He shouted and his robe fluttered. A golden light swept out from his body, making him look like a golden man. On the surface of his body, the golden energy quickly condensed and wrapped around him, turning him into a golden man. This was the law of metal, the metal body profundity. You use a sword, so do I. Today, I'll use my sword to test your sword. Even though Su Li had yet to take out his immortal equipment, Tuoba Ping had already guessed that Su Li was a sword immortal. As he raised his hand, a jade-green sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword's body was flowing with light like a pool of autumn water, crystal clear. With just a glance, one could tell the sword was not simple. A 3-star war god, Duan Ling Tian sat at the spectating area and looked from afar at the two people who were at daggers drawn, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Tuoba Ping can be considered to be a suitable opponent for Su Li. Although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Su Li unleash his full strength, Su Li was certain Su Li was confident in his strength. However, based on Su Li's words, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess Su Li was not a 4-star god of war yet. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. In the past, 4-star war gods would be able to enter the top 30 in most of the Devata realms battles of geniuses. Naturally, there were also some Devata realms battles of geniuses where there were many outstanding young geniuses. At that time, some of the weaker 4-star war gods would not even be able to enter the top 30. Such Devata realms battles of geniuses were rare. Most of the time, a young genius with the strength of a 4-star god of war could easily enter the top 30 of the Devata realm's genius battle. Swoosh. 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 Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he heard the sound of swords whistling in the air. When he looked over, he saw the area where Su Li and Tuoba Ping were standing was shrouded in a rain of swords. The rain of swords was raging as they spun in all directions towards Su Li. At this moment, even those with good eyesight could only vaguely see Su Li's silhouette. The rain of swords continued to converge. It was obvious they were trying to surround and kill Su Li. Suddenly, Su Li made his move. Swoosh. The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, drowning out the sound of swords whistling in the air. Su Li's body shone with a crimson light as he transformed into a gigantic sword and stabbed it toward the side of the rain of swords. The sword ray was sharp as though it could destroy everything. Chapter 3479. Similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Su Li was skilled in the law of destruction. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had asked Su Li to stay behind and give him some pointers. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's pointers were different from Duan Lingtian's. Most of the pointers he gave Su Li were about the law of destruction so that Su Li would have a better understanding of the law of destruction. However, some things were one thing to say, and another to do. Although Feng Qingyang did not hide anything from Su Li and explained his understanding of the law of destruction to Su Li, it would take time for Su Li to apply the pointers he had received from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, Su Li's current strength was not much stronger than before he met Feng Qingyang. After all, he had not had the time to digest what Feng Qingyang had told him. Swoosh. Although Su Li's strength was not much stronger than when he had first arrived, he was already very strong. Now that his celestial origin energy had merged with the law of destruction, it transformed into a blood sword that shot up into the sky. With just one sword, he broke through Tuoba Ping's sword attack. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Li taking the initiative to attack Tuoba Ping after breaking through Tuoba Ping's first wave of attacks. Based on the current situation, Su Li is not at a disadvantage. After a while, Su Li and Tuoba Ping exchanged a few blows, and Su Li gradually gained the upper hand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Su Li has a high chance of winning this battle." In the arena, Su Li and Tuoba Ping were locked in battle. In the end, both of them displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. As they exchanged blows, the blood-red light and the golden light continued to collide with each other. Swoosh. 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air did not stop. Both of them were sword celestials, and it was a visual treat for the audience to watch. Tuoba Ping lives up to his reputation. I really didn't expect Tuoba Ping to already have the strength of a peak 3-star war god. Many people were shocked by Tuoba Ping's strength. Before this, many people thought that even if Tuoba Ping had already become a 3-star war god, he should only be in the middle of the 3-star war gods and not at the top. And now, in the battle between Tuoba Ping and Su Li, he had displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. This shocked and amazed everyone. Of course, what shocked people even more was Su Li. Oh my god. Is this Su Li really only 600 plus years old? To have such battle prowess at the age of 600. Give him another few hundred years, and when he's close to 1,000 years old, how heaven-defying will he be if his progress doesn't decrease? A top-notch 5-star war god? 6-star war god? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that a 600-year-old youngster could have such strength. Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is about the same age as him, and both of them seem to be friends. It's a coincidence. I have a childhood friend who joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. He's quite accomplished in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before the Battle of Geniuses began, he mentioned Su Li and Duan Lingtian. It's said that Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm, and they're good friends for many years. They're also prodigies of the same generation. What? Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm? Since when are there such heaven-defying figures among the ascendants? While the crowd marveled at Su Li's strength, someone revealed that he and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm. Most of the people present on the scene were shocked. It was apparent they did not expect Su Li to be a transcender. How could two ascendants possess such strength when they were only slightly over 600 years old? For those who were born and raised in the Devata realms to be inferior to Su Li and Duan Lingtian at such a young age, they felt as though they had lived for so many years in vain. Since Duan Lingtian was an ascendant, some of them had heard about how Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had attacked the clone of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang came from the same mundane realm. Does this mean Su Li is from the same mundane realm as well? I've only heard of Yan Huang realm and a few other mundane realms that have many heaven-defying powerhouses. I've never heard of any mundane realm that has so many outstanding people. Many people were curious about Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's hometown. At this moment, not only had Su Li become the center of attention, but even Duan Lingtian had also noticed the numerous burning gazes that descended onto him. Su Li has a high chance of winning. At this moment, Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, said with a smile on his face. That's only if Tuoba Ping has used up all his trump cards. Zhang Tianyu frowned slightly as he continued to say, there's one thing I'm not sure if it's true or not. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon in Tuoba Ping's hand has an artifact spirit. It was given to him by the former clan leader of the Tuoba clan on his 900th birthday. Artifact spirit? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He knew the difference between an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and one without. Su Li, Duan Lingtian was about to send a voice transmission to Su Li when Tuoba Ping, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly laughed heartily. Good. 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 Wonderful. Wonderful. Su Li, I'm amazed by your strength. In terms of strength, I admit I'm inferior to you. However, the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses isn't just a competition of strength. Celestial weapons are important as well. As Tuoba Ping's voice fell, a green light suddenly extended from the sword in his hand. Within the green light, one could vaguely see the phantom of an indescribable ferocious creature floating. It's a sword spirit. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When the silhouette of a ferocious creature merged with Tuoba Ping's sword, the sword's aura changed completely. It felt oppressive as though there was a new force in it. Swoosh. Tuoba Ping did not use any fancy sword techniques. Instead, his celestial origin energy, which was fused with the metal law profundity, emitted a dazzling golden light. Amid the golden light, a sharp green sword light was constantly emitting from the sword in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Su Li, who had been suppressing Tuoba Ping, was suppressed. Tuoba Ping's celestial weapon had turned the tables around. What a powerful celestial weapon! Su Li's expression was grim when he looked at Tuoba Ping's sword. He smiled wryly inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have rejected the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's offer. Before coming to the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had lent him the sect guarding celestial sword. The sect guarding celestial sword had a powerful sword spirit. It was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that had been passed down since the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's days of decline. It was said that the emperor-grade celestial weapon had killed many emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. It was said that the emperor-grade celestial weapon was a natural bane to artifact spirits. The young geniuses shook their heads when they saw Su Li was at a disadvantage. I thought Su Li was going to win. Who knew Tuoba Ping's emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit? An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit is much stronger than an emperor-grade celestial weapon without an artifact spirit. Even Duan Lingtian frowned slightly at this moment. It was almost impossible for Su Li to defeat Tuoba Ping unless he took out the artifact spirit he had obtained in the ruins of a realm of gods. However, even if Su Li had the artifact spirit, he would not take it out. If he took it out, he would become a target for everyone. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Since Su Li was still in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, once he returned to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he would definitely be killed. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, said that he would protect Su Li, no one would pay any attention to him. The temptation of a divine artifact was so great that it was worth the risk. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, left a god's spiritual mark on Su Li, it would be difficult for him to save Su Li if he could not protect Su Li in time. Su Li, just admit defeat if you can't win. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li, don't use the artifact spirit. Although Duan Lingtian was confident Su Li would be able to maintain his rationality, he was worried Su Li would not be able to hold himself back from using the artifact spirit. At that time, things would get out of hand. At this moment, Su Li was completely focused on his battle with Tuoba Ping. His sword shadows were everywhere, and he had no time to respond to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian no longer sent a voice transmission to Su Li since he knew Su Li had heard his voice transmission. Boom! 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 Tuoba Ping looked like a god shimmering with golden light as he stood in the air. The green sword in his hand shone brightly before it transformed into a huge sword whip that shot towards Su Li. Su Li, on the other hand, seemed insignificant in the face of the two-colored sword rays. Wherever the two-colored sword beam passed, the space trembled. The surrounding array formation also trembled slightly. It was obvious how terrifying Tuoba Ping's attack was. Su Li, just admit defeat. Tuoba Ping said in an indifferent tone. In the face of Tuoba Ping's ferocious attack, Su Li did not know why. He stood rooted to the ground and did not move an inch. His gaze never left the two-colored sword rays that were rapidly approaching him. It was as if there was some kind of magic that was attracting him. In the blink of an eye, the sword rays had covered half of the distance. However, Su Li maintained his current state. He did not block or dodge the attack. At this moment, even Tuoba Ping could not help but frown. He did not want to kill Su Li. However, Su Li did not admit defeat nor did he crush the jade pendant to escape. Tuoba Ping was helpless. Chapter 3480. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was motionless as if he was possessed, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He subconsciously stood up and wanted to pull Su Li out of that area. The others also felt that Su Li was crazy to be in a daze at this moment. There were also people who were puzzled. Could it be that Tuoba Ping knew illusions that caused Su Li to become like this? Tuoba Ping also knew that he wasn't good at illusions and it was useless now. The reason why Su Li was like this was because of himself. It had nothing to do with him. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was about to die under his sword, Tuoba Ping frowned. At the same time, he had already decided to stop. He thought that even if he couldn't completely stop his attack, it wouldn't be enough to kill Su Li. At most, he would be able to heavily injure Su Li. However, at this crucial moment, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and was about to step forward. "Don't interrupt him." A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was his master, Feng Qingyang's transmission. Hearing his master's words, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Su Li again. Previously, he was too worried and didn't pay attention. Now that he was paying attention, it wasn't hard to see that the destructive energy on the surface of Su Li's body was gradually boiling. It was as if cold water was slowly boiling. "I understand now." At this critical moment, Su Li's dull eyes lit up. He muttered softly, and a bloody light bloomed from his body. A terrifying and destructive aura spread out, causing the light barrier of the formation to tremble. This is, Tuoba Ping, who had originally planned to hold back, saw that Su Li seemed to have become a different person. His expression changed greatly. It wasn't hard to see that the current Su Li was obviously stronger than before. Just the energy that was unintentionally revealed caused his heart to tremble. Could it be that he broke through to the level of a 4-star war god? There was a huge difference between a 4-star war god and a 3-star war god. They weren't even on the same level. The latter could easily defeat the former. The sudden change in Su Li's aura caused him to subconsciously have this thought. His heart trembled violently. "I hope I'm wrong," Tuoba Ping prayed as he continued to circulate the celestial origin energy in his body. He tried his best to strengthen his attack against Su Li, and he didn't dare be careless in the slightest. As for the thought of holding back, he'd completely discarded it at the instant Su Li's aura changed. As soon as that thought sprouted, it was strangled in the cradle. Boom! Rumble! The golden and green lights intertwined on the gigantic sword, illuminating more than half of the Devata realm's genius battle. It was the center of attention for the entire Devata realm's genius battle. And now, it was even closer to Su Li. Even if Su Li was a 4-star war god, it was already too late for him to dodge. Just in time. Facing Tuoba Ping's attack, Su Li casually threw the immortal sword in his hand. In an instant, the blood-red sword radiance on the immortal sword surged and enveloped his entire body. Then, the blood-red light continued to expand. Furthermore, it was expanding at an extremely exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword light soared into the sky and met the sword that was descending from the sky. It seemed to be fearless and carried with it a destructive aura. The destructive aura swept across the sky, causing the air to stagnate and space to tremble as though it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the young geniuses in the spectator seats could clearly sense how terrifying Su Li's sword radiance was. How did Su Li's strength suddenly increase so much? Earlier, he was still holding back. I feel like there are 2 more profundities of the laws of destruction in his attacks. They've fused together, causing his strength to improve significantly. Heavens! His attack isn't any weaker than Tuoba Ping's attack when he uses an emperor-grade celestial sword with an artifact spirit. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were shocked by Su Li's sudden performance. On the other hand, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple's branches in the Devata realms looked at Su Li in shock, admiration, and disbelief. Naturally, their judgment was not something most of the young geniuses present on the scene could compare to. They could see that Su Li was in a disadvantageous position. Earlier, Su Li was indeed at his wit's end. He was no match for Tuoba Ping. However, in the face of Tuoba Ping's current attack, Su Li was stunned for a moment. A moment later, his entire being seemed to have changed. The aura of the laws of destruction on his body became even sharper and more terrifying. Everyone could see this clearly. Su Li's comprehension ability is terrifying. Even under such circumstances, on the brink of death, he was still able to further comprehend the law of destruction, allowing the law of destruction to take a critical step forward. One of the heavenly emperors could not help but exclaim. I heard Su Li is from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. I wonder if the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven will be able to tolerate such a genius? Another Heavenly Emperor sighed as he looked at Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, when the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was still a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a genius in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who was capable of challenging Yu Hao Tian to a duel. However, that genius was defeated and died. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect declined. Rumor had it that Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, deliberately suppressed the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect left the Jade Emperor territory and went to the Nando territory. Nobody dared to offend them in the Nando territory. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, was sitting with Gongsun Xianyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heaven. He's a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Gongsun Xianyuan asked. Yes. Yu Hao Tian nodded. He's one of a kind in the history of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I didn't expect such a talent would appear after so many years. Do you feel pressured? Gongsun Xianyuan asked with a smile on his face. That person from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect caused you to be in a wretched state. Although you killed him in the end, you were severely injured. It took you several hundred years to recover. Gongsun Xianyuan, on the other hand, was well aware of what had happened in the past. The genius sword celestial from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had challenged Yu Hao Tian, who was the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven at that time. Both of them fought fiercely. In the end, Yu Hao Tian won by a hair's breadth. It was not Yu Hao Tian's intention to kill his opponent, but it was a battle of life and death. Since Yu Hao Tian was stronger, he managed to kill his opponent. Otherwise, Yu Hao Tian would have been the one to die. After Yu Hao Tian was severely injured, it took him several hundred years to recover from his injuries. While he was in closed-door cultivation, his nephew, Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, could not stand by idly. He impersonated Yu Hao Tian and ordered a group of titled celestial emperors from the Jade Emperor Heaven to attack the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was forced to flee the Jade Emperor territory to the Nando territory. Since Yang Jian was impersonating Yu Hao Tian, he did not dare to go too far. However, even with that being the case, after Yu Hao Tian recovered from his injuries and exited his closed-door training, he still heavily punished Yang Jian. Initially, he wanted to bring the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect back to the Jade Emperor territory since he had killed the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, after visiting the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he discovered the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect seemed to have improved after leaving the Jade Emperor territory. For this reason, he did not disturb the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Even when rumors spread that he was trying to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he did not bother to explain himself. Instead, he remained silent. Finally, I have something to look forward to. Yu Hao Tian nodded. If the leader of the Ganjiang progeny and Mo Xia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect grow stronger before I become a god, it's not impossible for them to fight me. However, I don't think they're strong enough to suppress me. In this Su Li, I see the shadow of that person from back then. Perhaps, if he is given time, he will be able to fight against me in the future. Based on Yu Hao Tian's words, it was clear he admired Su Li a lot. I'm just worried he'll take your position as Heavenly Emperor to avenge the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Gongsun Xianyuan said with a smile. If he's capable of that, I'll just give it to him. Yu Hao Tian smiled indifferently. Judging from his current appearance, it was clear that he was serious and was not just joking around. Meanwhile, you have a good comprehension ability. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was the first person to notice Su Li's stunned state. For this reason, he was able to stop his disciple, Duan Lingtian, from saving Su Li. A smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Su Li's comprehension of the law of destruction had improved. He could see Su Li had taken his words to heart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fuse the two profundities of the law of destruction at this moment. Moreover, he had taught Su Li how to fuse the profundities of the law of destruction. Naturally, he could only rely on his own experience when he taught Su Li, otherwise, Su Li would have had to rely on his own comprehension ability. However, it could not be said that he had helped Su Li a lot. After all, Su Li had relied on himself to make a breakthrough. With this breakthrough, he has the strength of a 4-star god of war. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene could not tell what was going on. They thought Su Li had concealed his cultivation base. However, there were a few young geniuses with keen eyes who could tell Su Li had just made a breakthrough. Su Li actually made a breakthrough during the battle. Tuoba Ping is going to lose. Even Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face when he saw the blood-red sword ray and the golden-green sword ray colliding. This guy. He actually made a breakthrough. Chapter 3481. Su Li stood at the same spot. His body was as straight as a javelin. He stood there majestically, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. At this moment, the Emperor-grade celestial sword in front of him and his body emitted a vast and majestic blood-red sword ray. The blood-red sword ray fearlessly met Tuoba Ping's golden-green sword ray head-on. Finally, the two swords collided. At first, they seemed to be evenly matched, as if it was difficult to determine the victor. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword ray spread out like the sunset, while the trace of green in the golden-green sword ray suddenly shrank, as if it was fleeing. Squeak! A strange and shrill cry rang in the air. Those who heard it felt chills running up their spines. It's the voice of the sword spirit of Tuoba Ping's sword. Many people had guessed this. Just as this thought flashed through everyone's minds, they saw that the golden-green sword ray had disappeared after the green light faded away. The culprit, Tuoba Ping, had disappeared from his original spot and appeared outside the light barrier of the formation. Boom! 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 The blood-red sword light wreaked havoc as it slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to tremble and sway as if it would collapse at any moment. However, it did not collapse in the end and was forcefully withstood the attack. It seems like the light shield's limit is to withstand the attack of a 4-star god of war. The scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes made him realize this. He was happy for Su Li when he saw how easily Su Li had won. There's hope for Su Li to enter the top 30. After Su Li had broken through, his strength was comparable to a 4-star god of war. Apart from the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials in the Devata realms, even Duan Ling Tian and some young geniuses with keen eyesight could see this. As for the others, even if they could not see it, they could guess it. I didn't expect Su Li to have concealed his strength. Based on his strength, he's at least a 4-star god of war. A 4-star god of war who's over 600 years old. Su Li is even more heaven-defying than Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Duan Ling Tian's strength is only comparable to a 3-star god of war, although Duan Ling Tian had made a move, because he had defeated a 2-star god of war. Most of the people present could only confirm that he was in existence at the 3-star god of war or above. They couldn't confirm that he was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, when they saw Su Li's strength, they were certain he was stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not mind. Su Li, were you hiding your strength, or did you have a breakthrough? At the same time, Tuoba Ping, who had crushed the jade token and left the light barrier of the formation, asked Su Li with a bitter smile as he looked at Su Li, who was in the formation. Huh? Following Tuoba Ping's question, the young geniuses who did not realize Su Li had a breakthrough were stunned. What does Tuoba Ping mean? Does he think Su Li had a breakthrough? If he had a breakthrough, wouldn't that be too scary? How high of a level of comprehension does he have? That's right, to have a breakthrough is simply heaven-defying. When the gazes of the young geniuses landed on Su Li again, Su Li looked at Tuoba Ping and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for the pressure from your sword, I wouldn't have been able to improve my destruction edict in such a short time." Su Li's words undoubtedly admitted that he had a breakthrough. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Of course, for those who had already seen through Su Li's breakthrough, they were not surprised. Su Li, are you confident you can enter the top 30 now? After Su Li returned, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. If I can't enter the top 30 now, it would be a waste of Senior Feng Qingyang's guidance. Su Li smiled. Oh. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard Su Li's words. Your breakthrough this time has something to do with my master? Yes. Su Li nodded. The breakthrough this time is all because of Senior Feng Qingyang's guidance. Of course, the pressure from Tuoba Ping's attack is also a large part of the reason. When Su Li reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but smile. At the same time, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, compared to you, my current strength is still lacking, right? Duan Lingtian's current strength was a mystery to Su Li. Before he had a breakthrough, he had never asked Duan Lingtian this question because he felt the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was not small. However, now that he had a breakthrough in the Destruction Edict and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had become slightly arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. Won't you find out if we fight? Duan Lingtian smiled in response to Su Li's question and gave him such a reply. Then, I'll wait for you. Su Li nodded. His eyes flashed with battle intent. At the same time, Luo Sanpao looked at Su Li and gave him a thumbs up. Su Li, you're amazing. You actually made a breakthrough during a battle. It'll be a big problem for you to enter the top 30 as a 4-star god of war. Yes. Su Li turned to look at Luo Sanpao and nodded politely. Good luck to you as well. If you enter the top 30, perhaps 4 of us will be able to enter the top 30. Top 30? Luo Sanpao was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Then, he shook his head and said, Su Li, I didn't participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses to enter the top 30, my goal is to enter the top 3. Luo Sanpao's eyes flashed brightly when he finished speaking. At the same time, the frivolous aura on his body seemed to have changed. Top 3? Luo Sanpao's words shocked not only Su Li, but Duan Lingtian and the others as well. They did not expect Luo Sanpao to be so ambitious. Dessa. Brother Sanpao. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu patted Luo Sanpao's shoulder and shook his head with a smile. It's good to be ambitious, but you can't expect to reach the top in a single step. In my opinion, you should set a goal for yourself to enter the top 100. Otherwise, the greater your expectations, the greater your disappointment. Although Zhang Tianyu did not know Luo Sanpao's background, based on Tang Sanpao's usual behavior, he could not tell how strong he was. Usually, those who were strong were cold and aloof, right? Tang Sanpao was not as talkative before they got to know him. He was only talkative in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after they got to know him better, he became talkative. Luo Sanpao did not think that a talkative person like him could be as talented as Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jueyan. You still don't believe me? Luo Sanpao glared at Luo Sanpao. Fine, fine. Just you wait. If the Tidal Temple dares to assign a 4-star god of war to me, I'll kill him. Even Luo Sanpao did not expect that he would be the second person to enter the arena. After the introduction of Su Li's 10 people, a few more rounds passed. Luo Sanpao's name appeared in the air, and his opponent was named Yulansheng. Yulansheng, when Duan Lingtian saw Yulansheng's name, a light bulb went off in his head. The first thing that came to his mind was that he seemed to have an impression of this name. Oh my god. It's Yulansheng. Before Tang Sanpao could step forward, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, could not help but stand up. At the same time, he looked at Tang Sanpao and said, Brother Tang Sanpao, your crow's beak is really accurate. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Zhang Tianyu's eyes widened as he looked at Tang Sanpao. Brother Sanpao, don't tell me you're also good at prophecies? However, shouldn't people like him be good at the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws? Tang Sanpao was not good at the law of time. It's Yulansheng. Tang Sanpao stood up as well. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, the Tidal Temple really knows me well. They actually arranged a 4-star god of war for the first battle of the 4th round. Moreover, he's a true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had seen Yu Hao Tian's name before. Since Yu Hao Tian was a true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, and was suspected to be a 4-star god of war, he had an impression of Yu Hao Tian. The Jade Emperor's true disciple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young man who flew up from the spectator seats on the left and landed in one of the 5 areas. The young man was tall and well-built. He was dressed in a jade-green robe, and his long hair was draped behind his back. He had a handsome face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He had a smile on his face at all times, giving off a refreshing feeling. Looking at the young man's position, Duan Lingtian knew that the young man was Yu Lansheng, the true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's Yu Lansheng. Heavens! Another young prodigy who is suspected to be a 4-star god of war has entered the arena. This Yu Lansheng is the true disciple of Yu Hao Tian. I heard that he was already a 4-star god of war 10 years ago. Who's that Tang Sanpao? Why is he so unlucky to meet Yu Lansheng? I've never heard of this Tang Sanpao before. Don't tell me he's going to be like Zhong Guiyu and turn this battle around? You're thinking too much. Not every young prodigy is called Zhong Guiyu. Tang Sanpao flew up into the air. Before he left, he didn't forget to smile at Duan Lingtian and the others as he said, "Open your eyes wide. Otherwise, I'll destroy him in the blink of an eye." Don't miss the exciting scene. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the others to respond, he had already entered the arena and stood opposite Yu Lansheng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 3482. Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. It was not difficult for him to notice that the smile on Tang Sanpao's face had disappeared when he faced Yu Lansheng. It was replaced by an indifferent expression that gave off an unfathomable feeling. If it were not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had been close to him recently, one would have thought he had always been like this. Brother Sanbao is quite good at pretending. He really does look like a powerhouse now. Zhang Tianyu smiled. He clearly thought Tang Sanpao was only pretending. Almost everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Celestial Emperor, Yu Lansheng, was definitely stronger and could easily defeat and eliminate Tang Sanpao, an unknown character. Yu Lansheng was indeed a 4-star god of war. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 4-star god of war. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Lansheng's attack was blocked by Yu Lansheng. After Tang Sanpao blocked Yu Lansheng's attack, Tang Sanpao attacked again. A terrifying energy swept out and surrounded Yu Lansheng. No matter how hard Yu Lansheng tried, he could not break free from Tang Sanpao's attack even after using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had an artifact spirit. In the end, Tang Sanpao continued to suppress Yu Lansheng. Just as Yu Lansheng was about to be trapped in the formation, Yu Lansheng finally crushed the jade token and left the formation. Since Yu Lansheng was no match for Tang Sanpao, he chose to flee and admit defeat. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Yu Lansheng was defeated by Tang Sanpao. How boring. After defeating Yu Lansheng, Tang Sanpao's lazy voice rang in the air. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor is only a so-so. I'm afraid only Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heavenly Emperor, and Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, are worthy of my full strength. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he prepared to return to his seat. Who are you? Yu Lansheng's expression was unsightly. He knew he had done his best, but his opponent was too strong. He was defeated in the first battle of the 4th round of the Devata Realms battle. I'm Tang Sanpao. I'm not as famous as you. Tang Sanpao turned to look at Yu Lansheng. Then, He turned around and flew toward Duan Lingtian and returned to his seat with a smug smile on his face as he said, "What do you think? Did you listen to me earlier? You didn't blink, right?" At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian, even Ling Jueyun could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. It was as though this was the first time he had met Tang Sanpao. "Who are you? Why did you approach me?" Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice as he frowned. He could not deny that Tang Sanpao's strength had shocked him. Tang Sanpao seemed harmless. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, no matter how one looked at him, one could not tell how strong he was. However, his true strength was at least that of a 5-star god of war. What did it mean to be a 5-star god of war? In the past few Devata realms battles of geniuses, the highest number of young 5-star gods of war was 9 5-star gods of war. In the past 10 Devata realms battles of geniuses, there were only 5 5-star gods of war. It was not easy to become a 5-star god of war before the age of 1000. Duan Lingtian did not think he was charming enough for a young genius with the strength of a 5-star god of war to stick to him like glue. His first thought was that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against him. Su Li frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Zhang Tianyu and the others were looking at Tang Sanpao warily. Could it be that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against Duan Lingtian? What could it be? Tang Sanpao waved his hand nonchalantly in the face of Duan Lingtian's question. "I approached you because I wanted to know more about you so I could defeat you in the Devata realm's battles of geniuses and show off in front of that old man." "Old man?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "That's my master." Tang Sanpao said with a smile, "That old man used to torture your master. However, when your master returned from the Azura Hell, that old man overestimated himself and went to look for him. In the end, he was tortured badly. It's said that he was tortured by your master's clone, which isn't proficient in the laws. I've been following that old man for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen him in such a sorry state. I only have one purpose in participating in the Devata realm's battles of geniuses. That's to defeat you and show off in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've beaten up the only true disciple of his master," Tang Sanpao said. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang to ask if there was such a person. "He's his disciple?" Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. "Don't worry, he's not lying to you. Earlier, I felt his attack was similar to that person's, so he must have something to do with that person. I didn't expect him to be that person's disciple," Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. "His master was able to defeat you before you went to the Azura Hell? Hua Lao told me you were an 8-star god of war before you went to the Azura Hell," Duan Lingtian said in shock. "His master is a reclusive expert, a 9-star god of war, a half-step god," Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. A 9-star god of war could easily defeat his master when his master was only an 8-star god of war. However, his master had already attained godhood after he left the Azura Hell. No one below the level of godhood was a match for him. As long as Tang Sanpao's master had not attained godhood, he would not be a match for him. "It won't be that easy to defeat me." Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao again and smiled faintly. After his master Feng Qingyang's explanation, he understood that Tang Sanpao did not have any ulterior motives. At most, Tang Sanpao only wanted to defeat him. "It seems like you have the strength of a 5-star god of war." Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "I've already guessed it. Now that I've heard it from you, I look forward to our battle even more." As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he looked at Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main palace, and said loudly, "Palace Master Su, can you list me, Tang Sanpao, and Duan Lingtian together in the next list of names? I can't wait to fight with you." Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Su Konghai's expression froze. However, he merely looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and ignored him. Continue. Su Konghai said as he looked at the other participants who had yet to make their moves. The 8 participants immediately made their moves. It was not that they did not want to make their moves earlier, but they wanted to see Yulan Sheng, the disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, fight. Initially, they thought Yulan Sheng would win. Who knew Yulan Sheng would follow in Meng Fangui's footsteps and lose to a nobody? With this, there were 2 young 5-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Moreover, these 2 young geniuses had one thing in common: they were both unknown. How dare he ignore me? He's so arrogant. Humph. When I become a god, I'll definitely go to the main palace and beat him up. Tang Sanpao said unhappily as he looked at Su Konghai's back. At this moment, although there were still 4 battles in the arena, the attention of the crowd was not on them. Instead, they were all observing Tang Sanpao, a person who was as mysterious as Zhongguiyu. So many people are trying to poach him. When we go back this time, should we tell that old man and have him go to each of them one by one to spar with them? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself as he rested his chin on his hand and looked at the group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. Tang Sanpao was too ruthless. He wanted his master, a 9-star god of war, to challenge a group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that Tang Sanpao was trying to poach Duan Ling Tian because some heavenly emperors and palace masters from the Tidal Temple had sent him voice transmissions. After all, Tang Sanpao was only a sectless cultivator in their eyes. A sectless cultivator like that might only have family and elders, but he did not have a master. He also knew that the person who had transmitted the message to Tang Sanpao was definitely not a god. A god would look at immortals below the god realm the same way. To them, anyone below the god realm was nothing but trash. Although Tang Sanpao was a 5-star god of war now, nobody dared to say that he would definitely become a god in the future. In the history of the Devata realms, there were people like Tang Sanpao who were unable to become a 5-star god of war. Some people might be the same age as Tang Sanpao and were not as strong as Tang Sanpao, but it was not impossible for them to catch up to or surpass him in the future. Naturally, Tang Sanpao still had a huge advantage over Duan Lingtian. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to become a 5-star god of war at such a young age. Soon after, it was evening. At this time, the 4th round of the Devata realms was almost halfway done. Su Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, announced loudly, "Next up is the last round of the day. Those who didn't fight today will have their turn tomorrow. Naturally, if you're too slow tomorrow, it might be your turn later." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the names of the 10 people who would be fighting in the last round of the Devata realm appeared in pairs in the sky above the 5 areas. As soon as the names of the 10 people appeared, one of them attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian. Mobile version updated the fastest website, M. Chapter 3483. During the 3rd round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, Duan Lingtian had defeated a 2-star god of war with just 1 strike. After that, no one dared to challenge him during the 2nd round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. The current battle could be considered as Duan Lingtian's 2nd battle. Duan Lingtian's opponent is Zhou Xiaoquan. I've never heard of Zhou Xiaoquan before. Is he also a sectless cultivator who lives in seclusion? Many people thought of Tang Sanpao and Zhongguiyu when they heard the name of Duan Lingtian's opponent was Zhou Xiaoquan. Whether it was Tang Sanpao or Zhongguiyu, both of them were unknown before they fought today. However, both of them had displayed shocking battle prowess. Both of them were 5-star gods of war after all. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian's opponent before, so they could not help but think to themselves. However, their thoughts were soon crushed. Zhou Xiaoquan is the young sect leader of the Heavenly Earth Celestial Sect, a heaven-grade force in the Ascension Heaven. He was already a 2-star god of war 100 years ago. During the 2nd round of the Devata realms, he displayed the strength of a peak 2-star god of war. Zhou Xiaoquan was rather famous in the Ascension Heaven. However, he was not famous in the Devata realms. Those who were not from the Ascension Heaven did not know about him at all. However, when the people from the Ascension Heaven introduced Zhou Shaoquan, the other geniuses shook their heads. The Tidal Temple really cares about Duan Lingtian. They actually chose someone who's clearly not a match for Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. What if Zhou Shaoquan had concealed his strength? What if he suddenly displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war like Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao? Even if he displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him, let alone a 5-star god of war. You're thinking too much. Up until now, the two dark horses in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, it's already shocking enough. I don't think there will be many dark horses in the future. Even if there are dark horses, they won't be as strong as them. As for Zhou Shaoquan, he might not have concealed his strength. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Duan Lingtian and the other 9 people entered the arena together and arrived at the area where he and Zhou Shaoquan would fight. Zhou Shaoquan was a young man dressed in a brocade robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was the kind of person who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. There was nothing special about him at all. Duan Lingtian of. Zhou Shaoquan looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were originally calm were suddenly filled with excitement. I know I'm not a match for you, but I still want to see what you're capable of. Yes. Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan nodded. At this moment, the 8 people who were prepared to watch a fierce battle and speculated that Zhou Shaoquan might have concealed his strength were speechless when they heard Zhou Shaoquan's words. Zhou Shaoquan had already admitted defeat before the battle had even begun. I'll make my move then. After Zhou Shaoquan greeted Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan, a jade-green energy surged out of his body and transformed into vines that resembled huge pythons. They swept toward Duan Lingtian as though they were trying to bind Duan Lingtian. However, faced with Zhou Shaoquan's ferocious attack, Zhou Donghuang only needed to teleport to break it. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhou Shaoquan. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Shaoquan seemed to have foresight. When Zhou Donghuang appeared behind him with the teleportation, it was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. The vines on his body swept out behind him and transformed into an emerald cage with the intention of trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Break! Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan took a step forward and muttered in his heart. Suddenly, the air around him trembled, and a large part of the space seemed to shatter. At the same time, any vines that approached Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan were crushed into pieces by the strange spatial energy around Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan's body. It was as if that area was a forbidden area that did not allow anyone other than Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan to enter. This technique, Zhou Shaoquan did not know that Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan had just demonstrated his preliminary understanding of the way of control, the ability to control space. He only thought that this was a technique that Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan had developed through the combination of different profound meanings of the space laws. Duan Lingtian, if you can break this attack of mine, I'll leave on my own, Zhou Shaoquan said softly. Zhou Shaoquan shouted. Then, an ordinary-looking wooden stick appeared in his hand. However, as he poured his celestial origin energy into it, the wooden stick began to emit waves of vigorous energy. The originally withered wooden stick turned green, and green grass began to sprout around it. Whoosh! 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 With a tap of the wooden staff in Zhou Shaoquan's hand, the hundreds of vines instantly revolved and twisted into a ball, transforming into a combination of vines that was like an enormous pillar that charged towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! The vines that were entwined together broke through the air like a giant pillar of wood. The force that erupted from the vines was like a mountain that smashed toward Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan. In the face of this powerful attack, Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan stood still. This scene, as expected, shocked many people. Zhou Shaoquan's attack is definitely one of the most powerful attacks of a 2-star god of war. How can he be so careless that he doesn't even try to dodge? Even a 3-star god of war would have to react or dodge this attack. What is he doing? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant pillar of wood formed by the twisted vines was only 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan. This distance was enough to land on Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan in an instant. At this distance, even if Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan was a 3-star god of war, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. What is Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan doing? At this moment, many people found it hard to understand Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan's actions. They didn't know why Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan didn't attack or dodge. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan answered their questions. When the giant pillar of wood was 5 meters away from Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan, it seemed as though it had entered an inviolable place. It was as though there was an invisible force protecting Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the space around Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan was empty. The space around Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan was distorted and folded. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. In just a blink of an eye, the giant pillar of wood was completely destroyed. It did not even touch Duan Lingtian of Zhou Shaoquan's clothes. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? The law of space's profundity can be used like this? The young geniuses present on the scene were dumbfounded. Many heavenly emperors and the palace masters of the tidal temple's branches rose to their feet in unison as they looked at the purple figure hovering in the air with a shocked expression on their faces. Even the vice-palace master of the tidal temple, Su Konghai, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although the young geniuses could not see through Duan Lingtian's technique, it did not mean they could not see through it. The Tao of Control. It's the Tao of Control. Heavens! Not only did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple comprehend the space sword Tao on top of his destruction sword Tao, but he has also comprehended the Tao of Control. What a genius! He's a monster. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really lucky to have such a good disciple. He has mastered 2 Daoists before becoming a god. Even if he has only mastered 1 Dao, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a god. Since he has mastered 2 Daoists before becoming a god, I'm sure he'll be even stronger after he becomes a god. In the opinion of the heavenly emperors and palace masters of the tidal temples, with Duan Lingtian's potential, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a god. Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability was something that even these old fellows who had lived for God knows how many years were envious and jealous of. The Tao of Control? At this moment, even Feng Qingyang was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. He had just learned that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Tao of Control. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian could control the space around him. He was like an invincible god in that space. Brother Feng, you didn't know junior nephew Duan has mastered the Tao of Control? It was not difficult for Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, to figure this out when he saw Feng Qingyang's expression. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. You've recruited a good disciple. Ding Fu said with an envious expression on his face, based on his earlier attack, I can tell his mastery of the Tao of Control is not inferior to my mastery of the devouring Tao. I can't help but be a little curious now. When he becomes a god, what level will his combat strength reach? The strength of the heaven and earth Daos depended on the user's soul. After becoming a god, one's soul would undergo an earth-shattering change, turning into a divine soul. Using the divine soul to activate the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the power of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth could not be compared to the 4 Daos of heaven and earth activated by the immortal soul. The Tao of Control. There were a few young geniuses in the spectator seats who managed to figure out Duan Lingtian's technique. Ling Jueyan was one of them. He rose to his feet as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. The Space Sword Tao. The Tao of Control. Although they had only grasped the basics of the Space Sword Tao, those who had mastered 2 Daos before becoming a god were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the long history of the realms of gods. All of them were natives of the realms of gods. No one had ever heard of anyone who was not a native of the realms of gods mastering 2 Daos before becoming a god. The heaven and earth Daos were the most mysterious and powerful Daos in the universe. It was the threshold to becoming a supreme expert. Chapter 3484. Since when did the 4 Dao of heaven and earth become so worthless? Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Lingtian. He felt as though Duan Lingtian had overturned everything he knew. One had to know that even he, who had the supreme treasure that had caused the destruction of the Ling family and could help people comprehend the limitless Tao, had only grasped the basics of it after hundreds of years. Moreover, his mastery of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth was comparable to Duan Lingtian's mastery of the space sword Dao and the Dao of control. However, Ling Jueyan had only mastered 1 Dao because of the supreme treasure he possessed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had mastered 2 Dao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian. I've lost to you again in terms of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he thought to himself, however, one day, I'll surpass you in all aspects. I'm a direct descendant of the Ling clan in the realms of gods. I won't lose to someone from a mundane realm like you. Ling Jueyan knew he was inferior to Duan Lingtian in terms of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. However, he was not discouraged. After all, whether it was him or Duan Lingtian, both of them had just started on the path of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. They still had a long way to go. There were still many opportunities for him to surpass Duan Lingtian. The Dao of control? Although many young prodigies had heard of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian had mastered the Dao of control. Now that the news had spread, they learned that Duan Lingtian had mastered the sword Dao, one of the weapon Dao, and the Dao of control as well. It said that mastering one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth will allow one to become a god. It said that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, became a god through the sword Dao. In the Devata realms, it said that some 9-star gods of war have comprehended laws that are weaker than 8-star gods of war, but their strength is much stronger. This is because those 9-star gods of war have grasped some sort of Dao. Mastering one's Dao isn't enough for one to become a god. One has to improve. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is only 600 years old, but he's already mastered 2 of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Although he's only in the beginning, given enough time, he'll be able to improve his mastery of the Dao. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor Huang, for example, Ding Fu, the emperor of the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. The heavenly emperor, Di Huang, the emperor of the heavenly emperor of the heavenly heaven. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were either from extraordinary backgrounds or the descendants or disciples of reclusive powerhouses. Most of them had seniors who stood at the pinnacle of the Devata realms. Even if they had not come into contact with the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, they had a certain level of understanding of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Therefore, they had told their descendants and disciples about the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. For this reason, most of the young geniuses present on the scene knew about the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Even so, most of them had only heard about the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. During the second round of the Devata realms battle of geniuses, it was their first time witnessing one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, the sword Dao. At that time, most of the young geniuses were unaware that Duan Lingtian had mastered one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Although some of them had seen through it, they were not certain. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian had easily destroyed Zhou Shaoquan's full-powered attack with the Dao of control, they could see that Duan Lingtian had mastered one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, the Dao of control. Based on his comprehension of the law of space, he was able to control space. Within a 5-meter radius of him, he was like a god who was invincible. This was a sign that he had mastered the Dao of control. As he mastered more of the Dao of control, the strength and range of his control over space would increase correspondingly. He hasn't even become a god, but he has already mastered 2 of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. I've never heard of such a monstrous genius in any Devata realm before, right? Has there ever been such a person in the history of the Devata realms? I'm afraid we'll have to ask the Tidal Temple about this. That's right. The Tidal Temple has a long history that's comparable to the history of the Devata realms. I'm afraid the Tidal Temple is the only place that knows if there's such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata realms. Many heavenly emperors began to ask the palace masters of the nearby Tidal Temple's sub-palaces. However, the palace masters of the nearby Tidal Temple did not know. Although the heavenly emperors did not know, they knew very well what was going on. However, since Su Konghai, one of the vice-palace masters of the Tidal Temple's main temple, had spoken to them beforehand, none of them revealed anything. The Devata realms have existed for too long. Although such a person is rare, I'm sure such a person has appeared before. Rulai, the palace master of the Tidal Temple's sub-palace in the Xian Yuan heaven, replied to one of the heavenly emperors. Although he was responding to Duan Ling Tian's question, his eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian. A burning light could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If I pay a huge price and cast a secret technique that I can only cast once in my life to assimilate his soul, I'll be able to steal all of his memories and comprehension. When I, Reverend Mi Yan, ascended to godhood, I was unable to come into contact with any of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. This time, I've used a secret technique. Not only can I gain complete control over my body, but I can also directly master 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian is really the best gift the heavens have given me. Rulai thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a precious treasure. Based on Rulai's words, it was clear he did not belong to Rulai at this moment. Instead, he belonged to someone who called himself Master Mi Yan. Duan Ling Tian also noticed Tathagata's gaze, and he instantly became vigilant. It seemed like Rulai was after something. Otherwise, he would not have stared at Duan Ling Tian with such a gaze. Duan Ling Tian, you're too strong. I, Zhou Shaoquan, am completely convinced. Zhou Shaoquan, who'd long since crushed his jade token and fled, didn't even have the time to ask what ability Duan Ling Tian executed earlier when he heard the discussions of the crowd of young geniuses in the surrounding spectating area, and it allowed him to find out what had happened. Zhou Shaoquan smiled at Duan Ling Tian before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. Duan Ling Tian followed suit. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's every move attracted everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had mastered the space sword Dao that was based on Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao. He had mastered the Dao of control, another one of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to not be noticed by all these people. Up until now, I don't think I've seen Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the law of space. Many people suddenly thought of this question. Although Duan Ling Tian had defeated 2 2-star gods of war and defeated Zhou Shaoquan, who was one of the best 2-star gods of war, he did not seem to have mastered the law of space. From the beginning until the end, he had only used the teleportation profundity from the law of space. The first time he had used the law of space to cast the space sword Dao, he had only used a single profundity. The second time he had used the Dao of control to defeat Zhou Shaoquan, he had not used a single profundity from the law of space. Maybe his attainments in the law of space are mediocre. He might not have even fused a single profundity from the law of space, someone said. That's impossible. Some people thought it was impossible. Didn't you see his celestial origin energy? His celestial origin energy is at least at the level of a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He's already a 9 palaces celestial emperor and has mastered 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. Do you think he hasn't mastered a single profundity from the law of space? Many people thought it was impossible. Of course, there were still some people who voiced their doubts. A person's energy is limited. I admit that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension is high, but he's only 600 years old after all. Moreover, he's an ascender who has only ascended for a few hundred years at most. It's already shocking that he has only mastered 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth for a few hundred years. Does he have any other experience in comprehending a single profundity from the law of space? Maybe he hasn't even comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space. When Duan Lingtian returned to his seat in the spectator seats, he heard all these questions. However, he merely smiled and brushed them off. As soon as he returned to his seat, Tang Sanpao stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. He asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, how's your attainment in the law of space? Why are you asking this? Duan Lingtian asked. Hee, Tang Sanpao chuckled. If your attainments in the law of space were ordinary, I would definitely fight you even if you had mastered the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. However, if your attainments in the laws of space are also very high, then I won't fight with you. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Moreover, my reputation will be damaged. I don't want to be laughed at by that old man because I lost to you. I'll just make fun of him for losing to your master. I can't give him the chance to make fun of me. When Tang Sanpao said these words, his face did not turn red, and his expression did not change, as if it was natural. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This Tang Sanpao is really a clown. No wonder Zhang Tianyu said that he doesn't look like an expert at all. Compared to Ling Juan, they were 2 extremes. You'll find out when we fight. Duan Lingtian smiled. Mobile version of the website, M. Chapter 3485. Not only did Duan Lingtian find Tang Sanpao's words funny, but even Zhang Tianyu and the others were rendered speechless. Why didn't this fellow have the self-awareness of a 5-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Even if that's what he thought, he shouldn't have said it out loud, right? Wasn't it embarrassing? You're keeping me in suspense. Tang Sanpao was slightly annoyed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his expression quickly calmed down as he said, forget it. In any case, you won't be able to face me in a short time. As long as your opponents are more capable, they'll be able to force you to show your strength. At that time, I'll see if I should just admit defeat and not enter the arena. Even Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Tang Sanpao's words. Among us, Ling Juan is the only one who hasn't entered the arena yet. Tang Sanpao's attention quickly shifted to Ling Juan. After another 2 rounds, Ling Juan's name finally appeared in the sky above the arena. His opponent was someone called Jianghu. Jianghu is finally going to enter the arena. 10 years ago, Jianghu was already a 3-star god of war. I'm sure he's even stronger now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others finally learned about Ling Juyan's opponent's strength. Although the title temple had introduced each of the 300 participants, including Jianghu, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the list unless the person was extremely outstanding. Duan Lingtian only remembered that the person was a young genius who was suspected to be a 4-star god of war. Jianghu was not included in the list. Jianghu is the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Upper Celestial Pavilion, a heaven-grade force in the blazing heaven. He's only 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. Many people say that he has a chance of becoming a 4-star war god before he turns 1,000 years old. That Ling Juan is said to be Feng Qingtian's rogue cultivator. Although he's an independent cultivator, he's the strongest among the dozen people Feng Qingtian brought from the title temple. Moreover, during the 2nd round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he killed a top 2-star god of war as if he was killing a dog. He's at least a 3-star god of war. A few young geniuses from Feng Qingtian said that Ling Juan is at least one of the best among 3-star war gods. He might even be a 4-star war god. Similar comments came one after another from the audience. Obviously, many of them had done their homework and had a certain understanding of Ling Juan. At this moment, Ling Juan entered the ring and faced off against Jianghu. Jianghu was a young man in a brocade robe. He had a serious look on his face. He stood next to Ling Juyun, who had a cold look on his face. The 2 of them looked at each other silently. Neither of them spoke first, and in the end, neither of them spoke. Swoosh. In the end, Jianghu made the first move. As soon as he made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was an exquisite cauldron. As soon as he threw it out, the cauldron rapidly grew in size. It shrouded Ling Jueyan like a burning volcano as it descended from the sky toward Ling Jueyan. Ling Jueyan's expression was calm as he faced the gigantic cauldron. When the gigantic cauldron got closer and closer to him, another clone of Ling Jueyan leaped out of his body. It was the death clone Profundity from the Law of Death. Black energy swirled around the clone as though black dragons were shrouded in mist. The clone soared into the sky and met the gigantic cauldron fearlessly. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. When Ling Jueyan's death clone clashed with the gigantic cauldron, the flames on the cauldron surged and engulfed Ling Jueyan's death clone in an instant. Jianghu's expression was solemn and the veins on his forehead bulged. Clearly, he had used up all his strength. Ling Jueyan is being suppressed? Just as many people were thinking this as they watched the scene in front of them. Roar! A beast-like roar was heard. Within the surging flames, Ling Jueyan's death clone appeared. With a pair of blood-red eyes, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Then, the death energy around him turned into waves of sharp sword chi. Wherever it passed, the flames were extinguished. Whoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the death energy around Ling Jueyan's death clone quickly converged into a single point and condensed on his fist. Then, he punched out and landed on the gigantic cauldron. The terrifying death energy instantly exploded. Bang! Another loud bang was heard. The gigantic cauldron was sent flying by the punch. The flames on it were also extinguished. Not far away, Jianghu, who was controlling the gigantic cauldron, suffered from the backlash. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body subconsciously retreated a distance. He looked battered and exhausted. I've lost. Jianghu raised his hand and strenuously retrieved the gigantic cauldron. To be precise, it was the small exquisite cauldron. This was because the gigantic cauldron had gradually shrunk on its way back. When it reached Jianghu's hand, it was only the size of his palm. He easily grabbed it with one hand. Ling Jueyan had one just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that most of the young geniuses could not react in time. Only those young geniuses with unique eyesight could see some clues. Although it was only a brief exchange of blows, Jianghu had used all his strength. However, even so, he could not withstand a single blow from Ling Jueyan. In fact, from the beginning to the end, only Ling Jueyan's death clone attacked. His original body stood in the same place and did not move at all. Moreover, he did not use any immortal equipment. If we were to say that in the past, Ling Jueyan was at least one of the best among the 3-star war gods, then now, we are completely sure that Ling Jueyan is at least one of the best among the 4-star war gods. That's right. A normal 4-star war god would not be able to defeat Jianghu's full-strength attack so easily. Ling Jueyan's victory attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone saw with their own eyes that after he defeated Jianghu, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and sat down. Ling Jueyan and Duan Lingtian seem to have been together all along. That's right, they have been together all along. Oh my god. What kind of combination is that? Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyan, and a 5-star war god, Tang Sanpao. In the beginning, not many people paid attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. However, now that Ling Jueyan had won as well, they had become the center of attention. At this time, more people realized that they knew each other and felt that they were very familiar with each other. Birds of a feather flock together. Don't tell me this is what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? The gazes of the crowd swept over and focused on Duan Lingtian's group of 4, causing Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian-yi to feel extremely pressured as they sat together with Duan Lingtian's group of 4. However, when the other 4 battles began, everyone's attention shifted again. As time passed, the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was coming to an end. In this stage, apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyan, and Tang Sanpao, there were other people who performed outstandingly as well. For example, Zhongguoyu, a sectless cultivator who came from the boundless heaven, had surprised everyone since the beginning of the fourth round. There was also Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven. He had displayed the strength of a 4-star war god. As for whether this was the full extent of his strength, no one knew. Unless someone could force him to use even more strength. Apart from that, there were also some people who displayed the strength of a 4-star war god. However, up until now, only Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao had displayed the strength of a 5-star war god. This was because their opponents were 4-star war gods. If they did not display the strength of a 5-star war god, it would be difficult for them to win. As for the others, there were 5-star war gods as well. However, since their opponents were not 4-star war gods, they did not need to use their full strength to defeat their opponents. If their opponents were weak, they could defeat them without using their full strength. Who would use their full strength? Wouldn't that be equivalent to revealing one's trump card in advance? As for Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, they could not do anything. Their opponents were 4-star war gods. If they did not display the strength of a 5-star war god, it would be difficult for them to win. The second stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 3 days. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, announced the end of the first stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. They would have to wait for 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye for the crowd. 3 days was more than enough time for those who had suffered certain injuries to completely heal and recover. After all, during the first stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Devata Realms, one could crush the Jade Token and leave at any time. Even if the victor was injured, it would not be too serious. Before the second stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began, many people were looking forward to it. However, when they really started, they would find that the people who performed well in the previous round wouldn't be matched up against other outstanding people in this round. They would be matched up against weaker people. Under these circumstances, even Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao didn't use the strength of a 5-star war god in this round, let alone those who didn't use their full strength in the previous round. Even Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao didn't use their full strength in this round. In the end, the 75 people who were eliminated were those who had average results in the previous stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 75 people performed relatively well. It seems like the Tidal Temple is planning to save the most exciting duels for the last. Previously, some of the secluded cultivators didn't have any outstanding performances, but after the first stage of the fourth round, I think they'll have a better idea of what's going on. Zhang Tianyu said. That is indeed the case. Wang Ting nodded. During the third stage of the fourth round, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyan, and Tang Sanpao were spectators. Chapter 3486. In the third stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, 75 of the 300 participants who had temporarily advanced did not have to participate. The remaining 225 participants would compete for the 25 spots that had temporarily advanced. 225 people were competing for 25 slots, which meant that roughly 1 in 10 would survive. This process was bound to take a long time, at least longer than the first and second stages combined. Moreover, among these 225 people, although there were some who were not weaker than one of the 75 people who had temporarily advanced, there were not many of them. For this reason, the outcome was not as good as before. For this reason, many heavenly emperors left their seats in just a short while. Many young geniuses left as well. On the other hand, none of the people from the Tidal Temple left. After all, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was organized by the Tidal Temple, so it was impossible for them to leave. If they left, they would be punished by the Tidal Temple. At this moment, even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, left with Feng Qingyang. It's boring. Let's go back and cultivate. When the results are out and we are needed, we will come again. Tang Sanpao said to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jueyan. Duan Lingtian and the other two did not object to Tang Sanpao's words. Therefore, the 4 of them left. Before they left, they asked Zhang Tianyu and the others to inform them after the third stage was over. They had nothing to do with the third stage, but they had to be present during the fourth stage. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian did not leave. Although the battles were not interesting to Duan Lingtian and the others, they were very interested in the battles. After all, the young geniuses who had managed to survive until now were much stronger than them. They were inspired by the battles between the young geniuses. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. At this moment, most of the young geniuses who were leaving the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were among the 75 people who had temporarily advanced to the next round. However, if one were to count the number of people who had left, there were at most 20 to 30 people. See you later. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the lodgings arranged by the Primeval Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. After greeting each other, they went back to their own lodgings. After entering the wooden house and closing the door, Duan Lingtian laid on the bed. His heart was as still as water, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a deep sleep. Although it didn't matter if immortals didn't sleep, when they really wanted to sleep, as long as they closed their perception, it was still very easy to fall asleep. Of course, this kind of sleeping state had to be in an absolutely quiet environment, because as long as there was the slightest movement in the wind, it would wake them up. Unlike ordinary people, some people who were in deep sleep could be so deep that they could not be woken up by lightning. As he slept, Duan Lingtian held the godhood of a paragon in his hand. Before long, he awoke from his dream. In his dream, he saw the same blurry humanoid figure in the void, displaying the profundities of the magical laws of space. The way of control? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. A blurry human figure appeared in front of a mountain range. He stood there, unmoving like a mountain. All of a sudden, he stretched out his arms horizontally. In the next moment, the void around him shook, twisted, and folded. Then, the twisting and folding of space continued to spread in all directions. At first, it was the surrounding void that fell. Then, the clouds on the horizon fell, and finally, the mountain range beneath his feet fell. Boom! Rumble! Under the baptism of the terrible power of space, the mountain range was twisted by the distorted space and turned into fine powder. At the same time, the clouds in the sky disappeared, and the place where the vague human figure was, only a cloud of dust was left. The range of his Tao of control is truly vast. As for mine, it only covers an area of 5 meters with me as the center. It's just like a small domain. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that although the profundities of most of the laws of space covered a wide area, in terms of power and lethality, they were far inferior to the space covered by the way of control. Within the space controlled by the way of control, the person who used the way of control was the god of that space. After a short while, Duan Lingtian saw the humanoid figure moving again. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then, he used the law of space to activate the sword in his hand, displaying all kinds of profundities. His sword Tao has the shadow of Master's destruction sword Tao. This ultimate powerhouse divinity is really strange. Does it know the sword Tao that I've comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Then, he was so frightened that he woke up from his sleep. Duan Lingtian took out the formation plate and set up the isolation formation. With a thought, he opened the little world in his body and communicated with the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, why do I feel that the ultimate powerhouse divinity is strange? It actually understands my sword Tao. Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked the world-cleansing divine water about it. The world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. Based on the number of years she had lived, it would not be an exaggeration to call her an encyclopedia. That's normal. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. The ultimate powerhouse divinity is left behind by the ultimate powerhouse after his death. It's a supreme treasure in heaven and earth. Not only can it help the person who obtains it quickly comprehend the laws and Tao he's skilled in, but it also contains a trace of the ultimate powerhouse's will. With the will of an omnipotent expert, the godhead of an omnipotent expert can be said to be a sentient object to a certain extent. However, even though it has spirituality, it's not a sentient object. It can only do things instinctively. Just as you said, it can understand the sword Tao that you've comprehended. That's one of its instincts. Furthermore, it uses the thoughts of the original owner of the Supreme Expert's Godhead to practice the Tao of sword you've comprehended. Even if the Supreme Expert has never come into contact with the Tao of sword before, he has already mastered the other Taoists of heaven and earth. Naturally, you won't be able to compare to him in terms of comprehension of the Tao of sword. The four Taoists of heaven and earth must have some similarities in certain aspects. The world-cleansing divine water's words completely resolved Duan Lingtian's confusion. As it turned out, the ultimate powerhouse divinity still contained a trace of the ultimate powerhouse's will. Next, Zhou Donghuang glanced at his friends and family in the small world in his body. Seeing that they were all focused on training, he did not disturb them. He closed the small world in his body again and went back to sleep to be a good student. To him, the figure of the ultimate powerhouse divinity in his dreams was a great teacher. Although the third stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses took a long time, it still ended in a month. Among the 225 participants, 25 people had advanced to the next stage. These 25 people were the strongest among the 225 participants. Duan Lingtian, the fourth stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 3 days. The 100 people who have advanced will be challenged by the 200 people who have been eliminated. When Duan Lingtian received Zhang Tianyu's message in his sleep, he immediately woke up. For the next 3 days, he did not continue to sleep. Instead, he began to cultivate to increase the restless celestial origin energy in his body. In the dreamland, the celestial origin energy in his body was involuntarily controlled by his consciousness to a certain extent. It was the same every time he comprehended the supreme powerhouse divinity. Naturally, it only took him half a day to adjust the celestial origin energy in his body. During the rest of the time, he meditated and thought to himself, I must win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I must obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. With the exploding element celestial fruit, I'll be able to save a few decades of cultivation time and become a 10-direction celestial emperor as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian was a 9 palaces celestial emperor and was only one step away from becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor, it was still difficult for him to break through. It was even more difficult than becoming a 6-combo celestial emperor or a 7-star celestial emperor from one basic celestial emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and the abundant resources from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods in his little world helped him. Ordinary people would need at least a few hundred years to break through from a 9 palaces celestial emperor to a 10-direction celestial emperor even if they were extremely talented and stood at the top of the Devata realms. No matter how strong a 5-star god of war is, at most, a 9 palaces celestial emperor who participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even in the long history of the Devata Realms, very few people managed to break through the barrier between a 9 palaces celestial emperor and a 10-direction celestial emperor before the age of 1000. Most of those people had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit or other celestial fruits similar to the exploding element celestial fruit. The Devata Realms were huge, and there were 81 of them. It was not surprising that there were other celestial fruits that were comparable to the exploding element celestial fruit in the Devata Realms. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left his room and sent a message to Suli. Since Suli did not look for him, Duan Lingtian knew Suli was still in the Devata realm. Otherwise, Suli would have greeted him and gone with him. I was in the middle of my cultivation and forgot that today is the 4th stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Suli said with a sigh. Let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled and followed Suli to the Devata Realms Genius Battle. I wonder how many people will challenge us during this stage. Chapter 3487. In the 4th stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, 75 people who had temporarily advanced in the second stage, and 25 people who had temporarily advanced in the third stage, would be challenged by the remaining 200 people who were temporarily eliminated. Each person would be given 10 chances to challenge the remaining 200 people. If each person had 10 chances, there would be a total of 1,000 chances. Naturally, there would not be anyone who would exhaust all their chances. Those who were strong might only need 1 or 2 chances to advance to the next stage. Only those who were weak would need to use 10 chances. Moreover, even after 10 chances, they might not be able to advance. Regardless, the final stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses attracted a lot of attention. Apart from the young geniuses, even the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were present. As for the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branches, they had not even finished the boring third stage. It was only natural that they would come to the final stage. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, appeared. He looked at the young geniuses in the surroundings and said calmly, "Today, the final stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin. The 100 people who can stand at the end of this stage will successfully advance to the next round. Since all of you are aware of the rules, I won't repeat them. Now, the 200 young geniuses who have temporarily been eliminated can challenge the 100 people who have temporarily advanced to the next round. As for the latest information, it's still floating above my head." Although most people had already seen the 100 lines of words, they could not help but look at them when they heard Su Konghai's words. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw his name and the introduction at the back. It was very different from before. Duan Ling Tian, from the solitary destructive heaven. He's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Up until now, his strength is comparable to a top 3-star war god. If he has fused 2 profundities from the law of space, his strength is comparable to a 4-star war god. This was the Tidal Temple's introduction of Duan Ling Tian. Regardless of whether he had fused 2 profundities from the law of space, his strength was comparable to a top 3-star war god. This judgment is quite objective. Duan Ling Tian nodded inwardly. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Jueyan's introduction. Ling Jueyan, from the Feng Qing Tian. His origin is mysterious, but he seems to be acquainted with Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on his current strength, he is at least a 4-star war god. Then, Duan Ling Tian saw the introduction of Tang Sanpao and Su Li. Tang Sanpao was confirmed to be a 5-star warlord or above. As for the introduction, he was a reclusive individual cultivator. Su Li was a disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He had the strength of a 4-star god of war, and he had just become a 4-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian, among the 4 of us, you're the one who's hiding the most. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up. Usually, people who are more sinister hide their strength more deeply. You're quite sinister. Tang Sanpao, it seems like you're very confident in your own strength. Duan Ling Tian turned his head and looked deeply at Tang Sanpao. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Tang Sanpao felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, he squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm just joking, just joking." At the same time, Tang Sanpao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian really had the strength to defeat him? There are quite a lot of 4-star war gods. Su Li looked at the name list floating above Su Konghai's head and said. Hearing this, Duan Ling Tian also looked over. Soon, he discovered that there were more than 20 people who were confirmed to be 4-star war gods or above. It seems like after several rounds of advancement, more and more people can't hide their strength anymore. It wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out this point. There were nearly 34-star war gods and 5-star war gods in total. And this was only based on the introduction on the name list. I'm afraid there are very few people who would challenge 4-star war gods or above. In the previous Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses, 4-star war gods are basically guaranteed to enter the top 30. Zhang Tianyu said. The facts proved that it was just as Zhang Tianyu said. As long as it was a 4-star war god on the name list, no one would take the initiative to challenge them in the final stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses. The 200 people who challenged 4-star war gods or below. Obviously, they were aware of their own strength and knew their chances of winning against a 4-star war god were not high. It could even be said that they had no chance of winning, so they didn't challenge them. Duan Lingtian, there shouldn't be anyone who would challenge us. However, I think there might be someone who would challenge you. Tang Sanpao smiled. Very soon, Tang Sanpao's jinx came true. I, Ouyang Su, challenged Duan Lingtian. The person who challenged Duan Lingtian was a young man dressed in a green robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. At this moment, the young man was standing there. Around his body, there were thin golden sword lights, and there was a huge golden sword that was faintly discernible under his feet. It's Ouyang Su. He's a young genius from the solitary destructive heaven. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as she said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Ouyang Su is a 3-star war god. He's also a famous young genius in the solitary destructive heaven. He's also a sword celestial. Apart from that, Wang Ting seemed to have recalled something as she continued to say, I heard Ouyang Su once knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a month, begging Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as his disciple. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor ignored him. A month later, he left. He's very stubborn. After that, he rose to fame in the solitary destructive heaven and went around challenging young geniuses below the age of 1,000. He was undefeated. 100 years ago, he was already a 3-star war god. After that, he went to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and knelt there for 3 months, begging Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as his disciple. Lord Heavenly Emperor still ignored him. This time, he didn't leave quietly. Instead, he stood outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and made a ruckus. Wang Ting looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously before she continued to say, he asked why Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang didn't accept him as his disciple. He defeated Feng Qingyang's only true disciple with just one move, and he even killed him. At that time, he seemed to know you to a certain extent. He knew you're 300 years younger than him. Wang Ting said, all in all, although he didn't dare to say too much back then, but the meaning behind his words was that the Heavenly Emperor had eyes but no eyes. It's because of his bad eyesight that he chose you as his successor disciple. Oh. There's such a thing? After hearing what Wang Ting said, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ouyang Su's eyes faintly flickered with a fierce light when he stared at him. So it turned out that this was the reason. He was no longer surprised by Ouyang Su's words. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was standing not far away from Ouyang Su. He looked at Ouyang Su calmly and said, make your move. Although Duan Lingtian asked Ouyang Su to make his move, Ouyang Su seemed to have no intention of making a move. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I'm not interested in knowing. At the same time, the onlookers also noticed Ouyang Su's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Does Ouyang Su have a grudge with Duan Lingtian? The way he looks at Duan Lingtian is as though he wants to eat him alive. You can see that as well. There must be a grudge between them. Just like Ouyang Su, I came here with the people from the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Ouyang Su is a famous young genius in the solitary destructive heaven. However, this is the first time he's meeting Duan Lingtian in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, there's no enmity between them. No enmity? That's impossible, right? Ouyang Su has knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven twice, begging to be Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. However, as it turned out, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was unwilling to accept Ouyang Su as his disciple. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian. Ouyang Su glared at Duan Ling Tian as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Today, I'll show Lord Heavenly Emperor how weak you are even though you're his only true disciple. As soon as Ouyang Su's voice fell, his aura soared. Golden light wreaked havoc around his body. It was as if his entire body was covered with a layer of golden light. The golden light on the surface of his body soared and vaguely transformed into a giant sword. Around the giant sword, streaks of golden sword light twirled around it. It was gorgeous and dazzling. I'll wait and see. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but laugh. Brother Feng, your disciple is really calm. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. As for Ouyang Su, from the beginning until the end, the heavenly emperor of the wind heaven did not even look at him. Duan Ling Tian, I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Ouyang Su cried out before he transformed into a sword and charged at Duan Ling Tian. Sword rays rained down on Ouyang Su like a shadow. Many profundities from the law of metal were revealed, including the fused profundities. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays tore through the air and created a series of ear-piercing sword whistles that sounded like the sound of waves crashing on the sea. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3488. As soon as Ouyang Su made his move, the entire arena was shrouded in a golden light. When every sword howl flashed out, it faintly carried along a fierce tearing sound as it tore through the air. Numerous sword lights shot towards Duan Ling Tian in unison. Duan Ling Tian could not help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Ouyang Su's strength. Based on Ouyang Su's current strength, he was not just a 3-star god of war. He was at least a 4-star god of war. When Duan Ling Tian discovered Ouyang Su's strength, many of the young geniuses in the crowd had also discovered Ouyang Su's strength. Ouyang Su is not a 3-star god of war, he's a 4-star god of war. He was a 3-star god of war 100 years ago. It's normal for him to be a 4-star god of war now. A 4-star god of war under the age of 1000. In the Devata realms, there aren't more than 30 to 40 people like him. More than 90% of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms would be willing to accept him as a disciple, right? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang isn't one of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Initially, I thought Ouyang Su might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian if he's a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be a 4-star god of war. In this case, unless Duan Ling Tian is a 4-star god of war as well, he won't be able to defeat Ouyang Su. The Tidal Temple had determined Duan Ling Tian's strength to be at the peak of the 3-star god of war. This was based on the fact that he had comprehended fused profundities from the law of space. The Tidal Temple had only taken into account 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. Fancy but impractical. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian casually waved his hand. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space surged out in just a blink of an eye as gray sword rays shot out. Swoosh! 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 This scene caused many people to be shocked. Duan Ling Tian's attack can actually tear apart space? Any ordinary immortal could tear the space of a mundane plane apart with a wave of their hand. However, the space in the Devata realms was extremely stable. Even a powerful titled celestial emperor would not be able to tear it apart. Rumor had it that only gods who were above celestials could tear it apart. Of course, the tearing here was a complete tearing. When powerful titled celestial emperors fought, they could cause the space around them to tremble and tear apart. However, the tear in space was barely noticeable. However, there was no lack of people with unique insight among the young geniuses present. It's not that his attack can tear space apart. It's that his sword technique contains the dimensional/profundity, and other profundities. The dimensional/profound seems to have fused with other profound meanings. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space are also very high. He has comprehended more than one fusion profundity. Amidst the exclamations of these young geniuses, Duan Ling Tian's grayish sword rays had already collided with Ouyang Su's dazzling golden sword rays. In other words, Duan Lingtian's attack was insignificant compared to Ouyang Su's attack. The light of Ouyang Su's attack was like the light of the bright moon, whereas Duan Ling Tian's attack was like specks of light, unable to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon. Swoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the others, when Duan Ling Tian and Ouyang Su's attacks were about to collide, Duan Ling Tian's figure teleported everywhere like a ghost. Numerous afterimages appeared in all directions and shrouded Ouyang Su. Swoosh! Swoosh! With Ouyang Su as the center, the space around him began to vibrate. It was as if an invisible hand was trying to grab him, causing the space around him to shrink rapidly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden light around Ouyang Su's body and the rain of golden swords were strangely drawn in. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and squeezing them continuously. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ouyang Su was squeezed into a cube. Because his golden energy filled the entire space, the cube appeared. Otherwise, no one would have been able to see that the confined space was a cube. It's the law of space's confinement profundity. He confined Ouyang Su. It's impossible to confine Ouyang Su, right? Ouyang Su is a 4-star god of war. Within the confined space, Ouyang Su stared at Duan Lingtian from afar and smiled coldly. Naive. Do you think that your puny spatial confinement can confine me? Next, break for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Su's eyes turned cold. The golden sword chi around him increased in intensity. Break for me. The moment Ouyang Su made his move, Duan Lingtian's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Duan Lingtian teleported to the vicinity of the confined space and used his way of control to control the space within a 5-meter radius. The entire confined space was covered by Duan Lingtian's way of control. As for the other part of the space that was not covered by the way of control, the gray sword chi followed along with the cracks in the space. Swoosh! 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 Boom! 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 Ouyang Su made his move. The sword chi wreaked havoc as if it could annihilate everything. It fell on the confined space like raindrops and set off thunderous booms that shook the heavens and the earth. However, Duan Ling Tian's space-shrouding Dao did not budge at all when he cast his space-shackling Dao. However, there was still a large gap. Ouyang Su's attack broke through it. However, just as he was pleasantly surprised and thought that he had found a way out, the gray sword chi followed along with the cracks in the space and easily annihilated his golden sword chi. Then, in the blink of an eye, deep sword marks were left on his body. Ah, intense pain came from every part of his body. Ouyang Su could not help but cry out in shock. He could endure normal pain. However, this kind of pain felt as if thousands of small knives were slicing his body at the same time. The pain that came from every part of his body caused his senses to be stimulated to the extreme. It was unbearable. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian destroyed the confined space with a thought. It condensed into a violent spatial energy that landed on Ouyang Su's body and sent him flying. As he flew out, Ouyang Su spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Ouyang Su, who had the strength of a 4-star war god, was defeated just like that. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. From the beginning to the end, he did not even touch Duan Lingtian. Before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian, he was controlled by Duan Lingtian. He was toyed with in the palm of Duan Lingtian's hand. Hiss! 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 As Duan Lingtian easily defeated Ouyang Sun, who had the strength of a 4-star war god, the entire audience could not help but gasp. The scene in front of them was something that most people did not expect. This Duan Lingtian is actually able to defeat Ouyang Su, who has the strength of a 4-star war god, so easily? Oh my god. Even Su Li would at most be able to tie with Ouyang Su, right? I originally thought that Su Li was already monstrous enough. For him to be as monstrous as Su Li is already very shocking. I did not expect him to be even more monstrous and completely leave Su Li behind. This Duan Lingtian not only grasped 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth, but his attainments in the law of space are also not low. After the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Su, Duan Lingtian had further displayed his strength. This was something that he had not displayed before, but now that he had displayed it, everyone was shocked. At the same time, many people instinctively turned to look in the direction of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's no wonder the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven accepted Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple and rejected Ouyang Su. Both Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Su aren't even on the same level. Ouyang Su is 200 to 300 years older than Duan Lingtian, but their strength is so much weaker. The gap between the two of them is just too big. As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only is he powerful, but even his direct disciple is monstrous. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seems to have obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor of the wind heaven before he became a celestial in the mundane realm. In the past, many people had thought Feng Qingyang's ability to pick a disciple was perfunctory and casual. However, now, they were convinced he had a good eye for talent. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's performance in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Every time Duan Lingtian makes a move, it's always shocking. I wonder if he used his full strength today. If he didn't use his full strength, he might be a 5-star god of war or even a 6-star god of war. A 6-star god of war? Is that possible? In the history of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, it's rare for a 6-star god of war to appear, right? The Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years, and a 6-star god of war only appears once every 10,000 years. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian returned to the spectator area. Naturally, Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian were waiting for him in shock. As for Su Li and Ling Jueyan, they did not seem surprised at all. At the very least, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian should be this way. If Duan Lingtian could not even deal with Ouyang Su, they would find it strange. Duan Lingtian, did you use your full strength earlier? Tang Sanpao asked tentatively. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and smiled mysteriously. What? If I used my full strength earlier, are you confident you can deal with me? Tang Sanpao smiled awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. How could that be? Of course not. With your current strength, I'm afraid that if I were to fight you, we would at most end up in a draw. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 3489. Duan Lingtian's victory over Ouyang Su, who was a 4-star god of war, had shocked everyone. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors were shocked as well. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, who was only slightly over 600 years old, to be so powerful. Previously, they were already shocked when Su Li broke through and became a 4-star god of war. They had never heard of a 600-year-old 4-star god of war in the history of the Devata realms. Currently, Duan Lingtian was even more heaven-defying. Although he was about the same age as Su Li, he was already a 5-star god of war. He easily defeated Ouyang Su, the young genius from the solitary destructive heaven, who was a 4-star god of war. Brother Feng, you've really recruited a good disciple. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, sighed emotionally as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Although Feng Qingyang only smiled modestly and remained silent, anyone with a discerning eye could see the glint in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious he was not as calm and indifferent as he appeared when he heard Ding Fu's praise. It seems that none of us will challenge you anymore. Tang Sanpao shook his head and said. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the weakest among them was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, it would be easy for them to obtain a spot in the 4th round of the Devata realms. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that no one would challenge them. Not only would they lose, but they might even be injured. After all, even Ouyang Su, the 4-star god of war, was severely injured by Duan Lingtian. Even with the high-grade healing pills from the Tidal Temple, it would take a few days for Ouyang Su to recover from his injuries. However, since Ouyang Su had displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a spot in the 4th round. Moreover, after he had temporarily advanced to the 4th round, no one would challenge him anymore. Even if the Tidal Temple wanted to send a 4-star god of war to the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, no one would have any objections. Boring, boring. 2 days later, Tang Sanpao shook his head and said impatiently. During the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, although there were occasionally some people who displayed extraordinary strength, the strongest among them were only 3-star gods of war. Those who were strong had already advanced to the next stage and displayed strength equivalent to a 4-star god of war. Although they felt it was pointless to continue watching since they had no chance of being challenged, they could not leave. According to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they had to stay here until the battle ended. Otherwise, if someone were to challenge them and they weren't there, how would that be? Of course, Duan Lingtian had already begun to close his eyes and meditate a day earlier. Naturally, he didn't dare to reveal the godhead of a supreme powerhouse in public. After all, even his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wouldn't be able to protect him. Time flew. In just a blink of an eye, another few days had passed. At this time, the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was coming to an end. Fewer and fewer people were challenging the participants. Naturally, there were also many people who had used up their 10 chances to challenge the participants. Let's end this quickly. I'm looking forward to the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses. Many young geniuses who had not advanced to the next round had similar thoughts. Of course, there were also many young geniuses who watched every single battle with great interest. For example, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. Their strengths were inferior to any of the people battling in the field, so they were able to obtain some inspiration from various aspects by watching the battles in the field. It's over. Finally, after a few days, the 4th stage of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end. In the next month, the 100 participants who have advanced to the next round can rest well. The 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in this place. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of overseeing the Battle of the Geniuses, announced loudly. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses came to an end. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their accommodations in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Sanpao called out to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juan. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi did not return with them. All of them knew their limits and knew that the 3 of them were destined to not be in the same circle as Duan Lingtian's group. What's the matter? Su Li asked as he looked at Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiuyan looked at Tang Sanpao curiously. Do you know about the primeval precipice in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven? Tang Sanpao asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's question. A few days ago, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven announced that anyone who enters the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will be allowed to enter the primeval precipice. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up as he said, now that we've obtained the right to enter the primeval precipice, what do you think? Shall we go and have a look? What's that? Su Li asked. Really? You don't know about the primeval precipice? Tang Sanpao's eyes widened in disbelief. The primeval precipice was left behind by the first heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. It said that the first heavenly emperor became a supreme powerhouse. However, this is only a legend. Nobody knows if it's true or not. After all, the first heavenly emperor never appeared again. He's the one who left the primordial precipice behind. It's said that he devoured the souls of powerhouses who comprehended the profundities of the laws and left them on a cliff in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, Duanling Tian said. Although that place isn't as direct and straightforward as the titled God Emperor's law chamber, which directly helps you increase your comprehension of the laws, for those who have never been there before, their comprehension of the laws will still be greatly improved. The higher the comprehension ability, the more benefits there will be. Tang Sanpao said. There is such a place? After hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Su Li was tempted. Even Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juan were a little tempted. Where is the primordial precipice? Su Li took the initiative to ask. He. Come with me. Earlier on, I had already discovered the location of the primordial precipice. Earlier, I saw Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, and Zhong Guiyu, the reclusive sectless cultivator, heading in that direction. It's obvious they're heading to the primordial precipice as well. After saying that, Tang Sanpao led Duan Ling Tian and the others to the other side of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. This was a remote mountain range. Occasionally, they would see the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Usually, each patrolling elder would bring 10 patrolling disciples with him. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived, they were stopped and questioned. After their identities were confirmed, they were allowed to leave. Soon after, under Tang Sanpao's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at a huge mountain shrouded in clouds. The mountain towered into the sky like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it was shrouded in clouds from halfway up the mountain. That was no ordinary cloud. With a single glance, one could tell that it was a cloud formed by an array formation. Outside the huge mountain, there were even more patrolling guards from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. It's really heavily guarded. Tang Sanpao sighed. The primordial precipice is a treasure of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Every heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven treats it like a peerless treasure. I didn't expect the current heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven to be so generous as to allow us to enter. Of course, some people say the Tidal Temple must have offered a hefty reward for the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven to allow outsiders to enter. If that's the case, the Tidal Temple has done a good deed. Tang Sanpao said. The Tidal Temple? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Although he did not have much contact with the Tidal Temple, based on what his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him, the Tidal Temple was not a selfless and generous force. Even the Tidal Temple held the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to recruit young geniuses from various Devata realms to join the Tidal Temple. Rumor had it that some sectless geniuses with no background would be forcefully imprisoned by the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple would use a secret technique to plant restrictions in their bodies to force them to work for the Tidal Temple. In short, the Tidal Temple was not a good organization. Are all of you participants in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Soon after, a patrolling team from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others and blocked their path. Yes. Tang Sanpao nodded. Wang Ku, bring them to the people from the Tidal Temple. The leader of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven said to a disciple from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. The disciple quickly led Duan Ling Tian and the others to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived at the other side of the mountain, Duan Ling Tian and the others saw some people who had also entered the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had arrived before them. Tathagata. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw the people from the Tidal Temple. One of them was none other than Tathagata, the palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. Meanwhile, Tathagata seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze as well. His sharp gaze pierced through the void and instantly landed on Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3490. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Tathagata would be here as well. However, when he thought about Tathagata's identity, he felt relieved. Since they had advanced to the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it was only natural that the title temple would send people to maintain order and verify their identities. Gentlemen, as long as your identities are verified by the title temple, the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven will bring you to the primeval precipice. A disciple from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven who led Duan Ling Tian and the others here said to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, Tathagata was here to verify their identities. However, Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Why would Tathagata, the palace master of a title temple's branch of the title temple, be here to verify their identities? When Duan Ling Tian recalled how Tathagata had targeted him earlier, he quickly sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Master, I'm preparing to enter the primeval precipice. The people in charge of verifying the identities of those who enter the primeval precipice are led by Tathagata, the palace master of a title temple's branch of the title temple. I find it strange that a palace master of a title temple would personally come here. Normally, a vice palace master of a title temple would be able to handle this. Duan Ling Tian voiced his concerns. Previously, Tathagata dared to probe him in front of his master, Feng Qingyang. Now that his master was not around, there was no telling what Tathagata would do. However, he did not know why Tathagata was targeting him. Could it be because he had successfully cultivated the flaming yellow physique? In any case, for safety reasons, Duan Ling Tian had informed his master, Feng Qingyang, about this. Based on his master's relationship with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, it should not be difficult for him to enter the primeval precipice. It was just as Duan Ling Tian had thought. Almost as soon as he sent the message, his master, Feng Qingyang, went to look for Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was the one who allowed the 100 participants to enter the primeval precipice. To Ding Fu, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven was his home, and the primeval precipice was his backyard. Originally, Duan Ling Tian thought that if he wanted to enter the primordial precipice, it would not be so smooth. Perhaps Tathagata would make things difficult for him. But to his surprise, Tathagata let him in directly without any intention of making things difficult for him. Could it be that he wants to do something inside? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Before entering the primeval precipice, he sent a message to his master. Then, he entered the primeval precipice with Su Li, Ling Jueyan, and Tang Sanpao. The primeval precipice was located on a steep cliff surrounded by clouds and mist. To get close to it, one had to have someone from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven open a gap in the formation. Without someone from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, even a god would not be able to enter. After all, the formation was set up by the first heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. Moreover, when he set up the formation, he had been a god for many years and was considered a powerhouse among gods. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the formation, his eyes lit up. The clouds and mist had completely disappeared, and a natural gigantic mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain was lush with greenery, birds chirping, and flowers blooming. They're up there, Tang Sanpao said as he looked up at the sky. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Su Li followed his gaze and saw familiar figures at the top of the mountain. Since they were too far away, they looked like tiny black dots in the sky. Almost everyone is here. When Duan Ling Tian arrived near the primeval precipice, he discovered there were already 70 to 80 people gathered here. Many of them were injured during the last stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to make it here. Duan Ling Tian could understand why they were so stubborn. Although these people were injured, this was a rare opportunity to enter the primeval precipice. Perhaps, they would be able to gain some insights and improve their strength. Perhaps, they would be able to achieve better results in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The laws contained in the primeval precipice are all in different places. Let's split up and look for them. After Duan Ling Tian's group arrived at the primeval precipice, they noticed this problem. Su Li frowned as he spoke. All right. Duan Ling Tian and the others nodded. Duan Ling Tian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Ling Tian was about to search for the primeval precipice that contained the law of space. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar face. Yu Dongfang? It was none other than Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heavenly Palace. Duan Lingtian, you're stronger than I thought. Yu Dongfang approached Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war when you're only slightly over 600 years old. When I was your age, I'm afraid you could easily defeat me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. You're quite strong as well. You're still hiding your strength. You're at least a 5-star god of war, right? Yu Dongfang smiled and said, I look forward to our duel. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, I still have to look for the primeval precipice that contains the law of space, so I won't chat with you any longer. All right. Yu Dongfang replied and left. He was also looking for the primeval precipice that contained the law of space that he was skilled in. At the peak of the giant mountain, the primordial precipice wasn't all together. Each primordial precipice could only allow one person to comprehend the primordial precipice. If someone was on a primordial precipice, as long as someone's consciousness touched it, the others couldn't explore that primordial precipice. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had also sensed the fluctuation of the law of space on the primeval precipice. However, there were already people on the primeval precipice. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws and there were not many people who had comprehended it, the participants of the Battle of Geniuses this time were the most outstanding young geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Devata realms. In particular, there was only one person in each Devata realm who was qualified to enter the Battle of Geniuses. Over there. After a while, Duan Lingtian sensed the fluctuation of the law of space again. Then, he saw a primeval precipice that was devoid of people. He quickly moved over and occupied the primeval precipice. After observing his surroundings, it was not difficult to see a few people in front of the primeval precipice. The primordial precipice was actually a special precipice in front of the cliff. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a special power pulsing within it. One could vaguely see some light on its surface. For example, the primeval precipice that Duan Lingtian was standing on was emitting a faint gray light. This was the color that appeared when one merged the law of space's space elemental profundity with one's celestial origin energy. I can comprehend the law of space just by using my divine consciousness. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian divided a portion of his divine consciousness and merged it with the primeval precipice. The other portion of his divine consciousness remained vigilant of his surroundings. Moments later, after Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the primordial precipice, an image appeared in his mind. An old woman in green was fighting with a burly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was skilled in the law of earth. His entire body was airtight, and it was difficult to injure him. However, in front of the middle-aged man who was skilled in defense, the green-clad old woman merely raised her hand, and 9 spatial rifts appeared around the middle-aged man. 9 cross-dimensional/profundity appeared and shot toward the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 In the beginning, the middle-aged man managed to block the old woman's attack. However, the old woman's figure flickered and turned into nothingness. Then, the 9-dimensional/attacks fused together with the much dimmer spatial light. The moment the old woman appeared behind the middle-aged man, she grabbed the condensed attack in her hand and slashed at the middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! Bursts of earthy yellow light appeared around the middle-aged man's neck, forming an airtight defense. Even then, it was useless. Buzz! Although the old woman's attack could not penetrate the middle-aged man's defenses, it was still able to cut through the middle-aged man's defenses. In the end, it successfully severed the middle-aged man's head. Fusion of 4 profundities. It's the fusion of the law of space's transportation profundity, teleportation profundity, cross-dimensional/profundity, and distortion profundity. After all, even among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there were very few people who could comprehend the fusion of 4 profundities from a law. Once one comprehended the fusion of 4 profundities from a law, even if one was not a divine beast or a mutant, one would still be able to become an 8-star god of war. If one had mastered the fusion of profundities from a law, one would have the strength of a 9-star god of war. Swoosh. After the old woman killed the middle-aged man, the scene in Duan Lingtian's mind changed to the scene above a lake. It was still the old woman, but her opponent had changed. In the end, the old woman still managed to kill her opponent. Swoosh. 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 The changes in the images allowed Duan Lingtian to gain a deeper understanding of the old woman's technique. The primordial precipice is really a good place. Multiple battles with the same person are equivalent to multiple floating image pearls that record the same person's battle. The value of a set of floating image pearls is comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Chapter 3491. Duan Lingtian sighed as he stood in front of the primordial precipice. After Duan Lingtian entered the primordial precipice, Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuantian Heaven Hall, did not personally verify Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, other people could do the same. How confident are you? A figure stood near the primordial precipice. Even the people from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven did not notice him. At this moment, he was looking at Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuantian Heaven Hall. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master Su. I'm 90% confident. Tathagata replied confidently. You're not 100% confident? The person standing in front of Tathagata was none other than Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the title temple's main hall. Tathagata was the one who had planned this. However, Tathagata had invited him to oversee the situation in case Feng Qingyang arrived too early and delayed his plan. He needed more time. For this reason, Tathagata had invited Su Konghai here in hopes that Su Konghai would be able to delay Feng Qingyang at the critical moment. This was to prevent Feng Qingyang from arriving too quickly and ruining his plan. Naturally, Tathagata would not tell Su Konghai that he was planning to possess Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Su Konghai was unaware that Tathagata's body was currently being controlled by Yahiko from the undead world. Yahiko was very cunning. He knew the title temple would not let go of Duan Lingtian, who had mastered 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth so easily. For this reason, he had told Su Konghai that he would capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the main hall. In fact, he had already made up his mind. As long as he could successfully abduct Duan Lingtian, he would find a place where no one could find him. After 100 years, his divine soul would recover and he would possess Duan Lingtian. Then, he would release Tathagata to bear the brunt of the title temple's wrath. As for Feng Qingyang's anger, it was difficult for him to transfer it to Tathagata. He knew this very well. Feng Qingyang and the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan, were old friends, so he believed Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. Gongsun Xianyuan also knew that Yahiko had taken control of Tathagata's body. On the other hand, the title temple would not believe Gongsun Xuanyuan's words so easily. Even if they did, they would not give up so easily. Actually, I'm 100% sure. But, there's always the possibility of an accident, so I can't be too sure. Seeing that Su Konghai was frowning with dissatisfaction, the Buddha, or Master Yahiko, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Yes. Su Konghai nodded. Prepare yourself and make a move as soon as possible. As you said, Feng Qingyang left a divine soul imprint on Duan Lingtian. If you make a move on him, Feng Qingyang will know immediately and rush over. Understood. Master Yahiko nodded before he left. He immediately went to look for the elder of the primordial heaven who was in charge of controlling the primordial precipice formation. I would like to enter the primordial precipice formation. The elder of the primordial heaven frowned when he saw Master Yahiko. He said hesitantly, Temple Master Tathagata, the primordial heaven's heavenly emperor palace has only agreed to allow 100 young geniuses to enter the primordial precipice formation. I'm afraid you can't enter. Tathagata was not surprised to hear the elder's words. He smiled faintly and said, Elder, I'd like to enter the primordial precipice formation to take a look at my disciples. I want to see if I can give them some pointers while they're comprehending the primordial precipice formation. Can you do me a favor? Tathagata said as he took out a ferrule from his spatial ring. This ferrule is an emperor-grade celestial weapon that I used in the past. Although its artifact spirit is injured and it'll take many years to recover, we Celestials don't lack time. If you're willing to do me a favor, this ferrule will belong to you. What do you think? A bright smile appeared on Tathagata's face when he finished speaking. The elder of the primordial heaven's heavenly palace's eyes lit up when he heard Tathagata's words. However, he said warily, Temple Master Tathagata, I'm afraid you don't just want to enter the primordial precipice formation to give pointers to your disciples, right? An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even if the artifact spirit was injured and it would take many years to recover, Tathagata was right. I like to talk to smart people. Tathagata smiled. Does it matter to you what I do in the primordial precipice formation? If something happens, you can just say that I forced you to enter the primordial heaven's heavenly palace. Even if you can't handle it, don't tell me an emperor-grade celestial weapon isn't enough for you to leave the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven and escape punishment? Tathagata asked. On Tathagata's face, there was also a victorious smile. He did not think Tathagata would refuse. An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was extremely tempting to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. It was worth it even if he had to betray the heavenly palace of a Devata realm. The elder of the heavenly palace of the primordial heavens' expression changed several times before he finally accepted the ferrule. Thank you, Temple Master Tathagata. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven opened the formation and allowed Tathagata to enter. Temple Master Tathagata, please enter. All right. Tathagata nodded. A hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he flew into the primordial precipice. It was as though there were precious treasures waiting for him inside the primordial precipice. After entering the primordial precipice, Tathagata concealed himself so that no one would be alerted. Not long after, he found traces of his target this time. A handsome young man in a purple robe with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes stood in front of a primitive precipice, comprehending the law marks left behind on the precipice. The faint aura of the law of space spread out from the precipice. This body is much stronger than mine. The greed in Tathagata's eyes surged. He waved his hand, and in an instant, 36 golden beads flew out. They floated in the air in a very orderly manner, forming some kind of resonance with each other. Swoosh. Thus, a formation was set up. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the primordial precipice, sensed something amiss with his divine consciousness and quickly regained his senses. With just a glance, he saw the formation that enveloped him and a large space around him. There was also a familiar figure. Tathagata. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuantian Branch Temple. Hall Master Tathagata. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Tathagata with a grave expression. Why are you here? I'm here for you. Tathagata stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes. He was like a wolf that had not eaten for a long time and was drooling over Duan Lingtian. I want to know. Why are you targeting me? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. This was something that had been bothering him for a long time. Targeting you? Tathagata was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. No, you're wrong. I'm not targeting you. I'm just interested in your body. And your comprehension of the four Daoists of heaven and earth. As his voice fell, the greed in Tathagata's eyes, or more accurately, in Master Yahiko's eyes, was undisguised. You want to possess me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He finally understood why Tathagata dared to probe him in front of his master when he knew he had the flaming yellow physique. It turned out that he wanted to possess him. Yes. Yahiko answered again. However, because my soul was injured by your master Feng Qingyang, I have to wait for 100 years before I can possess you. For the next 100 years, I will imprison you in my small world. I know you have Feng Qingyang's soul imprint on you. However, even if his soul imprint is here, he won't be able to save you this time. Master Yahiko took a step forward and said coldly, I know you have Feng Qingyang's soul imprint. I will destroy his soul imprint so that at most he will know that his soul imprint was destroyed here, but he won't know who destroyed it. By the time he comes, I will have already left. Yahiko smiled brightly. In the future, when I possess your body and master 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth, coupled with my own means. Once I become a god, I will use your body to kill Feng Qingyang. That scene will be wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. Yahiko's eyes flashed. Now, I will destroy the soul imprint Feng Qingyang left on you and imprison you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better cooperate. As soon as Master Miyan's voice fell, the spirit array that enveloped the area suddenly activated, and from his body, waves of extremely terrifying oppressive force swept out. The formation was used to prevent the soul imprint Feng Qingyang left on Duan Lingtian from transmitting information to the outside world. As long as the information was not transmitted, Feng Qingyang could only sense where his soul imprint was destroyed, but not what happened. He did not want to expose himself for the time being. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm as he faced Yahiko. Thank you for answering my question. Duan Lingtian's calmness was beyond Yahiko's expectations. At the same time, he could not help but have a bad feeling about this. Almost at the same time, he felt an ominous premonition. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air was earth-shattering. Then, the 36 dazzling pearls that formed the formation shattered, and the formation was destroyed. In the next moment, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Miyan. Naturally, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Feng Qingyang who had just appeared next to Duan Lingtian, Yahiko was none other than Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple Xian Yuantian sub-temple. Chapter 3492. Feng Qingyang. Yahiko's expression changed drastically when he saw Feng Qingyang. He could not figure out how Feng Qingyang managed to arrive so quickly. After all, he did not even have the time to remove the soul imprint that Duan Lingtian had left on Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Feng Qingyang had been protecting Duan Lingtian all this while? Duan Lingtian was merely a true disciple. No matter how outstanding Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to sacrifice his time and freedom to protect Duan Lingtian. You. Why are you here? Yahiko's expression was unsightly. Fear could be heard in his voice when he spoke. If I wasn't here, I'm afraid you would have succeeded, right? Feng Qingyang took a deep look at Guru Mahia. He had arrived a long time ago, so he had heard everything Guru Mahia said. Naturally, he did not know who Guru Mahia was. He only thought that Guru Mahia was Tathagata. Humph. Yahiko snorted coldly. His expression was unsightly as he prepared to flee. However, in front of the well-prepared Feng Qingyang, how could he run away so easily? Since you're here, why don't you stay? As soon as Feng Qingyang spoke, khaki-colored sword rays flashed in the air and formed a huge cage that trapped Yahiko. Facing Feng Qingyang's attack, Lord Mihiko's expression turned solemn. However, he was also a god. Even though he was facing a powerful enemy, he didn't panic. He raised his hand, and the kasaya on his body swelled up. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and flew out. He wanted to open a path and escape. Yahiko did not have any techniques to fight Feng Qingyang. If he was at his peak, he would not be afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, the problem was, not long ago, his divine soul had been injured by Feng Qingyang, which greatly affected his strength. Now, even a person who had just become a god could probably beat him. Under such circumstances, unless he was an idiot, it was absolutely impossible for him to face Feng Qingyang head-on. What a strong power! When Master Mihiko made his move, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the power contained in that golden light. If it fell on him, he was afraid that he would die without a doubt even if he used all his skills. However, he soon saw that such a terrifying power was easily blocked by his master, Feng Qingyang. Even Master Yahiko couldn't break through the cage formed by the sword light. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering noises spread out in a timely manner. attracting the attention of everyone within the primitive precipice. Only the people outside the primitive precipice were unable to detect the abnormality due to the isolation of the formation from the outside world. It didn't take long for all the young geniuses to gather at the place where Feng Qingyang trapped Yihiko. Nearly 100 young geniuses had gathered at the same place. Su Li, Ling Jueyan, and Tang Sanpao were all present. Zhong Guiyu and Yu Dongfang were also present. It's Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuan Heaven Branch. Hall Master Tathagata, the Great Sun Celestial Emperor, is actually trapped by the Wind Heavenly Emperor? The Wind Heavenly Emperor is so powerful? Didn't Hall Master Tathagata say he's going to fight the Wind Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? He's so weak, but he still dares to challenge the Wind Heavenly Emperor? The group of young geniuses recognized Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang, and Tathagata, who was trapped by Feng Qingyang's technique. Lord Heavenly Emperor. Many of the young prodigies were nurtured by the Tidal Temple. They stepped forward and bowed at Feng Qingyang before they asked, "May I know how our Tidal Temple Master Rulai has offended you?" "Lord Heavenly Emperor, please have mercy on us." Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at the Tidal Temple's strength. Among the nearly 100 young geniuses who stood out in the Devata realms, more than a dozen of them were from the Tidal Temple. Let alone heaven-grade forces, even the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms would not be able to produce more than 2 geniuses who could make it to the 5th round of the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses. However, Feng Qingyang ignored the young geniuses from the Tidal Temple who stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on Tathagata as he said indifferently, "Tathagata, you'll be the second god I, Feng Qingyang, kill." The second god he killed. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Based on his master's words, Duan Lingtian had killed a god before? "Feng Qingyang, if you kill me, the Tidal Temple won't let you go easily." Yihiko, who had taken control of Tathagata's body, said in a deep voice. He knew he was no match for Feng Qingyang since his soul was injured. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to escape from Feng Qingyang. He had used all his strength earlier, but he was still unable to escape from Feng Qingyang's attack. In the face of death, he had brought up the Tidal Temple's name. "Tathagata, you want to possess my disciple, Duan Lingtian's body? I'm curious if the Tidal Temple will care about the enmity between you and me. However, if the Tidal Temple insists, I, Feng Qingyang, don't mind visiting the Tidal Temple's branch palaces in the Devata realms." Feng Qingyang said indifferently, "In the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases where the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were destroyed and the people in the branch palaces were killed. Feng Qingyang, do you want to compete with that person from back then?" Yihiko sneered. "I'm afraid you're not qualified to compete with him. The Tidal Temple is free to see if I'm qualified or not." Feng Qingyang said indifferently, "Naturally, you won't have the chance to see him." As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, a yellow light swept out from his body. It was as if a majestic energy had swept out from his body. In the midst of this terrifying energy, sword rays filled the sky as if they were about to destroy the heavens and earth. Swoosh! 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 The sword chi broke through the void and rushed towards Yihiko. During this process, a series of space cracks appeared in the void, looking ferocious and terrifying. This technique was different from the one Duan Lingtian had used during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. When Duan Lingtian attacked, although spatial tears followed him like a shadow, they were caused by the law of space. However, Feng Qingyang had used his own technique to tear the space apart. In the Devata realms, only god-level powerhouses were capable of such a feat. Even a titled celestial emperor with the strength of a 9-star god of war could not do such a thing. Swoosh! Swoosh! Facing Feng Qingyang's attack, Yihiko naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. With a serious expression on his face, his monastic robe expanded again. When he waved it, 2 gigantic blades of light shot out. A series of sizzling sounds could be heard in the void, and then a series of ferocious spatial rifts appeared out of thin air. Needless to say, the spatial rifts were not as wide as the spatial rifts created by Feng Qingyang's attack. In just a blink of an eye, both of their techniques collided. In just a blink of an eye, everything was calm. However, this was, without a doubt, the calm before the storm. After a short stalemate, the attacks of the two finally erupted. An incomparably bright light was emitted, and a frightening pressure caused the expressions of the group of young geniuses present to change. They hurriedly flew backwards, deeply afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as though heaven and earth were falling apart. Then, silence reigned. Of course, it was not truly silent. There was still a slight sound of air being torn apart, as well as the sound of space being torn apart. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Qingyang's attack destroyed Tathagata's attack and tore the space apart as it flew toward Yahiko. As Yahiko tried to dodge the attack, Feng Qingyang's attack left many wounds on his body. One had to admit that Yahiko's technique was brilliant. When Feng Qingyang's attack landed, Yahiko managed to avoid being fatally injured. Feng Qingyang. If you dare to kill me, not only you, but your disciples and those who are related to you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will also be doomed. My elder brother is a god king. As Lord Yahiko's injuries continued to increase, his speed slowed down and his aura weakened. He finally spoke again in a flustered tone. He even mentioned his elder brother and said that his elder brother was a divine king expert. However, Feng Qingyang's expression remained unchanged as though he did not hear Yahiko's words at all. A threat? If he, Feng Qingyang, was afraid of threats, he would not have survived to this day. Regardless of whether Yahiko was telling the truth or not, so what if Yahiko was telling the truth? Yahiko was only a god king. Feng Qingyang's true body was only a stone's throw away from breaking through to the god king realm. Kill. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. It was clear he had no intention of sparing Yahiko's life. Master. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Qingyang when he was about to kill Yahiko. At this moment, the only person who could stop Feng Qingyang was Duan Lingtian. Master, Yu Dongfang sent me a voice transmission earlier and asked me to plead for mercy on behalf of Gongsun Xianyuan. He said the heavenly emperor of the heavenly heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan, is willing to repay the favor I promised him. Duan Lingtian said. Although he had survived back then, it was not because Gongsun Xianyuan and the others wanted to save him. However, it was because of Gongsun Xianyuan, Yu Haotian, and Gongsun Xuanyuan's actions that he was able to reincarnate. Otherwise, he would have died on Earth a long time ago. Because of this, when Gongsun Xianyuan asked him for a favor, he agreed, because they had indeed indirectly saved his life. He had to repay the favor no matter what. If he didn't report it, his mind wouldn't be clear, and it would negatively affect his cultivation. Of course. Master, if you insist on killing him, there's nothing I can do. I can only return the favor to Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan elsewhere. Duan Lingtian added. Chapter 3493. Yu Dongfang had spoken to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had spoken, and everyone present on the scene could hear his words. Duan Lingtian. Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to do something like this. It was true that Duan Lingtian had promised to return the favor to his master. However, based on what Duan Lingtian had said, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, could have ignored Duan Lingtian's words and killed Duan Lingtian. Indeed, if Feng Qingyang insisted on killing Duan Lingtian would not be able to stop him from killing Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was as though he was implying that his master could kill him if he wanted to. There was no need for him to listen to him. Was this not a hint to his master that he could kill Feng Qingyang? I'm sure Gongsun Xianyuan had asked you for a favor just for this. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and said, perhaps, he knew something like this would happen so he had a backup plan. Feng Qingyang's words reminded Duan Lingtian of something. Indeed. Why would Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, suddenly ask him for a favor. Moreover, it was only after Gongsun Xianyuan had used his divine consciousness to spy on him. If all of this was just a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Based on what had happened today and what his master had said, he realized that everything was closely related. Heavenly Emperor Gongsun Xianyuan of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heavenly Emperor must have guessed that something like this would happen, which was why he had asked for a favor from him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. He was furious after being duped. After all, if his master had not arrived first, he would not have been able to contend against Tathagata with his strength even if he used all his means. Master, if you insist on killing him, I won't be able to change anything even though I'm your direct disciple. I've never heard of a disciple being able to easily change their master's mind. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice turned cold. After all, he was almost consigned to eternal damnation today. Forget it. Feng Qingyang said indifferently, since you promised Gongsun Xianyuan to do him a favor, I'll help you return this favor today. In this world, a debt of gratitude is the most difficult debt to repay. If you can repay it earlier, it's better to do so earlier. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qingyang removed the sword-light prison that was targeting Buddha Gautama, or Lord Yahiko. It was also a technique that was created by combining the profound meaning of the law of earth with the destruction sword Tao. Tathagata, if there is a next time, I will not hold back. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. Buddha Gautama, whose consciousness was controlled by Lord Yahiko, looked at Feng Qingyang coldly and said, Feng Qingyang, I won't forget what happened today. 100 years later, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as promised and fight you to the death. Master Yahiko's best technique relied on his divine soul. Previously, his soul was severely injured by Feng Qingyang, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Currently, he could not even unleash half of his full strength. For this reason, he felt extremely frustrated when he was suppressed by Feng Qingyang. He could not wait to fight Feng Qingyang to regain his full strength. I'll be waiting. Feng Qingyang's expression was as calm as ever when he heard Lord Yahiko's challenge. His tone was indifferent as though he had just agreed to something insignificant. Humph. Yahiko coldly snorted, turned around and flew away. As for the remaining group of young geniuses, other than those who were familiar with Duan Ling Tian, the rest left one after another. Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, gave Duan Ling Tian a meaningful look before he left. When he sensed Yu Dongfang's gaze, Duan Ling Tian looked over and met his gaze. At this moment, Yu Dongfang's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, you've gone too far today. If I meet you in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, I won't show you any mercy. Yu Dongfang's sound transmission caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. Show mercy? I'm really sorry. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to hold back in front of me. Duan Ling Tian replied bluntly. Yu Dongfang, you don't have the ability to hold back in front of me, Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Yu Dongfang looked at him meaningfully before he turned around and left without saying anything else. He would wait until they met in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Duan Ling Tian, Tathagata, the palace master of Xianyuan Heaven's sub-palace of the Tidal Temple, wanted to possess you? Su Li and the others greeted Feng Qingyang before they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression on their faces. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled faintly. However, it's all in the past now. It's said that Palace Master Tathagata has cultivated the Buddhist golden body and has mastered the infinite Tao of the heaven and earth Tao. Why would he want to possess you? What's his motive? Tang Sanpao asked in bewilderment. Before my master appeared, he told me that after he possesses me, he'll be able to master 2 of the heaven and earth Tao that I've mastered. Perhaps, he has a way to extract my soul's comprehension of the heaven and earth Tao? A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he recalled Tathagata's words. What? He can extract your soul's comprehension of the heaven and earth Tao? Heavens! What kind of technique is that? Is there such a secret technique in this world? Tang Sanpao cried out in shock. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. This had overturned his understanding of the word possession. Wasn't possession just taking over another person's body? Since when, apart from possessing a person's body, one could also possess the comprehension of the four Daoists of heaven and earth in his soul? If one could do that, did it mean one could also possess another person's comprehension of the profundities of a law? Duan Ling Tian, is that Tathagata really a human? A human from the mundane realm? Ling Jueyan asked with a slight frown on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He should be a human. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As for whether he's from the mundane realm, I'm certain he's from the same mundane realm as Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, and Yuhao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven. The speed plane can be considered another of my homeworlds. There's no doubt about that. Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. Now that Duan Ling Tian had met so many people from the ancient myths and legends on Earth, he realized many of them were true. Tathagata is a human. At this moment, Feng Qingyang chimed in. 2,000 years ago, I was sent by Gongsun Xianyuan to a god's ruin with him and Yuhao Tian. Only humans can enter that place. That doesn't make sense, Ling Jueyan said with a frown on his face. According to the notes left behind by a supreme powerhouse in my clan, there's only one race in this world. They only have one chance to possess another person's body. Apart from possessing the person's body, they can also steal the person's comprehension of the laws and the four Tao of heaven and earth. Ling Jueyan said. A note left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Upon hearing Ling Jueyan's words, Su Li and Tang Sanpao looked at him in shock. They did not know about Ling Jueyan's origin. All they knew was that Ling Jueyan was Duan Ling Tian's friend. However, since Duan Ling Tian had told him about Ling Jueyan's origin, Feng Qingyang was not surprised by Ling Jueyan's words. After all, it was normal for a large clan in a realm of gods to have a note left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Even in the Devata realms, there were a few heaven-grade forces that had notes left behind by their supreme powerhouses. Putting aside the other heaven-grade forces, the Qilan clan definitely had one. What race? Duan Ling Tian asked. The Dead Spirit Clan. Ling Jueyan replied. The Dead Spirit Clan? Upon hearing Ling Jueyan's words, Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't the Dead Spirit Clan from the Netherworld? Moreover, it's said that the members of the Dead Spirit Clan can't leave the Netherworld unless they become gods. That's right. Ling Jueyan nodded. Indeed, the members of the Dead Spirit Clan can't leave the Netherworld before they become gods. They can't leave the Netherworld on their own, possess someone else, or even live in someone else's body. Before they become gods, they have to rely on the special energy in the Netherworld to replenish their bodies. Without the special energy, it won't take long for them to turn into ashes. Only god-level members of the Dead Spirit Clan are able to leave the Netherworld. The Netherworld. Duan Ling Tian had heard of this place before. He knew it was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was as famous as the Azura Hell. However, in terms of danger, it was far less dangerous than the Azura Hell. It was said that those below the level of gods would definitely die if they entered the Azura Hell. As for the Netherworld, many powerful titled celestial emperors had survived after entering the Netherworld. Therefore, it was not as dangerous as the Azura Hell. However, it was said that even gods would die if they acted recklessly in the Netherworld. Is it possible that Tathagata is no longer the same as before? All of a sudden, Feng Qingyang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed again as he muttered to himself, no wonder I feel like he's a completely different person compared to his past self. In the past, Feng Qingyang had met Tathagata for a period of time. At that time, Tathagata was an eminent monk who had attained enlightenment. He had a good temper, was knowledgeable, and was gentle and refined. He gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. However, the current Tathagata gave off an inexplicable sense of ruthlessness. It was as though he was a completely different person. Come with me to confirm something. Duan Ling Tian and the others heard Feng Qingyang's words. Before they could react, Feng Qingyang had already brought Duan Lingtian with him and disappeared like a gust of wind. Chapter 3494. Master, where are we going? By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, his master, Feng Qingyang, had already brought him far away from the primordial precipice. The formation that enveloped the primordial precipice was only for outsiders. It was useless for those inside since they could leave at any time. For example, when Tathagata entered the primordial precipice, he needed the people from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven to activate the formation. However, when he left the primordial precipice, he did not need to activate the formation at all. Did we succeed? After Tathagata left the primordial precipice, he immediately went to look for Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the tidal temple. When Su Konghai saw Tathagata, his eyes lit up immediately. You didn't alert Feng Qingyang? Su Konghai had stayed outside to stop Feng Qingyang. However, until now, Feng Qingyang had yet to appear. I failed. Tathagata, who was also honored Master Mi Yan, who had regained his composure, turned unsightly when he heard Su Konghai mentioning Feng Qingyang. How did you fail? Didn't Feng Qingyang not come? Su Konghai frowned. Feng Qingyang might have entered the primordial precipice earlier than I did. Honored Master Mi Yan said in a deep voice, when I was about to attack Duan Lingtian, he appeared. My soul was injured by him previously, and my strength was greatly reduced. I was almost killed by him earlier. At the critical moment, it was Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch of the Heavenly Heaven, who spoke up. He mentioned that Duan Lingtian had promised to do Gongsun Xianyuan a favor. Duan Lingtian spoke up, and that was why Feng Qingyang didn't kill me. Honored Master Mi Yan clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. A hint of humiliation could be seen in his eyes. Feng Qingyang has been here for a long time. Su Konghai's expression was grave when his plan had failed. He really values this disciple of his so much. Whenever there's even the slightest sign of trouble, he would always protect him. Looks like it won't be easy to kidnap Duan Lingtian. Both Su Konghai and honored Master Mi Yan thought Feng Qingyang had entered the primordial precipice. They were unaware that Feng Qingyang had entered the primordial precipice from the other side of the primordial precipice 15 minutes before Mi Yan appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Mi Yan was unaware of Feng Qingyang's arrival. Since the primordial precipice belonged to the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, Ding Fu, had no choice but to obey his orders. Moreover, Ding Fu had personally escorted Feng Qingyang to the primordial precipice. In fact, the elder from the primeval heaven's emperor palace also informed Ding Fu about Lord Yahiko's actions. After all, Ding Fu had expected Yahiko to do this. For this reason, when Feng Qingyang had approached him, he had immediately sent a message to the heavenly emperor of the primordial precipice. If the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven wanted to bribe the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven had to send a message to him. Moreover, he would not accept anything from the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven was happy to see this. Not only would they not betray the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, but they would also be able to obtain treasures from the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. Master, where are we going? By the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, Feng Qingyang had already led him away from the primordial precipice. You'll know when we get there. Soon after, under Feng Qingyang's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious courtyard. When he saw the people inside, he immediately knew where he was. This was the residence of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heavenly emperor. When Gongsun Xianyuan saw Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian, he immediately thanked them. Thank you for showing mercy. He knew Tathagata had survived not only because of Duan Lingtian, but also because Feng Qingyang had shown mercy. If Feng Qingyang had insisted on killing Tathagata, Duan Lingtian would have been powerless. Gongsun Xianyuan, my disciple has returned the favor he owes you. These were the first words Feng Qingyang said to Gongsun Xianyuan. Yes. Gongsun Xianyuan smiled bitterly. He had asked for a favor from Duan Lingtian just in case. He didn't expect to use it so quickly. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse the person who had taken over Tathagata's body. What kind of idiot was he? Was the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven a place where he could make a move on Duan Lingtian? Didn't he know that the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, Ding Fu, was close friends with Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang? Feng Qingyang looked deeply at Gongsun Xianyuan and said directly, "The current Tathagata is no longer the Tathagata of the past, right?" Gongsun Xianyuan was taken aback. His eyes narrowed instinctively. Although he quickly regained his composure, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang still managed to see the change in his expression. "It seems like I guessed correctly," Feng Qingyang said calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, the person in control of his body is a member of the dead spirit clan from the netherworld, right?" "You noticed?" Gongsun Xianyuan didn't intend to admit it, but he was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He didn't expect Feng Qingyang to be able to see through this. Tathagata should still be alive, I'm sure of that. However, that person's behavior is completely different from Tathagata's. Feng Qingyang continued, "That dead spirit clan member must be after my disciple Duan Lingtian's body because he can't completely take over Tathagata's body. After all, my disciple Duan Lingtian doesn't just have the flame-yellow physique, he has 99 heavenly veins, and he has mastered 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. Moreover, his mastery of the law of space isn't low." Yes. At this point, Gongsun Xianyuan didn't intend to deny it. He knew that it would be useless even if he did. Feng Qingyang coming to him to ask this meant that he already had his guesses. "It seems like I guessed correctly." Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he frowned and asked, "Is there no way to separate him from Tathagata's body? Or to help Tathagata expel him?" "There's no way." Gongsun Xianyuan smiled bitterly. His spirit has already merged with Tathagata's spirit. Unless he's willing to leave, only an ultimate expert can forcefully extract his spirit. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, finally understood what his master wanted to confirm. It turned out that the titled God Emperor Xian Yuantian's hall master, Tathagata, was no longer him. Or rather, he was now in a half-possessed state. Normally, Tathagata's will was controlled by the dead spirit clan member, Duan Lingtian. Gongsun Xianyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. "If you don't have anything to do in the future, try not to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if you want to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it's best if your master can protect you. Otherwise, the dead spirit clan member will definitely make a move on you." Duan Lingtian did not comment on Gongsun Xianyuan's warning. He was certain Gongsun Xianyuan had already guessed Tathagata's intention when he was probing him previously. However, Gongsun Xianyuan did not warn him. Instead, Gongsun Xianyuan asked him for a favor. It was not difficult to guess that Gongsun Xianyuan wanted Duan Lingtian to be possessed so that his good friend, Tathagata, could regain his freedom. Gongsun Xianyuan must have wanted to help Tathagata find a way out. Gongsun Xianyuan, naturally, knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking when he saw the cold expression on Duan Lingtian's face. A wry smile appeared on his face as a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. "Let's go." Feng Qingyang bade farewell to Gongsun Xianyuan before he left with Duan Lingtian. "Did you gain any insights from the primordial precipice?" Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian after they left Gongsun Xianyuan's residence. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "However, I was interrupted by the dead spirit clan member at the critical moment." At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer referred to the person who attacked him as Tathagata. This was because that person was a member of the Nether Spirit clan who was occupying Tathagata's body. He was not the real Tathagata. Everything he did was not controlled by Tathagata's will. "Continue, then," Feng Qingyang said as he escorted Duan Lingtian back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although there was a rule in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven that young geniuses who entered the primordial precipice were not allowed to enter again, who was Duan Lingtian? With Feng Qingyang's friendship with Ding Fu, it would only take a few words for Duan Lingtian to enter the primordial precipice. The primordial precipice was different from the secret chambers of laws in the tidal temple. The secret chambers of laws in the primordial heaven did not consume energy, so there was no harm to the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. After Duan Lingtian entered the primordial precipice, Feng Qingyang did not leave. He hovered in the air outside the primordial precipice. Soon after, a figure appeared next to him. It was none other than Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. How was it? Feng Qingyang asked. After he came out, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the tidal temple, appeared and met up with him. I'm sure Su Konghai knows about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Perhaps, they plan to kidnap junior nephew Duan. Ding Fu said. Under normal circumstances, as a deity powerhouse, Su Konghai would definitely be able to discover Ding Fu, who was hiding at the side. However, where was this place? The heavenly palace of the primordial heaven was the territory of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. With the grand formation that enveloped the entire heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, Ding Fu could conceal himself perfectly. As long as he did not act rashly, even a god would not be able to detect him. I'm afraid Su Konghai has been used as well. Feng Qingyang sneered. After learning the motive of the dead spirit clansman who had taken over Tathagata's body, he knew it was impossible for the dead spirit clansman to help the tidal temple obtain his disciple, Duan Lingtian. The dead spirit clansman would leave as soon as he succeeded. As for Su Konghai, he was sure the dead spirit clansman had used him to intercept him. Chapter 3495. However, the tidal temple is really stubborn. Back then, they tried to make a move on me, but they failed. Now, they're targeting my disciple. Do they really think that I, Feng Qingyang, am a pushover? When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, a cold glint shot out from his eyes. It was as sharp as a sword, causing Ding Fu, who was standing beside him, to feel a chill in his bones. He could feel Feng Qingyang's anger. Feng Celestial Emperor, I know you're strong, but the tidal temple is too powerful. Don't go head-to-head with them, Ding Fu reminded. Ding Fu warned. He was worried that Zhang Xian would charge into the tidal temple in a fit of rage. Based on Feng Qingyang's strength, it was possible for him to do something like that. Don't worry, old brother Ding. Feng Qingyang immediately retracted his cold aura, and a smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Before my real body leaves the Azura Hell, I won't act rashly, Feng Qingyang said. True body. Ding Fu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Qingyang mentioning his true body. His younger brother Feng was an expert in the law of destruction. The law of Earth had a law clone that was independent of the law of Earth. However, the law clone of the law of destruction was usually one with the true body. Younger brother Feng, how strong is your true body now? Ding Fu asked curiously. He could not hold back his curiosity any longer. I can kill Su Konghai as if I'm killing a dog. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed across his eyes. Gasp. Ding Fu gasped as soon as he heard Feng Qingyang's words. Su Konghai was the vice hall master of the tidal temple. Although there were more than one vice hall master in the tidal temple, the vice hall master was still considered one of the strongest in the tidal temple. At the very least, ordinary gods were no match for Su Konghai. However, his younger brother Feng was telling him that he could kill Su Konghai as if he was killing a dog? How could he not be shocked? Duan Lingtian didn't know about the exchange between Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu. After he returned to the primordial precipice, he continued to comprehend the laws of space contained within the primordial precipice, completely forgetting about the passage of time. Only when Su Li's voice sounded did he wake up. Duan Lingtian, it's time. The 5th round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. At this moment, Su Li was standing in the air not far from Duan Lingtian. Beside him stood Ling Jueyan and Tang Sanpao. At this moment, the three of them were looking at Duan Lingtian. So fast. Once again returning to the primordial precipice, Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the outside world like before. Instead, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in comprehending the laws of space contained within the primordial precipice, completely forgetting about time. Tathagata had already failed once. At this time, he was not worried that Tathagata would attack again. As for the people from the Tidal Temple, they would not attack again. Not long after Duan Lingtian returned to the primordial precipice, he received a message from his master, Feng Qingyang, informing him that Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, was keeping watch outside the primordial precipice. It seemed like Su Konghai was prepared to stop his master, Feng Qingyang, from coming to his rescue. Su Konghai. At that time, Duan Lingtian was filled with killing intent toward Su Konghai. When he was strong enough in the future, he would not let Su Konghai off so easily. Although he knew the Tidal Temple was plotting something against him, he did not expect the Tidal Temple would be so crazy as to join forces with Tathagata, or to be more precise, the Tidal Temple would join forces with the Dead Spirit clan to kidnap him. Naturally, Su Konghai did not know Tathagata was being controlled by the Dead Spirit clan, let alone being used by the Dead Spirit clan. If the Dead Spirit clan succeeded, they would definitely bring him out of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Perhaps, they would bring him back to the Dead Spirit clan in the netherworld and possess him. It feels like only a short while has passed. Who knew a month has passed? Duan Lingtian sighed as he shook his head. You're not the only one who feels this way. We feel the same way as well. Tang Sanpao said with a smile, all right, the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. Let's go. All right. When Duan Lingtian and the others left the primordial precipice, they discovered many young geniuses had also left the primordial precipice. For example, Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow the Arch-Heaven, was among them. When Duan Lingtian saw Yu Dongfang was looking at him. It was obvious Yu Dongfang had noticed him. Duan Lingtian, I hope we'll meet soon. Yu Dongfang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian provocatively. Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently when faced with Yu Dongfang's provocation. He looked away and ignored Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang's expression turned unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. His eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they discovered most of the young geniuses had already arrived. Even the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various tidal temples were present. Duan Lingtian and the others discovered only one heavenly emperor was absent. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven, was present. Master isn't here yet? Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their original seats under the gazes of the others with doubts in their hearts. Soon after they sat down, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realms Genius Battle, appeared and announced, the 5th round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle is about to begin. The rules of the first stage of the 5th round are similar to the rules of the first stage of the 4th round. The Tidal Temple will determine the participants. There will be 50 battles, and 50 people will advance to the next round. Naturally, in order to make the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses more exciting, we won't pit those who have displayed their strength against those who are already very strong against each other in the first stage of the 5th round. Therefore, young geniuses who are at least 4-star God of War will not be pitted against each other in the first stage of the 5th round. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, a disappointed expression appeared on the faces of many people. Initially, they wanted to watch a fierce battle between two powerful individuals. However, they did not expect the Tidal Temple would arrange a battle between the strong and the weak. It was not a battle between two powerful individuals, but a battle between two powerful individuals. Among the 100 young geniuses who had advanced to the 5th round, those who weren't even a 4-star war god all had bitter smiles on their faces. It seemed that they would become cannon fodder in the first stage of this round. Although they would have the opportunity to issue another challenge later on. However, among the 50 people who could temporarily advance, most of them were 4-star war gods or above. Even if the remaining people weren't 4-star war gods or above, they definitely had the ability of a peak 3-star war god. Under such circumstances, without sufficient strength and confidence, rashly challenging them would only be a disgrace. He might as well not challenge and admit that he was eliminated. It seems that we won't meet for the time being, Tang Sanpao said with a smile. Soon after, the name list appeared in the sky above the arena of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. There were 5 battles going on at the same time. One of the battles was between Ling Jueyun and a young man called Yuan Tong. As for the other 4 battles, one of them was between Zhong Guiyu and a young genius who had almost been eliminated previously. When they left the arena, it was not only Ling Jueyun and Zhong Guiyu's opponents who had a grim expression on their faces. Even the other 3 people's opponents had grim expressions on their faces. Based on their expressions, one could tell they were the cannon fodder that the Tidal Temple had chosen. The 5 battles ended in just a dozen breaths' time. Nobody took the initiative to admit defeat. However, they were still defeated very quickly. The weakest opponent among the 5 people who were eliminated was a 4-star war god. Among them, Ling Jueyun and Zhong Guiyu were the fastest to end their battles. The 5 of them successfully advanced to the next round. Similar to the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms, they had only advanced temporarily. However, everyone knew that with their strength, they would be able to advance to the 6th round of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle as long as there were no accidents. Only 30 people would be able to advance to the 6th round. These 30 people were the top 30 in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. In the past, most of the top 30 people in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were 4-star war gods. Occasionally, all of them would be 4-star war gods. However, there were also a few 4-star war gods who were unlucky and were eliminated. The reason they were unlucky was because there were more than 30 young geniuses who were 4-star war gods or stronger in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. Their strength was the weakest among the 4-star war gods, so they could only be eliminated 10 people at a time. 100 people will only be able to enter the arena 10 times. Among the 10 people who entered the arena the second time, 5 of them were very strong. 4 of them were 4-star war gods or stronger, and one of them was an elite among the 3-star war gods. The first 4 people ended their battles quickly while the last person took some time to defeat. Although he was a top 3-star war god, his opponent was also a 3-star war god who was quite strong. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while. In just a blink of an eye, another 5 people advanced temporarily. Then, another 10 people entered the arena. Then, another list of 10 people appeared. This time, Duan Lingtian was on the list. Coincidentally, Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, was also on the list. Naturally, the 2 of them were no match for each other. However, the expressions of the 2 young geniuses who encountered the 2 of them were extremely unsightly. There was no suspense. Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang defeated their opponents with a single move and ended their battle at the same time. After the battle ended, Yu Dongfang glared at Duan Lingtian's departing figure coldly. There's something wrong with Yu Dongfang's gaze. Does he have a grudge against Duan Lingtian? Yu Dongfang's gaze was too obvious. Many young geniuses who were paying attention to him noticed it. Chapter 3496. Duan Lingtian, Yu Dongfang seems to be targeting you. After Duan Lingtian returned, Tang Sanpao glanced at Yu Dongfang, who was about to return to his seat, and said to Duan Lingtian, "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and did not make any other response. He did not think much of Yu Dongfang. He had heard Tang Sanpao mention Yu Dongfang before. Although Yu Dongfang had only displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, his true strength was most likely at the level of a 5-star god of war. However, even if Yu Dongfang had improved greatly over the years, he would at most be a 5-star god of war. It was almost impossible for him to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Moreover, even if it was possible, so what? This time, Duan Lingtian's greatest opponent was the young genius from the Tidal Temple. However, Duan Lingtian was still unsure of who it was. Among the group of people who had advanced from the 4th round to the 5th round, there were more than 10 young geniuses who had been nurtured by the Tidal Temple. Normally, that person should be among the 10 young geniuses. Among all the young geniuses, the one who has the highest chance of becoming a 6-star god of war should be the trump card of the Tidal Temple. The exploding Yuan immortal fruit was secretly given to that person. Otherwise, the Tidal Temple would not be so generous. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this was the judgment of his master, Feng Qingyang. At this moment, even he felt the same way. As time passed, Tang Sanpao and Su Li entered the arena one after another. Their opponents were only 3-star gods of war, and they were easily defeated by them. Ling Jueyan, you should also be a 5-star god of war, right? Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyan. His eyes flickered as he asked the same question he had asked many times. As for Ling Jueyan, he ignored him as before. So far, among Duan Lingtian's group of 4, only Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao had displayed the strength of a 5-star war god. Whether it was Ling Jueyan or Su Li, they had all displayed the strength of a 4-star war god. There was no doubt Su Li was a 4-star god of war since he had broken through during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. As for Ling Jueyan, based on the current situation, many people suspected that he was a 5-star war god. This was because when they saw him fight, they felt that he wasn't that simple. Soon, the 50 people who had temporarily advanced were revealed. However, as the opponents arranged for them were all weaker than them, although they all fought, the strength they displayed was still the same as before. Those who should have hidden their strength still did. Next, the Tidal Temple will sort out the list again. The 50 people will be divided into 25 groups and will fight each other. Although Su Konghai said he would sort out the list again, as soon as he finished speaking, another 10 names appeared in the sky above the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. They're done sorting out the list so quickly? Many young geniuses were shocked when they saw this. Don't they need to think about it? In my opinion, they must have prepared this list a long time ago. They must have guessed that these 50 people would advance in the first stage of the 5th round. I think so too. The people present on the scene were not stupid. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. Among the 50 people, 25 of them will advance temporarily. The remaining 25 people will fight each other to determine the 5 strongest people who will advance temporarily. The 30 people who advance temporarily will become the ring masters and will be challenged by the remaining 70 people. Each person will have 3 chances to challenge the ring masters. Su Konghai's voice rang again as he explained the rules of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'm afraid many people won't be able to hide their strength anymore. The second stage of the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses caused many young geniuses' faces to light up. Perhaps, those who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war would be separated from the rest, so they would have to fight with the strongest 3-star gods of war. However, there would definitely be battles between 4-star gods of war. Some of the 4-star gods of war might even be 5-star gods of war. It was impossible for them to continue hiding their strength in this stage. Su Li, it's your turn. Tang Sanpao said with a smile on his face. Su Li's name appeared among the 10 names. He was about to go on stage and fight against someone who also had the strength of a 4-star war god. This person was one of the dozen young geniuses from the Tidal Temple. His name was Hong Yuan. Su Li, you're not a match for me. Hong Yuan was a young man dressed in a long grayish-white robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he looked at Su Li, who had just entered the arena. Even if I'm not a match for you, I still have to try. Su Li's expression did not change. In that case, let's begin. Hong Yuan nodded. When the battle between Su Li and Hong Yuan was about to begin, Duan Lingtian's brows furrowed slightly before he finally relaxed. Among the dozen or so people in the Tidal Temple, Hong Yuan was one of the few people whom Duan Lingtian suspected to be the trump card of the Tidal Temple. Until the beginning of the battle, Hong Yuan had remained calm and indifferent. He gave off an unfathomable aura. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt Hong Yuan was stronger than a 4-star god of war. At the very least, he was not an ordinary 4-star god of war. After that, Su Li was defeated by Hong Yuan in less than 10 moves. This confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicion. Su Li was defeated. Hong Yuan is at least an outstanding 4-star god of war. Su Li, who had just become a 4-star god of war, isn't a match for him. Zhang Tianyu said with a solemn expression. Soon after, Su Li returned to the arena. However, there was no hint of disappointment on his face. It was as though he did not care about his defeat at all. How was it? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Su Li. Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were confused. Very strong. Su Li's expression turned solemn when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. I feel like he's still hiding his strength. What? Zhang Tianyu and the others were shocked when they heard Su Li's words. He has already displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war. Is he still hiding his strength? Could it be that he's a 5-star god of war? The three of them were shocked. However, they believed Su Li's words. At the same time, most of the young geniuses present were discussing Su Li's defeat. Su Li was defeated. Although Su Li was defeated, it's still an honorable defeat. To be able to reach this stage at the age of 600 is enough for everyone to remember him. That's right. If Hong Yuan was only 600 years old, he definitely wouldn't be Su Li's match. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Su Li for not being born 200 or 300 years earlier. Even if Su Li was born 100 years earlier, he might not have lost to Hong Yuan today. Although Su Li was defeated, he still received the respect of the young geniuses. Before this, no loser had received this kind of respect. At the same time, the other 4 matches had also concluded. One person displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's Qi Hongtian Emperor's last disciple, Zhou Yongqi. Oh my god. I didn't expect Zhou Yongqi to be a 5-star god of war. Previously, when Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, was present, Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, tried to protect Situ Zhuqing in front of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he was suppressed by Feng Qingyang and did not dare to act rashly. Now that his last disciple is so strong, I'm afraid there'll be a fierce battle between him and the Duan Lingtian. Zhou Bingguo is said to be an orphan adopted by Zhou Bingguo. It's also because of this that he took the surname Zhou Bingguo. In his eyes, Zhou Bingguo is like a father. He'll most likely vent his anger on the Duan Lingtian. If I were him, I'd definitely be hostile to the Duan Lingtian. I'd even kill the Duan Lingtian. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is a good opportunity. Even if he kills the Duan Lingtian, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang won't be able to say anything. Many people discussed among themselves when they learned Zhou Yongqi, the Qi Hongtian Emperor's last disciple, was a 5-star god of war. At the same time, they shifted their attention to the Duan Lingtian. Even Zhou Yongqi himself glanced at Duan Lingtian. Although his gaze seemed calm, Duan Lingtian was still able to see the coldness in the depths of his gaze. However, he did not care about it at all. He wasn't even afraid of the trump card of the Tidal Temple, which could be a 6-star god of war, so why would he be afraid of Zhou Yongqi, who was only a 5-star god of war? It's Ling Juyan's turn to fight. After the 5 winners were decided, another 10 names were announced. One of them was Ling Juyan. Nobody knew if the Tidal Temple had done this intentionally, but Ling Juyan's opponent was one of the 10 young geniuses from the Tidal Temple. Moreover, Duan Lingtian suspected his opponent was one of the titled God Emperor's trump cards. The young man's name was Lu Kongyu. Lu Kongyu had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He had a head of gray hair that made him stand out. Up until now, the strength he had displayed was only at the level of a 4-star god of war. However, many people felt that he was still hiding his true strength from the many times he had fought with others with ease. No matter if it's Ling Juyan or Lu Kongyu, it's obvious that they were hiding their strength. I wonder who is stronger between the two of them. Based on the strength they've displayed so far, Ling Jiuyun is slightly stronger. Ling Jiuyun's strength is at the level of a 4-star god of war. That's right. If Lu Kongyu isn't a 5-star god of war, he won't be a match for Ling Jiuyun. In this battle, Ling Jiuyun will most likely display the strength of a 5-star god of war. While Ling Jiuyun and Lu Kongyu were staring at each other, most of the people in the crowd turned to look at them. That was because, of the 5 battles in the arena, their battle was the most anticipated. Chapter 3497. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Kongyu made the first move. Just as the crowd had predicted, when facing an opponent like Ling Jiuyun, he unleashed a strength that was much stronger than what he had shown before. The strength of a top 4-star war god. Lu Kongyu has indeed hidden his strength. He is not an ordinary 4-star war god. He is a top 4-star war god. With the strength that Ling Jiuyun had shown before, he might not be able to defeat Lu Kongyu. However, Ling Jiuyun must have hidden his strength as well. While the crowd was whispering, Lu Kongyu had already started fighting with Ling Jiuyun. At first, he was evenly matched with Ling Jiuyun. After all, the strength that Ling Jiuyun had shown at the beginning was only that of a top 4-star war god. The geniuses cultivated by the Tidal Temple are indeed extraordinary. It was rare for Ling Jiuyun to speak. His tone was indifferent and his voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone who was watching the battle between him and Lu Kongyu. The people present were not ordinary people. Their hearing was amazing and unimaginable. Now, let's end this. After about 30 moves, Ling Jiuyun spoke unhurriedly. At the same time, the aura of death on his body grew stronger. The death doppelganger returned to his body. His entire body was surrounded by a violent black light. At the same time, he expanded and turned into a giant in the blink of an eye. In the giant's hand, a sickle formed by pure energy appeared out of thin air. Once it was formed, it gave people a creepy feeling. Death sickle. Many people could see that the death sickle that Ling Jiuyun was using now had integrated other precepts of the Edict of Death. Ling Jiuyun has indeed hidden his strength. Guessing was one thing, but witnessing it with one's own eyes was another. Seeing Ling Jiuyun reveal the strength that he had previously hidden, many people's eyes lit up. More people's hearts raced as they watched the scene unfold in front of them. Buzz. The death sickle moved. As soon as it appeared, the void trembled as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Kongyu's figure flashed, trying to evade. However, the death god's scythe seemed to have locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, no matter how crafty his movements were, he could not dodge the attack. Drink. In the end, Lu Kongyu roared and used all his means to condense a powerful offensive to meet Ling Jiuyun's death scythe. However, Ling Jiuyun's sickle of the god of death was like a peerless divine weapon that could destroy heaven and earth. The moment it touched Lu Kongyu's attack, it was completely shattered. The power of the sickle of the god of death was not much, but it seemed a little dim. However, this consumption was negligible to the death god's scythe. Admit defeat. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, sent a voice transmission to Lu Kongyu. You're no match for him. We arranged for you to fight him because we wanted to further probe his strength. Now, you've completed your mission. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, Ling Jiuyun's death god's scythe was already closing in on Lu Kongyu. It seemed like Lu Kongyu was about to be killed. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If Lu Kongyu did not crush his jade token and escape, he would definitely die. At the most critical moment, Lu Kongyu, who was on the brink of life and death, finally crushed the jade tablet with a pop sound. His whole person disappeared into thin air and appeared under the light shield of the formation, escaping with his life. Buzz. Ling Jiuyun's death god's scythe seemed to be able to tear through everything as it landed on the formation's light shield. In just a blink of an eye, the death god's scythe shattered the light shield and continued to charge toward Lu Kongyu. It was not that Ling Jiuyun did not hold back, but he could not. Lu Kongyu had disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Humph. Su Konghai snorted in the air before he made a grabbing motion with his hand. In the next moment, an invisible giant hand appeared and crushed Ling Juyan's death god's scythe. At this moment, Ling Juyan finally regained his senses and withdrew his hand. Ling Juyan, victory. A gust of wind blew past, causing Ling Juyan's robe to flutter noisily. At this moment, he had become the center of attention. Another 5-star god of war had revealed his strength. Up until now, how many people have revealed their strength as a 5-star god of war? The spectator seats were bustling with noise and excitement. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, Zhou Yongqi, Ling Juyan. There are a few others who might be 5-star gods of war as well. In that case, the number of 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of geniuses is around 10? There might even be more than 10 people? That seems to be the case. In the past, although more than 10 5-star gods of war had participated in the Devata realm battle of geniuses, it was only a minority. Most of the time, there would not be more than 10 5-star gods of war in the Devata realm battle of geniuses. However, before the second phase of the 5th round of the Devata realm battle of geniuses ended, there were already 5 5-star gods of war. Moreover, there were more than 5 people who were suspected to be 5-star gods of war or stronger. Perhaps, there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of geniuses. Many people sighed, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Apart from the group of young geniuses, many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were also filled with anticipation. Ling Juyan, you're really a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao was the first to speak after Ling Juyan returned. He had already guessed Ling Juyan was a 5-star god of war, so he was not surprised. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Su Li were not surprised as well. On the other hand, although Zhang Tianyu and the others knew Ling Juyan was not a simple person, they did not expect Ling Juyan to be a 5-star god of war. What was this? Among the people sitting with them, 3 of them were 5-star war gods. In this Devata realm battle of geniuses, there were only 5 young geniuses who had the strength of a 5-star god of war, and there were 3 of them sitting with them. Regardless of how shocked the 3 of them were, the Devata realm battle of geniuses continued. Soon after, the other 4 battles were over. However, no one displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. There were 2 people who displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. Before this, everyone thought they were just ordinary 4-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian, it's your turn. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's name appeared. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a 3-star god of war, just as most people had expected. The Tidal Temple would not arrange a strong opponent for a young genius who had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. There were 30 spots for people to advance to the next round. Even if a 5-star god of war advanced to the next round, no one would have any objections. However, they still had to go through the motions. I admit defeat. Although Duan Lingtian's opponent was a top 3-star god of war, his strength was only comparable to that of a 3-star god of war. He would not even be able to contend with a 4-star god of war, let alone a 5-star god of war who had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he was confident that he would be able to withstand a single blow from him. Duan Lingtian won without a fight. After that, Tang Sanpao entered the arena. The situation was similar. The Tidal Temple assigned him an opponent who was also a 3-star god of war. Is this considered the benefit of a 5-star god of war? Many young geniuses said this. Of course, even if it was a benefit, no one was unconvinced. Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious. If one was capable and displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, one would also receive the same treatment. Yu Dongfang. Soon, the 3rd direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, Yu Dongfang, entered the arena. His opponent was another young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. Previously, he had only displayed the strength of an ordinary 4-star god of war. This person probably didn't use his full strength before. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the young genius from the Title Temple fought with Yu Dongfang and displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. However, even so, he still lost. Yu Dongfang had originally displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. However, under the pressure of the young genius from the Title Temple, he finally displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. This was also the first time he had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. No wonder you dared to challenge me. You really do have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. He was not surprised by this at all because he had already guessed this would happen. If Yu Dongfang did not possess the strength of a 5-star god of war, how could he be so bold as to threaten to teach Duanling Tian a lesson in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses? The 6th 5-star god of war has appeared. The 3rd direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, Yu Dongfang. After Yu Dongfang displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, it caused an uproar among the crowd. The appearance of another 5-star god of war caused the atmosphere to reach its peak. It was as noisy as a wet market. However, after Yu Dongfang, 2 more 5-star gods of war appeared. However, due to the appearance of Yu Dongfang and Zhou Yongqi, and the appearance of 2 more 5-star gods of war, the commotion was not as great as before. After all, humans were able to adapt to the situation. Once one got used to the appearance of 5-star gods of war, one would be able to calm down. 8 5-star gods of war, Zhang Tianyu said with a sigh. If Su Li's guess is right, Hong Yuan, who defeated him, is also a 5-star god of war. In that case, there are 6 5-star gods of war. At this moment, Duanling Tian was paying attention to one of the 2 5-star gods of war who had just displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. This person was one of the young geniuses from the Title Temple. Duanling Tian suspected that this person was a 5-star god of war. Now that this person had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, Duanling Tian's guess was correct. Could it be him? Or Hong Yuan? After Duanling Tian's observation, he discovered Hong Yuan, who had defeated Su Li, and Sima Rui, who had just displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, were among the young geniuses from the Title Temple. Chapter 3498. After Yu Dongfang, there were 2 other young geniuses who had the strength of a 5-star god of war. Apart from Sima Rui, who was nurtured by the Title Temple, there was another unknown young genius. Most importantly, the unknown young genius was also a woman who was rarely seen in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. She was a beautiful woman with a valiant aura. Her name was Yi Dongli. Although Yi Dongli was a woman, she was dressed in men's tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her perfect figure. Although the commotion caused by the duo's strength was not as great as the commotion caused by Zhou Yongqi and Yu Dongfang's strength, many people were still talking about them. As expected from the Title Temple, it's widely acknowledged as the Saint Land in the Devata realms. There are more than a dozen young geniuses who made it to the 5th round. In fact, the total number of people who made it to the 5th round is only 100. Most importantly, there's a 5-star god of war among the young geniuses they nurtured. I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling that there's more than one 5-star god of war among the young geniuses from the Title Temple. I think there's more than one as well. Where did Yi Dongli come from? A woman who's not even 1,000 years old is a 5-star god of war? I suddenly feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. I agree. In the future, if anyone dares to say a woman is inferior to a man, I'll definitely give them a slap. Soon after, the 25 people who made it to the 5th round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were determined. Apart from Duanling Tian, Tang Sanpao, and Zhong Guiyu, these 3 young geniuses who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the other 22 spots were occupied by a few other 5-star god of war young geniuses and a group of young geniuses who had at least the strength of a 4-star god of war. In the 3rd round of the 5th round, 5 of the 75 people who had been eliminated would advance temporarily. They would become ring masters along with the 25 people who made it to the 5th round. As long as they successfully defended their rings, they would advance to the 6th round. Although the competition was intense, the young geniuses who had been eliminated were not as strong as the previous battles. In the end, 5 of them won and obtained a spot. Su Li was one of them. Although Su Li had just broken through to become a 4-star god of war, due to the fact that he had inherited the Thousand Tribulations sword set's ancestors' legacy, he was able to perfectly utilize the profundities of the law with his sword even though he had yet to master his own Dao. Under these circumstances, although he had just entered the level of a 4-star war god, he was stronger than most 4-star war gods. Of course, if the current him were to encounter a top-notch 4-star battle god, he would definitely be defeated. For example, the genius of the Tidal Temple, Hong Yuan, had displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war and defeated Su Li. Su Li, looks like you won't have any problems getting into the top 30. Duan Lingtian smiled. Barely. Su Li sighed. To think that before I broke through, I was still wondering if I could enter the top 30 with the strength of a 3-star war god. Now it seems that even a normal 4-star war god would find it difficult to enter the top 30. There are too many outstanding geniuses in this year's Battle of Geniuses. There are more than 44-star gods of war. Zhang Tianyu sighed. Many people think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this year's Battle of Geniuses. The Battle of Geniuses in the Devata realm with more than 10 5-star gods of war is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Currently, there are 8 people with the strength of a 5-star god of war. Among the remaining people, there must be some who haven't used their full strength yet. Zhang Tianyu could not help but speculate. The Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses continued. The 30 people who had temporarily advanced would be challenged by the remaining 70 people. Each of them had 3 chances to challenge the remaining 70 people. In the 3rd stage of the 5th round, Duan Lingtian, the young geniuses with the strength of a 5-star god of war, and the young geniuses with the strength of a peak 4-star god of war were not challenged. There were less than 10 4-star gods of war, including Su Li, who were challenged. Their strength had not even reached the level of a peak 4-star god of war. However, after a series of challenges, only one of them was eliminated. Although the 30 of them had temporarily advanced, they had all relied on their own strength to advance. There was very little luck involved, so it was normal that only 1 out of the 30 of them would be pulled down. The people who have advanced to the 6th round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses have been confirmed. The 30 young geniuses, please prepare yourselves for the 6th round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses in the next 3 months. Su Konghai's voice resounded in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. The top 30 will be determined in the 6th round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. That will also be the last round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. 3 months later. After the 5th round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses ended, the 6th round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses would begin in 3 months. The 6th round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses would also be the last round of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. At that time, the top 30 would be determined. The young geniuses were excited when they heard Su Konghai's words. After 3 months, no one will be able to conceal their cultivation base anymore. At that time, the top 30 in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses will be revealed. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's finally here. I'm really curious who will be the final winner of the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. At this moment, the group of young geniuses who had been eliminated from the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses were even more excited than Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses who had advanced to the last round. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyan, see you in 3 months. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Tang Sanpao did not leave with them this time. Instead, after bidding farewell to them, he left on his own. It was as though he had turned over a new leaf. Tang Sanpao must be feeling pressured, right? Is he in a hurry to return to cultivate? Su Li was surprised as well. What do you think? Are you still interested in going to the primordial precipice? Although the Tidal Temple only gave us 1 chance to enter the primordial precipice during the month before the 6th round of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, if you want to go, I can inform my master and ask him to inform Senior Uncle Ding. It won't be a problem. Duan Lingtian asked Su Li and Ling Jueyan. I want to go and have a look. Su Li replied bluntly. What about you? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyan, who remained silent. There's no need for me to go. Ling Jueyan shook his head. I've already gained a lot from the primordial precipice last month. I'm going to spend the next 3 months to digest my gains. If you want to go, you can go on your own. All right. As soon as Duan Lingtian nodded, Ling Jueyan left on his own. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, I'm looking forward to your performance in 3 months. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian-yi also stood up and prepared to leave. Before they left, they looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a hopeful expression on their faces. All of them hoped that Duan Lingtian and Su Li would shine in the final round of the Devata Realm's genius battle. After all, they knew each other. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would do well in the Devata Realm's battle of geniuses and live up to the reputation of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang also sent a message to Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven. Ding Fu sent a message to Duan Lingtian and Su Li so that they could enter the primordial precipice again. Duan Lingtian, see you in 3 months. Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he made his way to the primordial precipice. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had returned to the primordial precipice that he had comprehended earlier. It was not wise to bite off more than one could chew. Duan Lingtian understood this principle. In the next 3 months, he planned to stay in the primordial precipice for 2 months to comprehend the law of space. He planned to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to further comprehend the law of space in the primordial precipice. As for the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would take some time for him to comprehend them. Therefore, he was not worried about his safety in the primordial precipice for the next 2 months. After all, his master had sent him a voice transmission to inform him that the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven outside the primordial precipice had been replaced by his senior uncle Ding. Therefore, no one would be able to enter the primordial precipice without his knowledge. Moreover, in the next 3 months, the primordial precipice would not be open to anyone in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. 3 months was a short period of time for all the geniuses in the Devata realms to advance to the final round of the Devata realm selection. Everyone hoped to have a breakthrough during this period of time so that they could achieve a better result in the final round of the Devata realm selection. The higher one's ranking was, the better the rewards one would receive. Putting everything else aside, one would be able to stay in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber for a longer period of time. Master, Duan Lingtian pretended to be obedient and acted against you in secret. I'll definitely humiliate him in the final round of the Devata realm selection in 3 months. Yu Dongfang did not return to the residence arranged for him by the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Instead, he followed his master to his master's residence. Initially, he had planned to cultivate by himself for the next 3 months. However, his master had asked him to follow him. His master had told him that he had comprehended the sword Tao recently, and if Yu Dongfang could comprehend it in the next 3 months, he would be able to improve his strength. Hearing Yu Dongfang's words, Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head and said, "Don't just set your sights on him, and don't blame him for going against his wishes. If it were you facing someone who wanted to possess you, and facing the same choice, what would you do?" Literature Hall. Chapter 3499. Although Yu Dongfang could understand Gongsun Xianyuan's words, he did not intend to let it go. No matter what, since he promised you that he would return you a favor, he did that despite my warning. It's no different from making a fool of you, master. At that time, he must have guessed why you asked him for a favor, but he still did that. A cold light flashed in Yu Dongfang's eyes as he spoke. He exuded a cold aura, causing the temperature in the air to drop. It was as though winter had arrived. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head, but he did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was not stronger than his disciple, he knew that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. However, he had a feeling that Duan Lingtian was hiding a lot of his strength. He did not see it, but it was a feeling that was similar to intuition. However, in order not to destroy the morale of his disciples, Gongsun Xianyuan did not say anything else. He changed the topic and began to talk about cultivation. Most importantly, he was only one step away from mastering the sword principle that he had figured out. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he were to face Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was ranked fourth on the emperor ranking of all heavens. Ding Fu's current strength was only because he had mastered the devouring Tao of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. As long as Gongsun Xianyuan mastered his own sword principle, he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in a fight with Ding Fu. Of course, if he wanted to defeat Ding Fu, he would need to improve further. Duan Lingtian is known as a genius in the sword principle. After meeting Feng Qingyang for 100 years, he mastered his own space sword principle with Feng Qingyang's destruction vision. Gongsun Xianyuan sighed. You should learn from him in this aspect. Of course, it's also because you're not as good as Feng Qingyang. You haven't mastered your own sword principle yet. Upon hearing Gongsun Xianyuan's words, Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, Master, everyone has their own fortuitous encounter. Who knows if Feng Qingyang had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to grasp the power of destruction. Moreover, he must have had a great encounter when he was trapped in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out as a deity, you said. Yu Dongfang said. Most of the time, luck is also a part of strength. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head. He had no intention of using this as an excuse to console himself. I'm not as good as him now. This is a fact. Master, even if you're not as good as him, I'll show everyone in the Devata realms that the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan is stronger than the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive. Yu Dongfang said in high spirits. During the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged 3 residences for the participants. A group of young geniuses living in one place. The heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were arranged to stay in another place. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple were arranged in different locations. As the host of the Devata realms battle of geniuses, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, and the person with the highest status in the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai had his own private and secluded residence. It was a quiet valley that the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for Su Konghai to stay in. At this moment, Su Konghai was sitting cross-legged in front of a small waterfall at the side of the valley with his eyes closed. Nobody knew if he was meditating or cultivating. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from Su Konghai like the wind. Looking at him from afar, the figure greeted him faintly, Martial Uncle Su. Are you confident? At the same time that Su Konghai asked, he opened his eyes and looked at the other party. Based on the strength they've displayed so far, I'm 100% confident. The young man said proudly. I don't think there's a second 6-star god of war. Su Konghai said, there's no doubt you'll be the winner. Even if there's a peak 5-star god of war among them, they won't be a match for you. I'm not that optimistic. The young man shook his head. What's wrong? Do you feel threatened? Su Konghai asked curiously, who are they? 2 people. The young man's eyes gleamed as he said unhurriedly, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juan. Them? Su Konghai was taken aback. Why are you talking about them? You can even say it's Yu Dongfang, Zhongguiyu, or Yi Dongli. Why do you say they're a threat to you? You know Duan Lingtian. He's only 600 years old, and it's already impressive for him to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Even if he has mastered 2 of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth, he can't do 2 things at once. I think he's already mastered all the laws of space that he has comprehended. When Su Konghai mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was still a gleam in the depth of his eyes. Apart from that, there was also a hint of greed that was difficult to detect. Yes. The young man nodded. He knew what Su Konghai was talking about. How much do you know about Ling Juan? Do you know how old he is? Su Konghai asked. Those who participate in the Devata realms battle of geniuses are all younger than 1,000 years old. Junior Uncle Su, Are you trying to tell me he's younger than Duan Lingtian and Su Li? The young man asked. He's about the same age as Duan Lingtian. They're both 600 years old. Su Konghai's eyes glinted as he said bluntly. Gasp. Almost at the same time as Su Konghai's voice fell, the young man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was aghast, and his eyes also showed waves of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Junior Uncle Su, how did you know? The young man asked again, are you mistaken? Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Li, it was already shocking for them to possess their current cultivation bases when they were only 600 years old. However, his junior Uncle Su said Ling Juyin was about the same age as them. You should know that apart from those who are guaranteed by the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, the participants in the Devata realms battle of geniuses were all brought here by the tidal temple's branches. Although the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms didn't test their bone age, they would still be tested after the Devata realms battle of geniuses ended. Generally speaking, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms must have tested the age of the heavenly emperors before bringing them to the Devata realms to participate in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. It's basically impossible for the heavenly emperors to cheat. If any heavenly emperor dares to play favoritism in the Devata realms battle of geniuses, not only will his reputation be tarnished, but the tidal temple won't let the matter rest either. Su Konghai said. If Ling Juyin was brought here by one of the Devata realms battle of geniuses, it's only natural that I don't know his exact age. However, the problem is he's with the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. He's with the tidal temple's Feng Qing Tian's branch. Feng Qing Tian's branch has tested Ling Juyin's bone age, and it's less than 700 years old. Feng Qing Tian's perception of Ling Juyin's strength is only at the level of a 3-star or 4-star god of war. However, Ling Juyin's strength is at the level of a 5-star god of war. Do you think they're a threat to a 6-star god of war who's less than 700 years old? Su Konghai studied the young man from head to toe. Aren't you worrying too much? Even if you're worried, you shouldn't be worried about the two of them, right? They're too young. It's already heaven-defying for them to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's impossible for them to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war. Su Konghai's words were filled with certainty, as if he felt that his thoughts were correct. I hope so. The young man nodded. However, the feeling they give me is indeed different. Junior Uncle Su, you should have heard from my master that I have an innate intuition. This intuition has allowed me to escape from the 9 Serenities battlefield several times. Based on the young man's words, it was obvious he had entered the 9 Serenities battlefield before. I've heard of your intuition before. However, there are always times when intuition is wrong. Don't tell me your intuition isn't wrong? Su Konghai asked. The young man frowned slightly. Sometimes, after my intuition sensed something, I'd leave immediately without checking if there was any danger. At that time, I didn't dare to confirm if my intuition was right or not. Moreover, there was a time when my intuition was wrong. The young man said. Isn't that enough? Intuition isn't omnipotent. Su Konghai said. I hope so. The young man nodded. Moreover, even if both of them are 6-star gods of war, so what? I heard from your master that you've killed 9 6-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, right? Su Konghai asked. Yes. The young man nodded. However, those 6-star gods of war were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war. Even if they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war, they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war. Even if they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war, they were still stronger than peak 5-star gods of war. Su Konghai smiled faintly. Don't worry. In 3 months, you'll definitely rank first in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Then, you'll rightfully obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. Even if Vice Palace Master Lu's granddaughter covets the exploding element celestial fruit, she won't be able to compete with you. There was only one exploding element celestial fruit in the tidal temple. After the tidal temple obtained the exploding element celestial fruit, many high-ranking officials wanted to obtain it so their descendants could consume it. Among them, a vice-palace master with the surname Lu and Su Konghai had the highest status. When the others saw both of them interfering, they could only give up. In the end, both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. Their conflict continued to intensify. Chapter 3500. For this reason, the main hall master of the Tidal Temple had decided to reward the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to prevent the conflict from escalating. For this reason, Vice Hall Master Lu had no choice but to give up since he knew there was no hope for his daughter. Su Konghai, on the other hand, felt the main hall master of the Tidal Temple was deliberately helping his junior nephew, the young man standing before him, obtain the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Since Su Konghai understood this principle, Deputy Palace Master Lu naturally understood it as well. However, since the main hall master of the Tidal Temple had given him a way out, there was nothing he could do. At the very most, he could only pray that someone else would obtain the exploding element celestial fruit and obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. That way, he would be able to feel better. Of course, he only dared to think about all of this in his heart and didn't dare speak it out. Because once he spoke it out, it would cause universal condemnation. Everyone would say that he was an ingrate that sided with outsiders and suppressed his own people. I must obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. The young man's eyes shone brightly. Currently, he was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor. If he obtained the exploding element celestial fruit, he would be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial emperor and break through to the godly spirit stage. Moreover, he could use the time he saved to comprehend profundities from the law to improve his strength. Let's go back. Su Konghai smiled faintly. There's no need to think too much. Don't feel pressured. Duan Lingtian, Ling Juan, and the other young geniuses from the Devata realms are destined to be your stepping stones. Based on Su Konghai's words, it was clear he trusted the young man. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Tidal Temple's trump card had revealed itself and was wary of him and Ling Juan. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in the primordial precipice, fully immersed in comprehending the laws of space. Although the space law left behind on the primordial precipice wasn't as profound as the Supreme Master's Godhead, the space law left behind on the primordial precipice took a different path. There were many space law profundities that Duan Lingtian had never thought of before. There were some combinations that he could use right now. However, there were more combinations that she couldn't use right now because she hadn't fused some of the profundities of the law of space yet. People who comprehended any law would fuse different profundities, have different methods, and have different powers. For example, when 2 offensive profundities of a certain law were fused together, their might would become extremely powerful, and it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. However, if the offensive profundities and the speed profundities were fused together, not only would the power be guaranteed, but the speed of the attack would also be guaranteed. The fusion of profundities from a law was ever-changing. For this reason, titled celestial emperors who were proficient in the same law would have different effects when they cast their profundities. It's like this. It's like this, amazing. It's amazing. Duan Lingtian was so engrossed in the primordial precipice that he forgot about time and everything else other than the law of space. At the same time, Su Li was also immersed in the primordial precipice. Duan Lingtian and Su Li going to the primordial precipice wasn't a secret to some observant people. For example, Lord Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuan Heaven's Tidal Temple and Lord Yahiko of the Dead Spirit Clan, was slightly tempted when he learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the primordial precipice again. Now, Feng Qingyang should be at ease with Duan Lingtian being alone in the primordial precipice, right? Perhaps, I'll succeed if I make a move now. Lord Yahiko was still hoping for a fluke. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, before he could put it into action, he completely dispelled this idea. No. It's too risky. Even if Feng Qingyang isn't here, he'll definitely tell the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven to take precautions. Based on their friendship, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven will definitely cooperate with him. It seems like I'll have to look for another opportunity in the future. Lord Yahiko could not forget about Duan Lingtian's body. He was willing to pay any price as long as he could possess Duan Lingtian's body. With 99 heavenly veins, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to attain godhood. After all, mastering 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth was equivalent to obtaining a pass to become a god, let alone mastering 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth. Lord Yahiko muttered to himself, as for Feng Qingyang. When I've fully recovered in 100 years, I'll definitely pay you a visit. If I can kill you, Duan Lingtian will be a piece of meat on my chopping board. Yahiko muttered to himself as his eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could already see the scene of him killing Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian being at his mercy. He could not help but feel emotional. The final round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses would begin in 3 months. Most of the geniuses who made it into the top 30 felt pressured, so they began to cultivate in seclusion as soon as they returned to their respective realms. Meanwhile, the young geniuses gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. So far, there are 8 5-star gods of war. Do you think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? I don't think there will be any surprises. I think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Who's going to be the first? I'm not sure. After all, no 5-star gods of war have fought with another 5-star god of war, so it's hard to say who's stronger. Do you think there'll be a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? How dare you think about it? Do you know what it means to have a 6-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old? The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years. There might not even be a 6-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old in 10 consecutive Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. There are more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. There might be a 6-star god of war. All of the young geniuses who had been eliminated were looking forward to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in 3 months. In fact, they were even more excited than the 30 people who had made it to the next round. Under normal circumstances, 3 months was just a blink of an eye for the young geniuses who had been eliminated. However, 3 months seemed like years to them as they looked forward to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in 3 months. Day by day, they counted day by day. Another day passed, another day passed, another day passed. Many people realized that this day was actually so long. Finally, the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin. 3 months had passed since the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had begun. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'll send a message to Su Li so he won't miss it. Duan Lingtian had returned from the primordial precipice. He had returned to his wooden house and was comprehending the law of space and the space sword Dao with the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was only a few days ago that he stopped comprehending the law of space and closed his eyes to rest. He knew it would be difficult for him to make any progress in just a few days. It would be better for him to take a break and digest what he had learned recently. It would be helpful for him to improve his strength. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Su Li was surprised when he was awakened by Duan Lingtian's message. He did not expect 3 months to pass so quickly. Hurry up and come out. Don't miss it. Duan Lingtian sent another message to Su Li, urging him to leave the primordial precipice so he would not miss the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even if Su Li missed the final round, he would still be ranked 30th. However, if he did not miss the final round, he might be able to move up a few ranks and stay in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber for a longer period of time. It's finally time. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Let's go. Let's go back and rest. We'll have enough energy to watch the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses tomorrow. You're right. We should rest. We've been waiting for 3 months. Tomorrow was the day of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The young geniuses who had been waiting for this day for 3 months were no longer in a hurry. After all, it was getting closer and closer. Tomorrow was the day of the Battle of the Geniuses. /B, the next day, the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began as scheduled. Early in the morning, the spectator seats around the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were filled with people. Their faces were flushed with excitement as though they had been injected with chicken blood. They were the spectators of the final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, the main characters of the final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses had yet to arrive. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches had yet to arrive. Instead, it was the young geniuses who had arrived too early. It was as though they were afraid they would miss out on something. After about an hour, high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches began to arrive one after another. Then, heavenly emperors began to arrive one after another. After that, a few of the 30 people who had advanced finally appeared and successfully attracted the attention of many people. Then, more and more people from the 30 people who had advanced appeared. When Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juan, and Tang Sanpao arrived, it caused a huge commotion. Duan Lingtian is here. There's also Ling Juan and Tang Sanpao. Out of the 8 people who have displayed their strength as 5-star gods, 3 of them are from this small group. This is unbelievable. The arrival of Duan Lingtian and the others attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 3501. Tang Sanpao was the first person in Duan Lingtian's group to display his strength as a 5-star god of war. Before Tang Sanpao displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war, let alone those who did not know Tang Sanpao, including Duan Lingtian, did not expect Tang Sanpao to be a 5-star god of war. In their opinion, Tang Sanpao was a talkative and easygoing person. Although he did not talk much in front of others, he was especially talkative in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, especially Duan Lingtian. After Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian was the second person in Duan Lingtian's group to display his strength as a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian. Everyone had heard of his existence long before they saw him. It was all because of the extremely dazzling halo above his head. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. There were 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Every heavenly emperor would have a few disciples. However, Feng Qingyang was the only heavenly emperor who did not have a single disciple, let alone a true disciple. For this reason, those who were in the know were shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang had a true disciple. If it were any other heavenly emperor, even the heavenly emperor ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking, accepting a true disciple would not be as shocking as the news of Feng Qingyang accepting a true disciple before it was confirmed that he had become a god. This was all because of Feng Qingyang's unique personality. He was very different from the other heavenly emperors. Even Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, who was as famous as Feng Qingyang in the past, had many disciples and 4 true disciples. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had attracted a lot of attention before the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In the beginning, most people thought Duan Lingtian was lucky to be favored by Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple. However, Duan Lingtian continued to display his strength during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. He even displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war before the final round of the Geniuses' Battle of the Devata Realms. At this moment, even those who were not convinced that Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had no choice but to accept it. When they asked themselves honestly, none of them had the same achievement as Duan Lingtian at his age. Perhaps, only someone as talented as Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was qualified to accept such a monstrous genius as his disciple. If Duan Lingtian is a sectless cultivator without a master, even the heavenly emperor of the Ji Brahma heaven who's ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms would be tempted to accept him as his true disciple. His innate talent is heaven-defying. He's only 600 years old, but he's already a 5-star god of war. Moreover, he's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. With such innate talent and a master, I'm sure he'll be an earth-shattering figure in the Devata realms in the future. Such a person would definitely make a name for himself in the realms of gods. Many young geniuses sighed as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhongguiyu, the young genius who claimed to be Su Yixi's junior brother in front of Duan Ling Tian and the monstrous Seckless cultivator who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian. It seems like senior sister didn't lie to me. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it seems like he's on par with me. However, it won't be easy for him to defeat me with just this little bit of strength. Unless he's hiding something. Although Zhong Guiyu had such thoughts, he did not think it was possible. Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 700 years old, possessed such strength. It was already shocking and heaven-defying enough. Let alone the fact that such a person had never appeared in the history of the Devata realms. Even the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms who had come from the Devata realms had not achieved such a feat at such a young age. Zhong Guiyu even wondered if there was such a person. In the realms of gods, there was no one who possessed such strength at such a young age. Perhaps there was. After all, many natives in the realms of gods were the children and descendants of gods. They were born with supreme innate talent. Perhaps not. After all, it was too heaven-defying for a 600-year-old 5-star god of war who had mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. There's also Ling Jueyan. While many people were paying attention to Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao, there were also some who were paying attention to Ling Jueyan. They had a deep impression of this mysterious, powerful, and ruthless young man. I wonder where he came from. This time, there are so many genius Seckless cultivators who have never been heard of before. They must be the disciples or descendants of reclusive powerhouses or have obtained heaven-defying legacies. Heaven-defying legacies? I'm afraid only the legacies left behind by gods or stronger can nurture such outstanding young powerhouses. At this moment, Su Li was also the focus of many people's attention. Although he was not a 5-star god of war, he was too young. So young that it was shocking. Although he was obviously not as good as Duan Ling Tian. Compared to everyone present except for Duan Ling Tian, he was not inferior at all. Of course, these people had such thoughts because they did not know that Ling Jueyan's real age was about the same as Su Li and Duan Ling Tian. Ling Jueyan, how old are you? At this moment, Tang Sanpao suddenly looked at Ling Jueyan and asked without any warning. Perhaps he had heard many people whispering around him. Or perhaps he had suddenly thought of something. Faced with his question, Ling Jueyan only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Tang Sanpao smiled brightly. Ling Jueyan, you must be almost 1,000 years old, right? It seems that you are the oldest among us. Tang Sanpao was obviously trying to provoke Ling Jueyan. However, Ling Jueyan did not fall for it and continued to ignore him, which made him a little annoyed. He is about the same age as me and Su Li, Duan Ling Tian said. He had a rough idea of Ling Jueyan's age. After all, he and Ling Jueyan had known each other for a long time. Moreover, the sword spirit of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang, knew Ling Jueyan very well. Less than 700 years old? Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed and asked subconsciously. Yes. Seeing Duan Ling Tian nod, Tang Sanpao sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the other 2. You are a group of perverts. However, you are all younger than me. Shouldn't you call me Brother Tang? Tang Sanpao's slightly unnatural expression disappeared in a moment. It was like a flash in the pan and was replaced by a mocking smile. This time, not only did Ling Jueyan ignore him, but Duan Ling Tian also ignored him. As for Su Li, he turned his head away. Tang Sanpao was furious when he saw this. You all. After Duan Ling Tian and the others took their seats, a beautiful figure appeared and attracted the attention of the group. It's Yi Dongyu. Although Yi Dongyu looked ordinary, and her appearance could only be considered delicate, disregarding everything else, just the strength of a 5-star war god was enough to make her the focus of everyone's attention. She was the only woman who had the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Of course, she was not the only woman who had advanced to this round. There were 4 other women, but the one who had displayed the strongest strength so far was her. Although the other 4 women were more beautiful than Yi Dongli, they were not as attractive as Yi Dongyu at this moment. I've never heard of Yi Dongyu before. A female 5-star god of war who's less than 1,000 years old is extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Many people sighed emotionally. That's right. There might be many female 5-star gods of war who's less than 1,000 years old in the realms of gods, but in the Devata realms, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Although this Yi Dongyu is not an outstanding beauty, if I can become her Dao companion, it will be a great joy in my life. If you want to marry her, you'll have to be stronger than her. When Yi Dongyu entered the square, she received as much attention as Duan Lingtian and the others. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Yi Dongyu. Although this woman looked ordinary, she was a 5-star god of war. It was truly shocking. There were indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Previously, before the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, he had asked his master, Feng Qingyang, if there were many female celestials who would stand out in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. However, his master did not say much. In fact, no female 5-star gods of war had ever appeared in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Yi Dongyu. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, why are you staring at Yi Dongyu? Don't tell me you've fallen for her? At this moment, Tang Sanpao's voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Let me remind you, a woman like her is a rose with thorns. If you want to tame her, you'll have to at least be stronger than her. Su Li, don't even think about it for now. As for Duan Lingtian, he has a high chance. Tang Sanpao said mockingly. You know her well. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Tang Sanpao. What? Do you know her? Or, have you ever been with her? A hint of awkwardness flashed in Tang Sanpao's eyes before he smiled awkwardly. Not really. We've only met once. Her master is a godly spirit powerhouse. My master, that old man, when he sees her master, he has to call him martial uncle. This was the first time Duan Lingtian and the others had heard Tang Sanpao say this. Chapter 3502. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, exclaimed in surprise, no wonder I felt Yi Dongyu was looking at us. I thought she was looking at Duan Lingtian, but now that I think about it, she was looking at you. Looking at Duan Lingtian? Why would she look at him? Tang Sanpao was stunned. Wasn't it obvious? That woman had obviously stared at him a few times. However, he could not help but sigh. Women were indeed vengeful creatures. They had only met once, and it was a small misunderstanding. It had been a few hundred years, but she still remembered it. Duan Lingtian is handsome, Zhang Tianyu said matter-of-factly. Zhang Tianyu said matter-of-factly, among us men, it seems like only Duan Lingtian's face is the most attractive to women, right? What's with that look? Are you blind? Tang Sanpao glared at Zhang Tianyu. I suspect there's something wrong with your sense of beauty. I'm obviously better looking than Duan Lingtian, and yet, you go against your conscience and say he's good looking. What did he give you? If it's not much, I'll give you double. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, not only did Zhang Tianyu roll his eyes, but even Wang Ting, who was standing at the side, could not help but snicker. She felt Tang Sanpao was full of himself. Although Tang Sanpao was not bad looking, he could not be considered handsome. At most, he was slightly above average. It's about to begin. At this moment, He Jianyi spoke. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the tidal temple who was in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, flying toward them from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he looked around and announced, I hereby announce the start of the final round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although they knew Su Konghai was here and the first round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was about to begin, they could not help but feel excited when they heard Su Konghai's announcement. It was here. It was finally here. The 3 months of waiting had not been in vain. In the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the title temple will no longer list the participants. The participants will be decided by drawing lots. Most of the people present on the scene were already aware of Su Konghai's words. After all, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had always had such a rule. This time was no exception. The last 30 participants would draw lots to decide who they would fight in the first round. Do you guys think that in the first round of 30 people, there will be a 5-star war god meeting a 5-star war god? Many people were looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, out of the 30 people, 8 of them are 5-star war gods. Therefore, the possibility of the 5-star war gods facing each other is still very high. I hope that the battle between the 5-star war gods won't come too quickly. It's better to leave the best for last. Amidst the whispers of the surrounding young geniuses, Su Konghai had already taken out a large box with only one opening. Inside this box, there are a total of 30 jade pieces, each engraved with a number from 1 to 30, 30. The person who gets 1 will fight with the person who gets 2. The person who gets 3 will fight with the person who gets 4, and so on. Now, the 30 participants who have advanced, come forward. Don't try to use your divine consciousness to check the numbers. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. In the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it was said that some people had tried to use their divine consciousness to check the jade slips in the box. In the end, their divine consciousness was destroyed by the person in charge of the Tidal Temple's Battle of the Geniuses. The person's soul was injured, and it was difficult for him to unleash his full strength in the subsequent battles. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. For this reason, as soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the 30 young geniuses who had advanced to the final round, including Duan Lingtian, flew up into the air one after another. When they approached Su Konghai, they behaved themselves and did not dare to act recklessly. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, they took turns to draw lots and received their jade slips. After a short while, all 30 of them received their respective jade slips. What's your number? After Tang Sanpao received his jade slip, he looked at the number on it and asked Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. Ling Jueyun did not say anything. He merely opened his jade slip and saw the number 5 on it. It was obvious he was number 5. His opponent in the first round was number 6. Tang Sanpao immediately looked around and asked, "Who's number 6?" No one responded. There's no need to ask. At this moment, Su Li smiled wryly and said, "I'm number 6. In the first round, Su Li and Ling Jueyun were matched up against each other. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Su Li and Ling Jueyun would meet in the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian, what about you? We won't meet, right? Tang Sanpao asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he opened his jade slip in front of Tang Sanpao. The number 12 was written on it. It seems like we're not fated to meet, Tang Sanpao said as he opened the jade slip in his hand. It had the word 26 written on it. It was the number 26 of that person. Now, apart from number 1 and number 2, the rest of you can return to the spectator seats. Su Konghai's loud and clear voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others immediately left. Another group of people also left with them. Only 2 people were left in the arena. When they left, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively turned to look and saw one of the 2 people was Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu, a sectless cultivator, had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. He had claimed to be Su Yaxi's junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian. As for the other person, he had only displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the spectator seats and sat down, the 4-star god of war tactfully admitted defeat. Zhong Guiyu won without a fight and obtained the first victory in the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Number 2, Zhong Guiyu, wins the first round. As Su Konghai announced, he continued to say, "Now, number 3 and number 4 will enter the arena." This time, the two people who entered the arena weren't one of the 8 5-star gods of war. They were two people who had previously displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war. One of them was even the target of Duan Ling Tian's attention. Hong Yuan. He had easily defeated Su Li previously. Su Li felt Hong Yuan had concealed his strength and was most likely a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, suspected that he or Sima Rui was the Tidal Temple's trump card. Hong Yuan. Perhaps because of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were fixed on Hong Yuan and the other person when they entered the arena. Hong Yuan is a young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. This time, his opponent is a sectless cultivator whose strength is at the peak of the 4-star god of war. Many pairs of eyes were focused on the arena. Both of them have something in common. Before this, the strongest opponent they faced was an ordinary 4-star god of war. In other words, one of them might have the strength of a 5-star god of war. However, he hasn't been forced to use his strength. Naturally, it's also possible that both of them are 5-star gods of war. It's also possible that both of them aren't 5-star gods of war. Regardless, we'll find out soon enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Yuan and his opponent began to fight. Then, just as Su Li had guessed, Hong Yuan's strength was still not at full strength. In the battle with his current opponent, it didn't take long for him to display the strength of a 5-star war god and defeat his opponent in one move. This was the first time Hong Yuan had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in a Devata Realms battle of geniuses. Su Konghai was not surprised by this. It was obvious he knew Hong Yuan was a 5-star god of war. After all, Hong Yuan was a young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. As the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main palace, it was impossible for him not to know about this. As expected, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. At the same time, he felt the identity of the Tidal Temple's trump card was even more mysterious. After all, until now, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui's strength were about the same. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Number 3, Hong Yuan wins the second battle. As Su Konghai announced, he signaled for number 5 and number 6 to enter the arena. Number 5 and number 6 were none other than Su Li and Ling Jueyan. It's Su Li and Ling Jueyan. Heavens! Isn't their luck too bad? In everyone's eyes, Su Li and Ling Jueyan were friends, but now, in the last round, they were facing each other for the first time. Will Su Li admit defeat? Many people thought so. After all, both of them were not only friends, but there was a huge gap in their strength as well. However, Su Li didn't admit defeat. He still exchanged blows with Ling Jueyan. Of course, just like what most people thought, Su Li lost without any suspense. Moreover, he was defeated within 3 moves. And this was because Ling Jueyan didn't use his full strength from the start. Otherwise, Su Li wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move. Number 5, Ling Jueyan wins the third battle. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Now, number 7 and number 8, enter the arena. These two people were 4-star war gods. In the end, the top 4-star war god won the battle. The other person was eliminated. Moreover, this person might still be a 5-star war god. After all, his opponent wasn't strong. Even if he was a 5-star war god, he wouldn't be able to force him to use his full strength. After number 7 and number 8, it was number 9 and number 10. Still, no 5-star war god entered the arena. These two people were both top 4-star war gods. In the end, they fought for half a day before a winner was determined. Moreover, it was only by a single thought. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. Number 11, number 12. As the battle between number 9 and number 10 ended, Duan Lingtian's number was finally announced. He was number 12. Number 11 was a top 4-star war god. He was another young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. Chapter 3503. Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the field and stared at the young prodigy from the Tidal Temple. This young prodigy was a top 4-star god of war. He was one of the more outstanding young prodigies from the Tidal Temple. Of course, he was not as good as Hong Yuan and Nangong Rui. Whether it was Hong Yuan or Nangong Rui, they had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war so far. As for the young prodigy in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not think he had the strength of a 5-star god of war. This was because he had a hard time fighting against the other 4-star god of war. Even if he tried to hide it, Duan Lingtian was still observing the young prodigies from the Tidal Temple. Roar! The young prodigy from the Tidal Temple knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, he still used all his strength and unleashed his strongest attack. He even let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a wild beast from the depths of his throat. Boom! Boom! The young prodigy from the Tidal Temple specialized in the law of water. As soon as he appeared, the area around him seemed to have turned into an ocean. Waves of rolling enormous waves that contained extremely terrifying killing intent swept towards Duan Lingtian. These huge waves were different from ordinary waves. Ordinary waves would come one after another. However, these huge waves would occasionally turn into whirlpools that seemed to be able to swallow everything under the sea. The young prodigy from the Tidal Temple was so desperate because he had received a message asking him to unleash all his strength to see if he could force Duan Lingtian to use his other trump cards. He wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had any other trump cards. However, for a genius from the Tidal Temple, a top 4-star god of war, it would not be easy for him to force Duan Lingtian, who was currently a 5-star god of war, to reveal his trump card even if he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was as calm as ever. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. Even when the surrounding waves swept over and formed a turbulent whirlpool, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. When the vast wave came into contact with a 5-meter radius of Duan Lingtian, a shocking scene appeared. It was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a huge whale in the depths of the sea. It was as though a whale had opened its mouth and the huge waves were swallowed by it. No matter how many waves came, they would be swallowed by the waves. In the end, the young prodigy from the Tidal Temple's face. He knew that he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. However, Duan Lingtian merely stood there and cast one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of control. He controlled the space and allowed the space to absorb his attack. Of the sky was. Admit defeat. A voice rang in the Tidal Temple's young prodigy's ears again. It was none other than the person who had asked him to test Duan Lingtian's strength through voice transmission. This person was none other than the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai. He was the one who presided over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The gap between them was too big. Perhaps, this battle should not have started in the first place. At this moment, Su Konghai's thoughts ran wild. At the same time, Su Konghai's eyes that were trained on Duan Lingtian turned even more unfathomable. A hint of uncontrollable greed could be seen in his eyes. I admit defeat. The young prodigy who received Su Konghai's order immediately admitted defeat. Number 12, Duan Lingtian, wins. Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the young prodigy from the Tidal Temple left the arena. Number 13 and number 14 entered the arena. When the 2 young prodigies entered the arena, not many people paid attention to them. Most people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. What do you think Duan Lingtian's rank will be? He's too young. It'll be good if he can rank in the top 5. It's impossible for him to rank in the top 3. I agree. Although most of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength due to his young age, they still felt he was destined to be a stepping stone in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard these whispers. However, he did not care. Throughout his journey, he had been looked down upon by so many people that he could not even remember how many times he had been looked down upon. The best way to respond to these people was to show them how ignorant they were with his actions. Duan Lingtian, your ability to control is terrifying. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned, Zhang Tian you could not help but exclaim in surprise, I feel that although the young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple is a peak 4-star god of war, he's like a 3-year-old child compared to you. No matter how much trouble he makes, you can just stand there and neutralize his attacks. Even if he tries his best, it's useless. Wang Ting and He Jianyi nodded in agreement when they heard Zhang Tianyou's words. After Duan Ling Tian, the next battle was between two 4-star gods of war. Since one of them had won by a narrow margin, it was certain he was not a 5-star god of war. Even though he had won, it was a close call. He had suffered heavy injuries and was no longer at his peak. If he was a 5-star god of war, would he humiliate himself like that? One should know that if one was injured in such a battle, it would affect one's performance later on. No one dared to conceal their strength in such a battle, lest they fail miserably. Number 15, Number 16. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of number 15 caused a commotion at the scene. Yu Dongfang. The third direct disciple of Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, Yu Dongfang, had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. He was number 15. His opponent was a lone cultivator who had displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. This person, Duan Lingtian, did not look at Yu Dongfang. His gaze landed on Yu Dongfang's opponent, the young man who had obtained the number 16 jade slip. This person was wearing a grayish-white robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Moreover, he looked a little timid. He was an introverted young man. But now, when facing Yu Dongfang, his temperament had changed. Although he still had a sense of shyness, his erratic eyes were focused. "You're not my match." Yu Dongfang looked at the young man and said calmly. It was as if victory was already in his hands. "Perhaps." The young man spoke. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. However, everyone present heard him clearly. "If you don't admit defeat, I'll defeat you myself." As Yu Dongfang spoke, he moved like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the young man's father. He raised his hands and a vast amount of energy gathered. This person is destined to lose against Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang is too strong. Everyone felt that Yu Dongfang's opponent was going to lose. Moreover, until the moment Yu Dongfang gathered his strength, the young man did not move at all. It was as if he was scared out of his wits. However, what happened next was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was as if time had stopped. Yu Dongfang maintained his posture of raising his hand and froze in the air. Even his expression was completely in its original state, giving people a creepy feeling. It's the law of time. The law of time. At this moment, not only did many people in the spectator seats stand up, but even some heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-halls stood up in shock. The law of time was the strangest law among the 4 supreme laws. It could control time and catch people off guard. Many people even called the law of time the number 1 law in the world. This was because the law of time was too heaven-defying. How terrifying was the ability to freeze time. Of course, while the law of time was heaven-defying, it was also extremely difficult to comprehend. Even at the beginning, it would take a long time to comprehend. Many people who had comprehended the law of time would switch to other laws when they realized it was too slow. As for the law of time, if one did not comprehend it to a high level, it could only affect ordinary people. This was because the law of time could only affect people who were not strong enough to suppress them. For example, the law of time could freeze time. Unless one had fused many ultimacies together, it could not affect people who had mastered the fusion of many ultimacies and comprehended other laws. However, Yu Dongfang had been frozen in time. Yu Dongfang's strength was obvious to all. He was definitely a 5-star god of war. Someone who could use the law of time to freeze him was at least as strong as him. Otherwise, he would only be able to freeze his body for a moment. It would not be able to last for so long. Chi! Chi! Under everyone's watchful gazes, the eyes of the unprepossessing young man, who everyone had already determined to be a 5-star war god, emitted 2 gray rays of light when Yu Dongfang's body regained its mobility. Almost as soon as Yu Dongfang regained his senses, the 2 beams of gray light shot into his body. In the next moment, before Yu Dongfang could make another move, his body underwent an earth-shattering change under everyone's watchful eyes. First, Yu Dongfang's long black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Then, it turned completely white. His eyebrows turned white as well. After that, his skin started to wrinkle and age. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a young man with a strong body into an old man who was incomparably old. It was as though he had been cursed by time. This scene caused most of the people present to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. As far as I know, someone who can control the law of time to such an extent is at least an elite 5-star god of war. A top 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpeo's voice echoed in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 3504. In the blink of an eye, Yu Dongfang's transformation was shocking. It was as if 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye for an ordinary person. He had turned from a young man in his prime into an old man with 1 foot in the grave. The Edict of Time. Duan Lingtian stared at the ordinary-looking young man. He had been staring at his opponent the whole time. He had been observing this person for a long time. Every single time, not only his opponent, even the spectators felt that he would undoubtedly lose. However, every single time, he would win. This was why Duan Lingtian paid attention to him. He thought this person would lose to Yu Dongfang. After all, Yu Dongfang was a 5-star god of war. He did not expect him to display the strength of a top-tier 5-star god of war. This is the Edict of Time's vicissitudes in a single thought. Those who are proficient in the Edict of Time are at least a top-tier 5-star god of war. They are almost invincible among those below 6-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention the Edict of Time's vicissitudes in a single thought. It could make a person's body age and decline with a single thought. It was like an ordinary person turning from a young man to an old man. If an ordinary person was hit by the vicissitudes in a single thought, their lifespan would be depleted. On the other hand, an immortal's lifespan was endless. Although it only affected the various parts of the body and prevented them from using their full strength, it would take a lot of effort for them to return to their original appearance. Bang! When the crowd saw Yu Dongfang turned into an old man by the young man's eyes, they were shocked. Before they could react, the young man pushed out a palm and easily sent Yu Dongfang flying away. Yu Dongfang's body was extremely old, and he couldn't gather his strength anymore. He coughed out blood all the way, and his aura was weak. In the end, Yu Dongfang heavily smashed into the ground in the distance with a thud. Yu Dongfang's body was extremely old. Yu Dongfang fainted after he landed on the ground. Third senior brother. At this moment, a figure flew out from the spectator stand. It was Yu Dongfang's junior brother, Tong Tuesday. He was also the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan. Tong Tu went down and carried the severely injured Yu Dongfang away. At this moment, the spectators finally regained their senses. Unsurprisingly, a series of gasps could be heard. Dark horse. This was an absolute dark horse. No one had expected that the battle between Yu Dongfang and this unprepossessing young man would end up like this. In fact, Yu Dongfang did not even have the chance to make a move. He was completely controlled by the other party with the law of time, toying with him in the palm of his hand. Of course, at this moment, no one felt that Yu Dongfang was too weak or anything. They only felt that this ordinary-looking youth was too strong, so strong that it was shocking and made their hearts tremble. Didn't this Huang Quanan use the laws of fire when he fought earlier? He's actually proficient in the laws of time. Don't you see? His attainments in the laws of time are even stronger than the laws of fire. Oh my god. This Huang Quanan, where did this monster come from? Just by relying on the law of fire, he has the strength of a peak 4-star war god. And by relying on the law of time, he has the strength of a peak 5-star war god. A top-notch 5-star war god? It can't be that you don't know that those who can control the vicissitudes in a single thought technique, without exception, are all people with the strength of a peak 5-star war god, right? This kind of person is recognized as invincible under the 6-star god of war. Invincible under the 6-star god of war? That's Huang Quanan? Naturally, he's invincible under the 6-star god of war without a divine weapon. A divine weapon can break his time shackles. The ordinary-looking youth, Huang Quanan, had attracted a lot of attention earlier. However, at this moment, everyone was paying attention to him, including the vice palace master of the title temple, Su Konghai. Even he was looking at Huang Quanan with a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, Su Konghai and a group of heavenly emperors from various Devata realms sent voice transmissions to Huang Quanan in an attempt to recruit him. Naturally, there were very few people who wanted to accept Huang Quanan as a disciple since most of them knew there was nothing they could teach him. However, Huang Quanan completely ignored the voice transmissions from the crowd. Whether it was the heavenly emperors or Su Konghai, he ignored all of them. Naturally, only Huang Quanan and the group of people who had sent him voice transmissions were aware of this. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge uproar. Who was Huang Quanan? He did not even give face to the vice palace master of the title temple's main hall. At the same time, Tathagata, the palace master of the title temple's Xianyuan Heaven sub-palace, looked at Huang Quanan with a hint of greed in his eyes. What a pity. I already have a body that I want. If there's no Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely possess you. Tathagata, or to be more precise, Lord Yahiko, thought to himself as he looked at Huang Quanan. His comprehension of the law of time is not bad. However, it'll take him a lot of effort to become a god. As for Duan Lingtian, with his foundation, if I possess him, I might even be able to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, let alone become a god. Unknowingly, Tathagata's gaze had shifted from Huang Quan and to Duan Lingtian. Flames of greed burned in his eyes as though he wanted nothing more than to abduct Duan Lingtian and possess him in public. At this moment, the young geniuses who were watching the battle suddenly thought of something. Including Hong Yuan and Huang Quanan, there are 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. 10 5-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old would appear in the Devata realm's genius battle. This was not something that would happen every Devata realm's genius battle. For this reason, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms had reached a new climax in just a blink of an eye. 10 5-star gods of war. Will there be an 11th one? As more and more people left the stage, another 5-star god of war appeared. Similar to Yi Dongli, she was a woman. She was dressed in a loose gray robe and had a bamboo hat on her head. The woman was wearing a veil and only half of her face was exposed. However, just by looking at her beautiful eyes and willowy eyebrows, one could not help but feel that she had a stunningly beautiful face. Of course, there were also a small number of people who felt that although she had a pair of beautiful eyes and eyebrows, since she was wearing a face scarf, she might have been disfigured or the lower half of her face was extremely ugly. Regardless, not many people paid attention to her. What they were concerned about was her strength as a 5-star god of war. She had easily defeated her opponent, a powerful peak 4-star god of war. Before this battle, this woman hadn't even displayed the strength of a peak 4-star war god. She had only displayed the strength of a relatively powerful 4-star war god. Many people thought that no matter how strong she was only a peak 4-star war god. They did not expect her strength to be so shocking when she revealed her true strength. Another 5-star god of war. Moreover, it's a female 5-star god of war. This Lu Su Yen is similar to Yi Dongli. I've never heard of her before. It's said that the Devata realm's battle of geniuses attracts sectless geniuses from various Devata realms. It seems like it's true. Lu Su Yen is another 5-star god of war who is less than 1,000 years old after Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyan, and Yi Dongli. 11 5-star gods of war. This Devata realm's battle of geniuses is destined to go down in history. The group of young geniuses present on the scene were excited. Being able to personally witness a Devata Realms battle of geniuses that would go down in history was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Will there be a 12th five-star god of war? Some people thought. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but think so. However, after 15 matches, no more 5-star war gods had appeared. Moreover, it could be confirmed that no more 5-star war gods would appear. Because, even if there was a 5-star war god, in this round, it would be very difficult to hide. In the end, 15 people successfully emerged as the victors of the 15 battles. Among them, there were 10 5-star gods of war. Although there were 11 5-star gods of war participating in this Devata Realms battle of geniuses, Yu Dongfang was severely injured and eliminated. It would take a long time for him to recover. Next, the 15 people who were defeated will proceed to the second round. Among the 15 people, there's one person who was severely injured. He's the only 5-star god of war among the 15 people who were defeated. Due to his strength, he can advance to the next round. Does anyone have any objections? If anyone has any objections, you can fight him after he recovers from his injuries. However, it must be a battle to the death. Su Konghai's eyes flashed as he said, I've asked the Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan through voice transmission. He said Yu Dongfang is willing to accept the battle to the death. Upon hearing Su Konghai's words, the other 14 young geniuses were rendered speechless. How could they not be willing? Yu Dongfang was a 5-star god of war. Although he was defeated by a top 5-star god of war. Why would he be afraid of them? Su Konghai nodded in satisfaction when he saw no one had any objections. Since no one has any objections, the 14 of you will proceed to the next round. The 7 people who emerge victorious will be ranked 17th to 23rd. When the 14 young geniuses were fighting for the top 7 spots, Tang Sanpeo's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, do you think Su Li can win? Su Li was one of the 14 young geniuses who were about to enter the next round. It'll be difficult. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at Su Li in the distance. Although Su Li was strong and had entered the top 30 in the Devata Realms battle of geniuses, it would be difficult for him to obtain a spot in the top 30. Moreover, the chances were slim. Literature Center. Chapter 3505. Although Su Li had just become a 4-star god of war and was stronger than an ordinary 4-star god of war, he was not as strong as a top 4-star god of war. It was considered a good result for him to be in the top 30 of the Devata Realms battle of geniuses. It would be difficult for him to be in the top 23. Bang! However, even if it was difficult, Su Li was still fearless. He took large strides forward and was finally defeated by the opponent he drew, a top-notch 4-star battle god. Only the other 6 battles of the other 12 people had also been decided one after another. At this moment, the top 30 of the Devata Realms battle of geniuses had been determined. Swoosh! Names appeared in the sky above the Devata Realms battle of geniuses. They were the names of the top 30 people who had made it to the final round. The first 16 people were the 11 5-star gods of war who had defeated their opponents in the first stage of the final round of the Devata Realms battle of geniuses. They were temporarily in the top 16. The 11 5-star gods of war were ranked in the top 11. From the 17th to the 23rd place, they were the 7 people who had defeated their opponents in the second stage. As for Su Li and the others, they were the 7 people who had been defeated in the second stage. The current ranking is only a temporary ranking. There is no order. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple who was in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, said loudly, according to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, the people ranked 21st to 30th can only challenge the person ranked 20th at most. Only those who successfully enter the top 20 can challenge the person ranked before them. Naturally, they can only challenge the person ranked 10th at most. Only those who defeat the person ranked 10th can challenge the other 9 people in the top 10. When Su Konghai spoke, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the 30 names that had already been arranged in order. The person who was temporarily in first place was Zhongguiyu. After Zhongguiyu, Tang Sanpao was in second place. Duan Lingtian was in third place. Zhou Yongqi was in fourth place. Yu Dongfang was in fifth place. Sima Rui was in sixth place. Yi Dongli was in seventh place. Hong Yuan was in eighth place. Huang Quanan was in ninth place. Lu Su Yen was in 10th place. 11th place, Yu Dongfang. Behind them was a group of peak 4-star war gods. Su Li's name was also at the back. Moreover, Su Li's name was quite close to the front. He was ranked 24th, second only to the 7 people who had won the second stage. Did you notice, at this time, many of the spectating young geniuses discovered some clues? No matter if it's a group of 5-star war gods or a group of 4-star war gods ranking, it's always the person who first displayed a certain level of strength that was ranked at the front. For example, among the 5-star war gods, Zhong Guiyu was the first to display the strength of a 5-star war god, so he is temporarily in first place. Then Tang Sanpao, he is the second to display the strength of a 5-star war god. Behind him is Duan Lingtian. Through the attention of some observant people, others quickly discovered this point. Like Su Li. He was the first to display the strength of a 4-star war god among the 7 people ranked at the bottom. Thus, he was currently ranked at the top of the 7 and was temporarily ranked at the 24th place. Now, the rankings are out. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Next, the person who is temporarily ranked at the 30th place, please come out and challenge your opponent. Of course, you can only challenge the person ranked at the 20th place at the very most. After the challenge is successful, if you can maintain your ranking, you can challenge the people ranked from the 4th to the 19th place in the next round. Su Konghai said. The final stage of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses could be considered as the final stage. It could also be said to be the longest stage of the final stage. In this stage, the rule was that the people ranked at the bottom had to challenge the people ranked ahead of them one by one. Of course, they could also choose not to challenge and maintain their original ranking. Under such circumstances, if no one challenged you, you would not be able to challenge anyone else. If someone successfully challenged you and pushed you to the bottom, you would have the opportunity to challenge the people in front of you. However, if the person ranked at the 30th place did not challenge him, he would be the last person ranked at the 30th place because no one could challenge him or even replace him. The person ranked at the 30th place was the last person in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Swoosh. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the person ranked at the 30th place, a white-clad young man with a solemn expression, stepped into the ring and looked at Su Li as he said, I challenge the person ranked at the 24th place, Su Li. As soon as he spoke, an uproar broke out. It seems like he has given up on entering the top 20. It's obvious. If he's aiming to enter the top 20, he wouldn't have challenged those ranked below him. He must be aiming to enter the top 20. After all, the higher one's ranking is, the better the reward from the title temple will be. He's trying to pull Su Li down from the 24th place and replace him. Su Li was the first person to be challenged in the final stage of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Facing the challenge, his expression remained calm and he faced it calmly. In the end, Su Li barely defeated his opponent and retained his 24th place. However, he was injured in the process. Are you alright? After Su Li returned, the worry in Duan Lingtian's eyes didn't reduce as he asked with concern. Earlier, Su Li had vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood after being hit by his opponent. It's just a minor injury. Su Li smiled faintly. Take a healing pill. I'll be fine soon. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he consumed a healing pill and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. According to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, those who were ranked at the bottom were not allowed to challenge Su Li. Su Li had a chance to rest before those who were ranked at the bottom could challenge him again. If someone ranked at the 20th place, those who were ranked at the bottom would not be able to challenge him for the time being since he would have a bye in the next round. Naturally, those who were ranked at the 20th place could challenge those who were ranked at the 19th place. This was one of the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. The same rule applied to those ranked at the 10th and 9th place as well. While Su Li was healing his injuries, the person ranked at the 29th place left the ring. He could not challenge Su Li, and he was not ambitious enough to challenge the person ranked at the 20th place. In the end, he chose to challenge the person ranked at the 25th place. Their strength was about the same, but the person who challenged the person ranked at the 25th place won in the end. He was ranked at the 26th place instead of the 25th place. As for the 26th place, all three of them were ranked at the 28th place. Then, the people ranked at the bottom continued to challenge the 29th place. The person ranked at the 29th place challenged Su Li, who had just recovered from his injuries. This time, Su Li managed to hold his ground. Then, it was the 28th place, the 26th place. As for the 25th place, the person ranked at the 29th place, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone since he had already used his chance in the previous round. However, during this time, more than one person had already challenged the person ranked at the 20th place, but all of them failed. In the end, the person ranked at the 22nd place successfully challenged the person ranked at the 20th place and replaced him. The person ranked at the 20th place was ranked at the 21st place, and the person ranked at the 21st place was ranked at the 22nd place. According to the order, the person ranked at the 22nd place could challenge the person ranked at the top. However, according to the rules, the person ranked at the 20th and 21st place had just fought, so he could not challenge them. Under such circumstances, he chose to challenge the person. He could either choose not to challenge. In this situation, unless the person ranked at the bottom replaced him, he would not be able to challenge the person ranked at the top. Or he could choose to challenge the person ranked at the 19th place. If he won, he would replace him. If he lost, he would still be ranked at the 22nd place. Moreover, even if no one challenged him in the next round and replaced him, he could still continue to challenge. I challenged the person ranked at the 19th place. The new person ranked at the 22nd place was obviously someone with ambition. However, even if he was someone with ambition, if he did not have enough strength, he was destined to be useless in the end. The new person ranked at the 22nd place failed his challenge. Number 18. Because number 19 had just been challenged, when it was his turn, Su Konghai allowed number 18 to enter the arena and give number 19 a chance to rest. After number 18 finished his challenge, number 19 could enter the arena and choose his opponent. I challenged the person ranked at the 12th place. Number 18 was a top 4-star war god. He was very ambitious and challenged the 4-star war god who was ranked at the top. Obviously, he was not convinced that the other party was ranked at the top of the 4-star war gods. As for the people ranked at the top 11, they were all 5-star war gods. He knew that even if he challenged them, he would only be asking for humiliation. Therefore, he did not have the intention to challenge them. The person ranked at the 12th place was none other than Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was the first person to display his strength as a 4-star war god in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. He was a disciple of the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Xian Yuan heaven. He was skilled in illusions. In fact, his strength was not comparable to a top 4-star war god. However, with the help of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit, his strength was comparable to a top 4-star war god. Meng Fangui, you're only able to come this far because you come from a good family and have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. The person who challenged Meng Fangui was a young man in black robes. He had a devilishly handsome face. When he looked at Meng Fangui, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you dare to use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon to fight me, Yuan Haojuan? If you want to fight, let's fight. Meng Fangui's face was calm and indifferent. Don't embarrass yourself with this kind of taunting without any skill. So what if I come from a good family? That's because I, Meng Fangui, am reincarnated. You, feel free to hide in a secluded corner and envy me, Meng Fangui. The mobile version of the website. Chapter 3506. Upon hearing Meng Fangui's words, even Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head with a smile on his face. Those who were able to stand out in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses were extraordinary. Meng Fangui might seem like a good-for-nothing rich kid, but the fact that he was able to reach his current height despite being less than 1,000 years old was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Perhaps it had something to do with his background, but it did not matter much. In the Devata realms, there were many people who came from better backgrounds than Meng Fangui, but none of them were qualified to participate in the Devata realms battle of geniuses. There were at least 800 people like that, if not 1,000. After all, there were 81 Devata realms in total. There were only 8 to 10 people in each Devata realm. Could it be that there were not at least 10 people in each Devata realm who came from a better background than Meng Fan? You're seeking death. Yuan Haojuan, a young genius and a top 4-star god of war, had intended to provoke Meng Fangui into not using his emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. However, not only did he fail, but he was even angered by Meng Fangui's words. When Yuan Haojuan made the first move, it was not difficult to see that he was truly enraged by Meng Fangui's words. Unless he's a 5-star god of war, he's bound to lose. Many people thought so. Yuan Haojuan's loss of composure had put him at a disadvantage. Although he had made a move before Meng Fangui, it did not mean he could gain the upper hand by striking first. At this moment, Yuan Haojuan was no longer in his usual state. What happened next was just as everyone had expected. Even though Yuan Haojuan tried to adjust his emotions after rushing out, he was unable to completely calm down in a short period of time. When he realized this, he naturally became even more anxious. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. It was a vicious cycle. In the end, in less than 10 moves, Meng Fangui defeated Yuan Haojuan with his emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and maintained his current ranking. Number 17. Yuan Haojuan was number 18. After his failure, it was number 17's turn to issue a challenge. However, because Meng Fangui, number 12, had just been challenged, he couldn't issue a challenge this round. Therefore, he could only choose another target. However, he didn't choose number 11 and 10, who were in front of number 12, to look for trouble. A 5-star war god wasn't someone he could fight against. He knew his own limits. In the end, he chose number 13 and successfully challenged him, replacing him. The new number 17. Because number 17 succeeded in his challenge and rose to the top, a new number 17 challenged Meng Fangui after number 17. This new number 17 challenged number 12 Meng Fangui, but he still couldn't shake his opponent's position. Meng Fangui had once again maintained his ranking. Then, it was number 16. Number 16 challenged the new number 13, which was the previous number 17, and failed. Number 15 challenged number 12 Meng Fangui and failed. Meng Fangui was strong to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit, apart from his unfortunate encounter with Zhong Guiyu in the beginning, he had been undefeated throughout his journey in the Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, unless there was a top-tier 4-star god of war with an artifact spirit, it would be difficult to shake his position. As for the 5-star god of war, there was no 5-star god of war behind him. Number 14 challenged number 13, but he failed as well. Because number 13 was the previous number 17, he had already challenged number 17, so he could not challenge number 17. Therefore, it was now number 12, Meng Fangui's turn. Number 12. Su Konghai's gaze fell on Meng Fangui. However, Meng Fangui shook his head and said, "I forfeit." What a joke. The 11 people in front of him were all 5-star gods of war. Even if he didn't have all the 5-star gods of war, he would only embarrass himself if he challenged them. After all, he couldn't defeat a 5-star god of war with an artifact spirit. If that was the case, it would be better for him to forfeit. At least, he would not be humiliated or injured. Nobody was surprised by Meng Fangui's forfeit. In fact, they found it understandable. After all, the gap between a 4-star god of war and a 5-star god of war was too wide. Even if Meng Fangui had an extraordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to defeat a 5-star god of war. After Meng Fangui, it's time for the 5-star gods of war to compete. It's finally time. The most exciting part of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. The battle between the 5-star gods of war is about to begin. To the young geniuses present on the scene, the battle between the 4-star gods of war was merely an appetizer. The battle between the 5-star gods of war would be the highlight of the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian, Yu Dongfang is number 11. He'll be the one to challenge you. Su Li's sharp eyes saw Yu Dongfang, who was sitting in the spectator seat opposite them. Yu Dongfang was looking at them indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian as though he had some deep enmity with him. His injuries have healed so quickly. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Yu Dongfang. As expected, Yu Dongfang was staring at him. Previously, Yu Dongfang did not even have a chance to make a move before he was defeated by Huang Quanan. Moreover, due to Huang Quanan's mastery of the law of time, Yu Dongfang had transformed from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. However, Yu Dongfang no longer looked like an old man. Instead, he looked like a young man. If an ordinary person was subjected to such a technique, not only would their appearance age, but their body and lifespan would also come to an end. However, Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. As a celestial who had endless life, he would only age temporarily, and his body would only deteriorate temporarily. As long as he consumed medicinal pills to replenish his vitality, he would be able to recover quickly. Even if he did not consume any medicinal pills, as long as he was given time, he would gradually recover. The vicissitudes of thought will affect his strength for a period of time. As long as he's given time, he'll be able to recover to his peak. Tang Sanpao said. While Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang were staring at each other, many people were looking at Yu Dongfang in unison. After all, Yu Dongfang was the person who was going to challenge Duan Ling Tian. He was currently ranked last in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Based on the time he displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war, he should be ranked in the top 10. However, since he had been defeated by Huang Quanan in the previous round, the Title Temple had arranged for him to be ranked last among the 5-star gods of war. Everyone present on the scene thought this was reasonable. Yu Dongfang was speechless. After all, he had indeed been defeated by Huang Quanan, who had comprehended the law of time. Yu Dongfang seems to have been staring at Duan Ling Tian since the beginning. Could it be that there's a deep enmity between them? Based on Yu Dongfang's gaze, he'll most likely challenge Duan Ling Tian. One was the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Heaven, a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also a 5-star god of war. Everyone, including the Heavenly Emperors and high-ranking officials from the Title Temple's sub-palaces, looked at Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang with burning eyes. Brother Feng, I'm afraid this disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heavenly Emperor will challenge junior nephew Duan. Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, Junior nephew Duan, did you offend him in some way? I don't know. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a calm expression on his face. It seems like you're very confident in junior nephew Duan, Brother Feng. Upon seeing this, Ding Fu's smile widened as he looked at the arena again. At this moment, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air as everyone looked at him expectantly. Now, let's invite Yu Dongfang, the 11th contestant, to enter the arena. This will be the prelude to the battle between the 5-star gods of war. I wonder who Yu Dongfang will challenge? It was rare for Su Konghai to speak so much. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the spectators. The atmosphere of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was at its peak. Yu Dongfang. Many people looked at the young man with burning eyes. The young man was none other than Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heaven. Who would Yu Dongfang challenge? Based on the current situation, it was most likely he would challenge Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, Yu Dongfang's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian as soon as he entered the arena. Xianyuan, it seems like your disciple is determined to fight Duan Ling Tian. Yu Haotian sat opposite Gongsun Xianyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan, Celestial Emperor. He glanced at the battle before looking at Gongsun Xianyuan, who was also looking at the battle. It's not a bad thing for a young man to suffer a little, Gongsun Xianyuan said. Oh. Yu Hao Tian was surprised when he heard Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. Xianyuan, based on your words, you're confident in Duan Ling Tian? Although Duan Ling Tian was from the same hometown as him, there were many people from planet Yan Huang in the Jade Emperor heaven that he ruled. For this reason, he did not feel anything special about Duan Ling Tian, who was from the same hometown as him. Compared to Gongsun Xuanyuan's disciple, Yu Hao Tian, he felt Duan Ling Tian was a stranger. If he could decide the outcome of the battle, he would rather Yu Dongfang win. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Although Yu Hao Tian was a heavenly emperor, he was no exception. Duan Ling Tian isn't as simple as he seems, Gongsun Xianyuan said as he shook his head. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if he had discovered something, but he wasn't completely sure. I challenge number 3, Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Dongfang finally spoke. Just as most people had expected, he challenged Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3507. Duan Ling Tian was the third person to display his strength as a 5-star god of war among all the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. For this reason, he was temporarily ranked third in the ranking battle of the last round of the Battle of Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, who had revealed their strength as 5-star gods of war earlier than him, were ranked third. Now, it was Yu Dongfang's turn to issue a challenge. He was also the last 5-star god of war. He directly challenged Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm when he heard Yu Dongfang's challenge. In just a blink of an eye, he entered the ring and faced Yu Dongfang. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Dongfang stared at Duan Ling Tian as his eyes gleamed brightly. I've been waiting for this moment. I, Yu Dongfang, will defeat you in front of everyone today because I, Yu Dongfang, can't stand some of your actions. All right. Duan Ling Tian merely nodded indifferently when he heard Yu Dongfang's challenge. Make your move. Nobody expected Duan Ling Tian to challenge Yu Dongfang as soon as he opened his mouth. It was as though he was not interested in chatting with Yu Dongfang at all. The young geniuses were happy to see this. There's no need to waste time if you're going to fight. Yu Dongfang, make your move. Defeat Duan Ling Tian and fulfill your promise. Yu Dongfang is so boastful. Will he fail miserably in the end? I don't think so. Yu Dongfang is more than 300 years older than Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he's the most outstanding disciple under Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven. He's widely acknowledged as a peerless prodigy in the Xianyuan heaven. Duan Ling Tian is not bad as well. He's only slightly over 600 years old. In the solitary destructive heaven, it's hard to find another person who's a match for him under 1,000 years old. While Yu Dongfang and Duan Ling Tian were facing each other, the young geniuses began to whisper among themselves. The topic of discussion was always Duan Ling Tian and Yu Dongfang. Some of them had confidence in Yu Dongfang. Some of them thought Duan Ling Tian had a chance of winning as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was no longer like before the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. He had proven himself with his strength in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. So what if he was young? He could still rank in the top 30 in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. His strength was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian, Yu Dongfang said, Yu Dongfang's, use. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's nonchalance, Yu Dongfang felt as though he was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. He was instantly enraged, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Swoosh! A loud explosion rang in the air as a golden ball of light that looked like a thunderbolt appeared behind Yu Dongfang. It seemed as though it could light up heaven and earth. Bursts of light sprinkled on the bodies of the people present. It was like the scorching sun in the sky pouring down in torrents. At this moment, Yu Dongfang looked like the son of the sun. A dazzling sword-shaped mark could be seen between his eyebrows. It was so dazzling that people did not dare to look at it directly. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a golden sword ray shot out from between Yu Dongfang's eyebrows. It seemed as though it could annihilate everything. Everything in the surroundings paled in comparison as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained motionless in the face of Yu Dongfang's probing attack. When the sword light approached, the path of control appeared. Space distorted and folded, forming a rapid spatial vortex that sucked in the sword light, causing it to disappear without a trace. Use your strongest move. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Dongfang indifferently before he said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to block even one of my moves." What did Yu Dongfang mean? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words were heart-wrenching to Yu Dongfang. Although Yu Dongfang appeared to be calm on the surface, the coldness in his eyes had deepened. It was as if everything he looked at would be frozen. As expected of the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "You're really confident," Yu Dongfang said. "Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. Let's settle this with one move." As soon as Yu Dongfang finished speaking, thousands of golden sword rays shot out from the sun-like light behind him. It was like a rain of swords as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 After the thousands of sword rays shot out, more and more sword rays shot out from the golden ball of light. It was as though the golden ball of light contained endless sword rays. However, Duan Lingtian remained indifferent in the face of Yu Dongfang's sword rays. His Tao of control was like a bottomless pit as it devoured all of Yu Dongfang's attacks. It devoured as many sword rays as it came. "It seems like my first attack won't be able to break through your Tao of control," Yu Dongfang said. Yu Dongfang's voice sounded. His tone was sharp and high-spirited, but there was no trace of panic in it. "If that's the case, I'll break through your way of control first and show you the way of swordsmanship that my master passed down to me." As soon as Yu Dongfang finished speaking, more and more sword rays shot out from the sun-like light behind him. This was because none of the sword rays were destroyed by Duan Lingtian's spatial energy anymore. Whoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the arena in the Devata realm had turned into a sea of golden sword rays under everyone's watchful eyes. Yu Dongfang's law of metal and various fused profundities were also fully displayed. Apart from the law of metal, there was also a mysterious energy that was fused with the sword rays that shone brilliantly. Sword Tao? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, this isn't a sword Tao at all. It's only a rudimentary form of a sword Tao." He had used his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao as a foundation to comprehend the space sword Tao. Therefore, he was very familiar with the progress of the sword Tao. For this reason, he could tell Yu Dongfang had only comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Tao and had yet to master it. However, if the rudimentary form of the sword Tao was compatible with the profundities of a law, it would still be able to unleash shocking power. Although Yu Dongfang's attack was still brewing, it still gave Duan Lingtian some pressure. Naturally, it was only a little pressure. This little bit of pressure did not even cause Duan Lingtian's expression to change. "So what if it's just a rudimentary form of the sword Tao? I can still defeat you, someone who has mastered the sword Tao." Yu Dongfang smiled coldly. Then, the tens of thousands of sword rays that filled the sky quickly gathered together and transformed into a huge golden net that surrounded Duan Lingtian and rapidly closed in on him. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the net of sword rays that surrounded Duan Lingtian rapidly tightened. It seemed like it would not take long before Duan Lingtian was trapped. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword rays that gathered from all directions gathered together as they neared Duan Lingtian. In the end, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian was trapped in a huge golden ball of light. Duan Lingtian, this is the strongest attack that I can unleash at the moment. Even if a top 5-star war god is hit by this attack, I am confident that I can severely injure or even defeat him. Yu Dongfang's voice rang out again. And now, you have already been hit. Once this was said, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Yu Dongfang's attack was shocking and seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Many people felt that his attack was not something that an ordinary 5-star war god could unleash. It was too terrifying. Even the 5-star war gods who were watching from the side could not help but become serious when they saw Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian has been hit. If Yu Dongfang was not bluffing about the power of his attack, he should have won. A top 5-star war god is going to be severely injured and defeated? With such an attack, even though Duan Lingtian's Tao of control is profound, I'm afraid that he won't be able to block this attack. After all, he has only just mastered the Tao of control. Is Duan Lingtian going to lose? Now, even the people who were originally full of confidence in Duan Lingtian began to waver. They stared at Yu Dongfang carefully, trying to see if he was lying or boasting. However, the result disappointed them. Yu Dongfang really did not seem to be lying. Boom! Boom boom boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden ball of light that enveloped Duan Lingtian exploded. A terrifying power exploded as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. If not for Su Konghai's timely intervention and suppressing the aftermath of the power, the young geniuses who were relatively close to it would have been injured. The golden ball of light that exploded emitted a dazzling light that made the eyes of the crowd hurt. After a while, they were able to look inside with great effort. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, there was not a single trace of the golden ball of light that exploded. Duan Lingtian was killed by the explosion? Was he blown to smithereens? Just as many people saw that there was no one and thought that Duan Lingtian had been completely destroyed by Yu Dongfang's attack, Yu Dongfang's brows furrowed. Even if this attack of his could kill Duan Lingtian, it would not be able to leave no trace behind. Now, not only was there not a single scrap of Duan Lingtian's robe in the air, there was not even a trace of blood, not even a trace of blood. There was also no storage ring. Many people felt that Yu Dongfang's attack just now was enough to destroy everything about Duan Lingtian, including his storage ring. However, Yu Dongfang was very clear that he did not have the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian is not dead. He's there. Just as Yu Dongfang's heart sank and all the nerves in his body tensed up, a cry of surprise sounded in his ears. Then, numerous gazes gathered above his head. Chapter 3508. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian appeared above Yu Dongfang's head, stepping on a gray sword. The sword looked very strange. As the sword flashed around it, the space around it twisted and folded as if it could draw upon the power of space. Chi! Suddenly, a sword ray shot out and a crack appeared in space. It was clearly visible and ferocious. How did you escape? Yu Dongfang looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His technique had trapped Duan Lingtian like an inescapable net. It had even shaken space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. But now, Duan Lingtian had appeared outside. Was it teleportation? Or was it some other technique? Amazing. In the spectator seats, some young geniuses who saw Duan Lingtian appear outside and completely avoid Yu Dongfang's technique exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. There were also some young geniuses who didn't see through the trick, but when they saw this scene, they felt that it was natural for Duan Lingtian to teleport out because he was skilled in the laws of space. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian spoke that they realized how naive they were. Your technique is not bad. It affects space and restricts space so that I can't teleport. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked indifferently at Yu Dongfang. If I hadn't mastered the space sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to escape just now. I would have had to take your blow head on. Space sword Dao? Yu Dongfang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to restrain Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao even though he'd restricted space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. The space sword Dao not only contains the laws of space, but also the great Dao of the sword. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "You think I can't use the teleportation profundity because of your spatial restriction. However, you don't know I can use my sword Dao to break your spatial restriction before using the teleportation profundity. You actually used a single move to determine the victor? You've already made your move just now. Now, it's my turn." As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden man. The scorching sun behind him had also completely merged into his body. Around his body, tens of thousands of golden sword rays shuttled back and forth. From afar, it looked like a layer of terrifying defense, surrounded by all kinds of defensive talismans. Obviously, Yu Dongfang was doing his best to stop Duan Lingtian's next move. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move? The scene in front of them caused the originally lively audience seats to become deathly silent. Numerous gazes landed on the arena one after another, looking at the purple-clothed young man who had an indifferent and carefree face. Unlike the purple-robed young man's indifference, Yu Dongfang's entire body was glowing with a golden light. It was as if a god had descended upon the world, illuminating all the darkness and making it impossible for the darkness to hide. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. He did not make a big move as everyone had expected. He raised his hand and casually slapped down on Yu Dongfang. Bang! As his palm landed, there was a crisp sound. At the place where his palm landed, the void vibrated, then folded and twisted. Many clearly visible sword rays tore through the air and fell like shadows. These sword rays seemed to have become one with the void. They followed the path of the void's distortion, which was extremely strange. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to see the traces of these sword rays. It hit. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian's move finally landed on Yu Dongfang, who had been prepared for it. The golden light on Yu Dongfang's body surged at this moment. At the same time, the tens of thousands of sword rays around him converged, forming a solid barrier on the surface of his body that could block all external attacks. There were no fluctuations, no intense collision as everyone had expected. Poochie! Poochie! A soft sound was heard, which was extremely strange. The golden light on Yu Dongfang's body was as strong as before, but Duan Lingtian's attack, the sword rays that swept through the void, seemed to ignore all of Yu Dongfang's defensive power. They easily passed through without triggering the defensive power. It was as if they were Yu Dongfang's own power, so they did not encounter any resistance. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Dongfang stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He seemed to have lost his mind. The golden light on his body also gradually dissipated. The dazzling golden sword light gradually merged into his body and completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yu Dongfang's figure appeared. Hiss! The moment Yu Dongfang's figure appeared, many of the onlookers gasped in unison. Their eyes were filled with horror and shock. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with horror, as if they were looking at a ferocious beast. At this moment, Yu Dongfang's figure was covered in blood from head to toe. It was as if he was dyed in blood, and it looked like specks of red roses were sprinkling on the ground. As long as one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that there were fine sword scars all over Yu Dongfang's body, including his face. There were many sword scars. If one looked deeper, Yu Dongfang would have died without a doubt. Yu Dongfang was stunned for a moment before he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries in front of everyone. Although there were many injuries, they were only superficial and healed in a short while. After his injuries were healed, Yu Dongfang changed into a new robe in front of everyone. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he was no longer as overbearing as before. Instead, his gaze was filled with complicated emotions. He knew Duan Lingtian had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Thank you. Yu Dongfang spat out the two words with difficulty before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. During this process, anyone who was paying attention to him could see the loneliness in his back. Yu Dongfang had been defeated. It was a complete and utter defeat. The crowd only glanced at Yu Dongfang's back before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. None of them had expected this young man who was only slightly over 600 years old to be so strong. So this is the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I'm afraid only someone like him is qualified to be the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How terrifying! Yu Dongfang's technique is far stronger than an ordinary 5-star god of war's technique, but it was easily neutralized by Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a top 5-star god of war. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Yu Dongfang so easily? Duan Lingtian's strength is only second to Huang Quanan among the 5-star gods of war who participated in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. This time, when Duan Lingtian made his move, his strength was even stronger than before. This made everyone realize that he was still concealing his strength. He had the strength of an elite 5-star god of war, and it was enough to suppress an ordinary 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang was considered strong among the 5-star gods of war, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Did you notice? After revealing his strength as a 5-star god of war, Yu Dongfang lost 2 consecutive battles? I think so. First, he met Huang Quanan, and now, he met Duan Lingtian. Why is he so unlucky? I think he's traumatized by all of this. When the atmosphere became a little heavy, some of the more optimistic people changed the topic and adjusted the atmosphere. Brother Feng, junior nephew Duan's strength is truly shocking. Is this his full strength? Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, asked curiously as he looked at Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not receive a reply from Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang only smiled faintly in response to Ding Fu's question. It's still not his full strength? Ding Fu was even more shocked when he saw this. Based on his understanding of Feng Qingyang, he knew Feng Qingyang was confident. How could he be so confident in his only true disciple? Duan Lingtian. I must possess him. On the other side of the small suspended island, Tathagata, also known as Mi Yan, stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. The desire in the depths of his heart grew even stronger. Apart from being amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength, his desire to possess Duan Lingtian's body grew stronger. If he did not have any scruples, he would have charged into the arena and abducted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The title temple must find a way to obtain him. Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, who was presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly. However, he was inwardly shocked. Duan Lingtian's performance had exceeded his expectations. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Dao was astounding. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Dao was even more amazing. He was even able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Even an ordinary 5-star god of war would not be able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian, I feel like you surprise me every time you make a move. Do you have any other trump cards? Tang Sanpao asked mockingly as soon as Duan Lingtian returned to the arena. Don't worry, I'll challenge you when it's my turn. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Sanpao would react to Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Sanpao merely looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll wait and see. At this moment, Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he seemed much more serious. Number 10. Su Konghai spoke again. Only then did everyone's attention return to him. Number 10, it's Lu Xuyen. Lu Xuyen was the last 5-star god of war to display her strength in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. She was also a woman. Chapter 3509. A woman dressed in a loose gray robe entered the arena. She had a bamboo hat on her head, and her face was covered with a veil. She looked out of place. Perhaps this kind of attire was more suitable for a pitch-black night, rather than in broad daylight. I didn't expect there to be 2 female 5-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this time. In the past, it was considered good if there was a female 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Someone sighed as he looked at Lu Suyen. The others agreed with his words as well. Although there were many female powerhouses in the Devata realms, and there were many female gods in the realms of gods as well, it was undeniable that women were weaker than men in terms of cultivation. This was something that had been decided since birth. Of course, the weakness mentioned here was only an overall comparison. Some female powerhouses were so talented that most men could not compare to them. Even the supreme powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and earth had more than one female powerhouse. Who do you think Lu Suyen will challenge? Seeing Lu Xian stepping onto the stage, many people became curious as to who Lu Xian would challenge. Naturally, Lu Suyen would not be able to challenge Duan Lingtian since he had just fought with Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not seem to be exhausted, he would still be able to fight without a fight. Lu Suyen hovered in the air as she glanced at the few 5-star gods of war. Finally, she fixed her eyes on one person. I challenge Yi Dongli, who's ranked 7th. Yi Dongli was the only female 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this year. Earlier, some people had been whispering among themselves, wondering if Lu Suyen would challenge Yi Dongli. Many people thought it was highly possible since both of them were women. Moreover, Yi Dongli was ranked ahead of Lu Suyen. It said that women are tigers. As expected, there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, said as he shook his head. As for Yi Dongli, faced with Lu Xian's challenge, she promptly moved forward and confronted Lu Xian from afar. Lu Xian, you shouldn't have challenged me. Yi Dongli's voice was calm and straightforward. So confident? Lu Xian's words were very brief. Her tone was indifferent. She was not affected by Yi Dongli's confidence in the slightest. Instead, her eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as if she was itching to immediately fight Yi Dongli. Come. When Yi Dongli spoke again, her body swayed, and lotuses appeared with every step she took. Streams of green light rose from under her feet, and then spread out, displaying a flourishing vitality. Yi Dongli was skilled in the laws of wood. Whoosh. 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 Following the sound of air being torn apart, the emerald green energy surged out from Yi Dongli's body. It turned into thick and powerful green vines that whizzed toward Lu Xian. The vines were like ferocious pythons, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing over. The fusion profundities of the laws of wood appeared. Facing Yi Dongli's first attack, Lu Xian's expression was calm. Soon after, as her clothes fluttered, cyan-colored wind blades started to sweep around her body. It was as if they had formed a small tornado. Furthermore, within this small tornado, there were also wind blades that were as sharp as knives and swords. Humph! Yi Dongli coldly snorted. After that, she controlled her vines to surround Lu Xian. She wanted to bind Lu Xian and suppress her. However, Lu Xian was not someone who was easy to deal with. With just a thought, wind blades filled the sky and met Yi Dongli's vines head-on. Soon after, the wind blades collided with Yi Dongli's vines. Under normal circumstances, the wind blades should be able to cut through the vines easily. However, the vines formed by Yi Dongli's laws of wood and celestial origin energy were not ordinary vines. No matter how the wind blades collided with them, they only left some scratches on the vines. Condense. Lu Xian's indifferent voice resounded through the air. Soon after, the crowd saw that as Lu Xian's voice faded, the numerous sharp wind blades that filled the sky condensed into a gigantic wind blade that flew towards the incoming vines. Wang! The gigantic wind blade slashed through the air, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Then, it cut through the vines that were in the lead and continued to attack the remaining vines. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the wind blade was about to reach the vines, the crowd saw a dark green light flowing from Yi Dongli's body into the vines that were not cut through. In an instant, the vines seemed to be covered in a layer of dark green clothing. There were also sharp thorns that flickered with cold light, giving off a sharp and tough feeling. Wang! Lu Xian swung the gigantic wind blade again. When it landed on the vines, it produced a series of ear-piercing and crisp sounds. At the same time, sparks flew from the point of collision. It was as though two iron weapons were colliding violently. You have some skills. Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Then, she made her move. Her body merged with the wind and whistled as she charged forward. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, in the eyes of those who were not even 5-star gods of war, it was as though Lu Xian had disappeared into thin air. They could only hear the whistling of the wind when she moved. Even the 5-star gods of war could only see a series of afterimages. Fast. Too fast. Many people cried out in surprise. Whoosh! 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 Just when everyone thought that Yi Dongli would be unable to hit Lu Xian and would fall into a passive state, the vines that were originally attacking Lu Xian retracted. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Yi Dongli and formed a cage made of vines. Although it appeared as though Yi Dongli was trapped within the cage, it was actually an indestructible defense. The dark green skin of the vines and the sharp thorns on the skin were still flickering with an ice-cold luster. Clang! 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 Lu Xian rushed over as if she had turned into wind. Bursts of powerful energy whizzed out and landed on the cage made ear-piercing sounds. However, they were unable to break through the cage's defense. You are very strong. If I don't use an immortal weapon, it will be difficult for me to defeat you. Yi Dongli, who was in the cage, stared at Lu Xian outside and slowly spoke. You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon. Lu Xian was not to be outdone. At the same time, she raised her hand and a scarlet 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. As she swung the sword, a scarlet red liquid seemed to be flowing on the surface of the sword. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it shone with a terrifying light. Naturally, it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. My celestial weapon is different from your celestial weapon. As Yi Dongli spoke again, a dark green whip appeared in her hand. The whip was 5 meters long, and as it danced, it was like a venomous python constantly wriggling its body. Following that, Yi Dongli's eyes narrowed and her hand trembled. Then, an image appeared from the whip. Surprisingly, it was an image that resembled a python. After it appeared, it stared at Lu Xian coldly. Weapon spirit? Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Yi Dongli's emperor-grade celestial weapon to possess a weapon spirit. Heavens! The onlookers were shocked as well. None of them expected Yi Dongli to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Up until now, only a few emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Most of the emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the hands of young geniuses with prominent backgrounds. If it was not for the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses, they would not have heard of Yi Dongli at all. However, since she possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, it was clear she had an extraordinary background. Even if she was a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion, there was no doubt she had an extraordinary senior backing her up. After all, it was not easy to obtain an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. It was as difficult as obtaining a Devata artifact. Naturally, the Devata artifact referred to the Devata artifact without a weapon spirit. Even if it was a primitive Devata artifact, a Devata artifact with a weapon spirit could not be compared to an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon was forcibly refined from a foreign being. On the other hand, the weapon spirit of a Devata artifact was naturally born. Naturally, some Devata artifact's weapon spirit was transferred from another Devata artifact's weapon spirit. For example, the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's prominent Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. In the past, was the weapon spirit of Ling Juyan's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Her master is a god. It's only natural for her to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, Tang Sanpao had told Duan Lingtian and the others that Yi Dongli's master was a god. Therefore, they were not surprised to see Yi Dongli taking out an emperor-grade celestial weapon. In fact, they felt it was only natural for her to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. For celestials, an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit was extremely precious. However, it was nothing to a god. In fact, as long as a god wanted to, even if he was not a celestial weapon craftsman, it would be easy for him to refine an emperor-grade celestial weapon using the divine flame condensed from his divine energy. He could even capture a powerful being and make it the weapon spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Unless Lu Suyen is concealing her true strength. Otherwise, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Su Li said. What happened next was just as Su Li had expected. After Yi Dongli took out her emperor-grade celestial weapon, Yi Dongli quickly gained the upper hand and defeated Lu Suyen. In fact, Lu Suyan's strength was on par with Yi Dongli even without using her celestial weapon. However, Yi Dongli still managed to defeat Lu Suyen with her celestial weapon. If I had such a celestial weapon, I wouldn't have lost to you. Although Lu Suyen was defeated, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her eyes. Thank you for letting me win. Yi Dongli smiled faintly before she turned around and returned to her seat. Another battle between the 5-star gods of war had ended. 9th place, Huang Quanan. Soon after, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Literature Center. Chapter 3510. Huang Quanan. This young genius was also an unknown figure in the past. If he hadn't drawn Yu Dongfang as his opponent in the previous stage and displayed his strength, no one would have known that he had such strength. He was skilled in the law of time and had mastered the time laws a thought. Rumor had it that even those who had mastered the time laws a thought were invincible against those below the level of a 6-star god of war. Without the strength of a 6-star god of war, it would be difficult to resist his thought. It's Huang Quanan's turn. After all, no one was certain who would come in first place in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses between Huang Quanan and Yu Dongfang. However, many people felt Huang Quanan had the ability to rank first in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses. With Huang Quanan's a thought, apart from a 6-star god of war, no one is a match for him. I think Huang Quanan is definitely going to rank first in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses. Huang Quanan is too strong. It won't be difficult for him to rank first unless there's a 6-star god of war or stronger in the Devata Realm's battle of the geniuses. A 6-star god of war? Is that possible? A 6-star god of war is considered a top-notch expert under the command of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some heavenly emperors only have 1 or 2 6-star gods of war. Although the crowd had mentioned a 6-star god of war, none of them thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses this time. After all, such a situation was rare in the past. In the history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. What did that mean? The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was held once every 1,000 years, 10 times every 10,000 years, 100 times every 100,000 years, 1,000 times every 1 million years, and 10,000 times every 10 million years. The history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at least 1 million years old. Naturally, only the people in the Tidal Temple knew the details. If the history of the Devata realm was more than 1 million years old, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. There were less than 10 people in more than 1,000 Devata realms battles of geniuses. On average, there would only be 1 6-star god of war under the age of 1,000 in every 100 Devata realms battles of geniuses. The 100th Devata realm battle of geniuses was equivalent to 100,000 years. 1 in 100,000 years. The probability of this happening was too small. Would he appear in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses in their era? No one dared to think too much. Because this was something infinitely close to impossible. For this reason, nobody thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. The probability of that happening was close to 0. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the unprepossessing Huang Quanan flew into the arena. Huang Quanan, who do you want to challenge? Even Su Konghai, who usually had a serious face, looked at Huang Quanan with a bit more enthusiasm. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Could this Huang Quanan be the trump card of the Tidal Temple? Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting in the spectator seat, thought to himself. At the same time, he did not forget to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, of his thoughts. I don't think so. Feng Qingyang replied, many things can't be faked. For example, the way Su Konghai looks at Huang Quanan is different from the way he looks at Huang Quanan now. He's very polite to Huang Quanan now. If Huang Quanan is really the Tidal Temple's trump card, there's no way he would be so polite to Huang Quanan now. I think Huang Quanan is just a young prodigy. There must be someone else in the Tidal Temple's trump card. Feng Qingyang said. Someone else? After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at the remaining 5-star gods of war. Out of the 11 5-star gods of war, only he and Ling Jueyun could be excluded. Therefore, there were only 9 people left. It was unlikely that Huang Quanan was the Tidal Temple's trump card, and it was unlikely that Lu Xuyan was the Tidal Temple's trump card. Therefore, there were only 7 people left. Apart from Yu Dongfang, there were only 6 people left. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, Sima Rui. Duan Ling Tian quickly eliminated one of the 6 people. Zhou Yongqi is the direct disciple of the Qi Hong Tian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. It's unlikely that he's the Tidal Temple's trump card. Therefore, there are only 5 people left, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Hong Yuan and Sima Rui are both from the Tidal Temple, so it's not surprising that he's one of them. However, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, and Yi Dongli have mysterious backgrounds. Moreover, they're all sectless cultivators. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to his master, Feng Qingyang, again. Master, do you think Tang Sanpao is the trump card of the Tidal Temple? His master, do you know him? Although I know his master and know that he's a reclusive celestial, I'm not sure if his master is related to the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple has been around for a long time. There are some powerhouses who don't hold any positions in the Tidal Temple and live in seclusion. It's not impossible that he's a member of the Tidal Temple. This was Feng Qingyang's reply to Duan Ling Tian. For a time, the trump card of the Tidal Temple seemed even more mysterious. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian had no idea who the trump card of the Tidal Temple was. Duan Ling Tian decided on 5 people. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Among these 5 people, Duan Ling Tian did not think Yi Dongli was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. After all, he did not see any signs of Yi Dongli holding back during her battle with Lu Suyen. Moreover, Yi Dongli had used the weapon spirit of her emperor-grade celestial weapon. If she really had strength to spare, there was no need for her to use the weapon spirit of her emperor-grade celestial weapon, since it could be used as a trump card. Since she had used the weapon spirit as a trump card, it meant there was nothing else she could do. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think Yi Dongli could be the trump card of the Tidal Temple. With this, only 4 people were left. They were Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Tang Sanpao was the person whom Duan Ling Tian had known the longest among the 4. He could be considered a friend. However, he was wary of this friend who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was not that Duan Ling Tian was overly suspicious. It was just that Tang Sanpao's friendliness was too different from Tang Sanpao's strength. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, Sanpao didn't look like a powerhouse in front of them at all. If Huang Quanan challenges Zhong Guiyu and defeats him, we can eliminate Zhong Guiyu from the Title Temple. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Huang Quanan, who was standing in the middle of the square. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally made up his mind and said, I challenge Zhong Guiyu, who's in first place. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Huang Quanan's words. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Huang Quanan is really going to challenge Zhong Guiyu. It's not hard to guess. With Huang Quanan's strength, anyone below a 6-star god of war is no threat to him. It doesn't matter who he defeats. Why not defeat the person who's currently in the front? After Huang Quanan spoke, most people felt that Huang Quanan was going to win. However, there were also a small number of people who were hopeful that Zhong Guiyu might be a 6-star god of war. Duan Lingtian was also one of the people who thought he would be lucky. If Zhong Guiyu displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war in front of Huang Quanan, it meant that he was the trump card of the Title Temple. If he lost to Huang Quanan, it meant that he was not the trump card of the Title Temple. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhong Guiyu's figure flashed as she entered the arena like a bolt of lightning. She looked at Huang Quanan and said in an incomparably solemn tone, Originally, I should admit defeat. However, I still want to personally experience the vicissitudes of a single thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. Not only did it seem to be able to illuminate all the darkness in the world, it even seemed to be able to annihilate everything. As you wish. Huang Quanan also made his move when Zhong Guiyu took the initiative to attack. First, he froze Zhong Guiyu's movement. Even the blazing light on Zhong Guiyu's body suddenly stopped. It was as if a picture of a burning flame had been taken and froze at that moment. After a while, time returned to normal. When Zhong Guiyu regained his senses, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought had also arrived. In the blink of an eye, it entered Zhong Guiyu's body. During this process, Zhong Guiyu did not even have the chance to react. Just like that, Zhong Guiyu followed in Yu Dongfang's footsteps. He turned from a young man to an old man in the blink of an eye. Do you still want to continue? Huang Quanan asked with a smile as he looked at the old Zhong Guiyu. Many people in the audience gasped. Huang Quanan's harmless smile caused everyone's hair to stand on end when they saw it. This fellow could freeze a person's time with just a smile. Moreover, he could turn a person from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. His methods were so strange that it made one's heart tremble. I admit defeat. A bitter smile appeared on Zhong Guiyu's old face. I can't block your law of time at all. It's not him. When Zhong Guiyu admitted defeat, most of the people in the audience looked calm. They were not surprised at all. However, Duan Lingtian eliminated Zhong Guiyu from the list again. Zhong Guiyu was not the trump card of the Title Temple. As such, there were only 3 people left who were the most suspicious. Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. 8th place, Hong Yuan, go up and challenge the person ranked before you. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Chapter 35:11. Hong Yuan was a young prodigy nurtured by the Title Temple. As soon as Hong Yuan entered the arena, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. If Hong Yuan is really the Title Temple's trump card, he should be challenging Huang Quanan, who's ranked first, and replacing him. There's no need for him to continue hiding in this round. Moreover, the trump card of the Title Temple might not be hiding anything. It's just that no one has been able to force him to use his full strength yet. If Hong Yuan is the trump card of the Title Temple, he won't be able to continue hiding it when he's facing Huang Quanan. His master, Feng Qingyang, had speculated that the trump card of the Title Temple was a 6-star god of war. It was also his speculation. Now, he was even more certain that his speculation was correct. This was because even though Huang Quanan had appeared, the vice-temple master of the main hall, Su Konghai, and the other temple masters of the Title Temple's sub-halls did not seem worried at all. It was as though they were not worried that Huang Quanan would pose a threat to the trump card of the Title Temple. At that time, Duan Lingtian was certain. There was no doubt the trump card of the title temple was a 6-star god of war. Will Hong Yuan challenge Huang Quanan? Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when everyone was wondering who Hong Yuan would challenge, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes at the right time. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan and win, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple. If he didn't challenge Huang Quanan without any other convincing reason, it was very likely that he wasn't the hidden trump card of the title temple. At the same time, Hong Yuan, who had entered the arena, said, "I'll challenge Zhou Yongqi, who is ranked 5th. In the end, Hong Yuan did not challenge the current first-place Huang Quanan, the second-place Zhong Guiyu, the third-place Tang Sanpao, and the fourth-place Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he chose to challenge the 5th-place Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi was originally in 4th place, but because of Huang Quanan's successful challenge, Zhong Guiyu, who was previously in 1st place, fell by 1 place, and the people behind him also fell by 1 place. Therefore, he was currently ranked 5th. It seems like he's not the trump card of the title temple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If Hong Yuan was the trump card of the title temple, he wouldn't have challenged Zhou Yongqi. It would have been a waste of time. As long as he defeated Huang Quanan and replaced him, he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies. The reason he said that he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies and not all of them was because he would not be intimidated by others. If he's not Hong Yuan, then there are only 2 people who are most likely to be the trump card. One is Sima Rui, the young prodigy nurtured by the title temple, and the other is Tang Sanpao. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Tang Sanpao. When Tang Sanpao saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again. Between Sima Rui and Tang Sanpao, Duan Ling Tian was more inclined to believe Sima Rui was the latter. Unlike Sima Rui, Tang Sanpao always gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling that he could not see through him. Moreover, his personality had changed a lot. Usually, he acted like a friendly person, but when he displayed his shocking strength in the arena, he acted like an expert. At the same time, Hong Yuan began to fight Zhou Yongqi, whom he had challenged. As the last disciple of the Qi Hong Tian Emperor, Zhou Yongqi was, naturally, not a simple person. In the face of Hong Yuan, who had challenged him, he was evenly matched with Hong Yuan in a short period of time. However, after a few dozen moves, Hong Yuan was defeated by Zhou Yongqi even though he had displayed strength that was slightly stronger than before. Zhou Yongqi had also concealed his strength previously. Number 8. After Hong Yuan, it was the turn of the current number 8, the former number 7 Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli entered the arena, she swept her gaze across the arena. After she glanced at Duan Ling Tian, her gaze finally landed on Ling Jueyan. "I challenge Ling Jueyan, who is ranked 6th. Ling Jueyan was originally ranked 5th. However, after Huang Quanan defeated Zhong Guiyu and replaced him, his ranking dropped to 6th. In the face of Yi Dongli's challenge, Ling Jueyan's expression was as cold as ever. "Ling Jueyan, are you confident?" Tang Sanpao asked when Ling Jueyan stood up. "Does she have an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit?" However, Ling Jueyan ignored Tang Sanpao and directly attacked Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was infuriated. "Ling Jueyan, you're the most ungentlemanly man I've ever met." Ling Jueyan ignored her and continued to attack Yi Dongli. In just a blink of an eye, he was about to suppress Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli was at a disadvantage, she no longer hesitated and took out her emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even so, she was still defeated by Ling Jueyan. After Duan Ling Tian and Huang Quanan, Ling Jueyan displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Heavens! I didn't expect Ling Jueyan to be so strong as well. I came here with Ling Jueyan from Feng Qingtian's title temple. I thought he was only a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Now, he's even a top 5-star god of war. Ling Jueyan and Duan Ling Tian are second only to Huang Quanan. If nothing goes wrong, they'll be second and third after Huang Quanan. After Ling Juan displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, a commotion broke out among the crowd. It was comparable to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian defeating Yu Dongfang. Ling Juan, do you have a cultivation partner? After being defeated by Ling Juan, the anger on Yi Dongli's face quickly disappeared. She asked loudly as she watched Ling Juan leave. As soon as she asked, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up. Many people even shouted, together, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Ling Juan paused for a moment on his way back. Then, he continued walking without looking back. Ling Juan, I think Yi Dongli isn't bad. Why don't you consider her? When Ling Juan returned, Su Li couldn't help but laugh. Let's spar. When Ling Juan spoke, the smile on Su Li's face froze. If he were to spar with Ling Juan now, it would be no different from asking for a beating. Looks like you've improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juan and sighed. It won't be easy to surpass you. Ling Juan said. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not reply as he shifted his attention back to the stage. After Ling Juan successfully defended his position against Yi Dongli, who was ranked 8th, it was Sima Rui's turn to challenge those who were ranked higher. However, since Ling Juan, who was ranked 6th, had just been challenged, Sima Rui could not challenge him now. There were only 5 targets he could choose from. Huang Quan-en, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, and Zhou Yongqi. Perhaps, the title temple's trump card will be revealed soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Sima Rui. Sima Rui was a young genius nurtured by the title temple, just like Hong Yuan. Between him and Tang Sanpao, one of them was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple, the trump card that would be awarded the exploding element immortal fruit. Duan Lingtian's judgment of Sima Rui was similar to Hong Yuan's judgment of Sima Rui. If Sima Rui was the title temple's trump card, he would definitely challenge Huang Quan, and who was ranked 1st. However, if he was not, he would not challenge Huang Quan and I'll challenge Zhong Guiyu, who is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian dismissed Sima Rui when he heard Sima Rui's words. He was certain that Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind him, was the title temple's trump card. Tang Sanpao, are you confident you can defeat Ling Juan? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned to look at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he smiled and asked, why are you suddenly asking this? You've hidden it well. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao meaningfully before he said something that the others did not understand. What are you talking about? Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. The exploding element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian mentioned the exploding element celestial fruit that the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would be able to obtain. Upon hearing this, Su Li and the others were even more confused. Why did Duan Lingtian suddenly mention this? You've discovered it? Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed. In an instant, his aura changed once again. He was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, he was cold and unapproachable. It seems like I'm right. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Why did you approach us? To know yourself and your enemy? Do I need to? Tang Sanpao asked. You're very confident. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I'm all right. However, you and Ling Juan aren't too bad either. So far, I can't tell if you've done your best or not. Tang Sanpao said. We'll find out soon, right? I'll wait and see. The strange conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao caused the atmosphere to become awkward. Su Li could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about with Tang Sanpao? Su Li, he's the trump card of the title temple. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the title temple, he did not dare to be certain. Perhaps, he was wrong. However, at this moment, he was certain. Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the title temple. What? Su Li had heard about the trump card of the title temple from Duan Lingtian. He had also paid attention to it, but he did not pay as much attention to it as Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35:12. Was Tang Sanpao the hidden trump card of the titled God Emperor? He was suspected to be a six-star god of war. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Su Li could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. He saw that Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed drastically. It was the same as when he had displayed the strength of a five-star god of war in the arena. He was no longer his usual self. Bang! A loud noise attracted Su Li's attention. Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu had exchanged blows. One was ranked 7th while the other was ranked 2nd. If Sima Rui won, he would be able to replace Zhong Guiyu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao again. Then, he retracted his gaze. His heart was as calm as still water. He had not reached the point where he could confide in Tang Sanpao. Even though he knew that Sima Rui was the final trump card of the title temple, he did not feel much. The only emotion he felt was pride. Pride? Even if Tang Sanpao did not approach them entirely because he wanted to find out more about them, it was definitely part of the reason. Even if Tang Sanpao did not want to admit it, it was useless. Sima Rui can't do it. He is at a disadvantage. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly, the sighs of the nearby young geniuses sounded out by his ears, and he focused his gaze to look at the battlefield. Only now did he notice that after the battle between Sima Rui and Zhong Guiyu, Sima Rui had fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, after 10 moves, Sima Rui could no longer hold on and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. I lost. After Hong Yuan, another young 5-star god of war from the title temple had failed his challenge. Zhong Guiyu was ranked 2nd. 6th place, Ling Jueyan. After Sima Rui was defeated by Zhong Guiyu, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple's main palace, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of geniuses in the Devata realms, announced. Everyone's attention shifted from Zhong Guiyu to Ling Jueyan immediately. Ling Jueyan flew up into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. Before he flew up, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied, "All right." Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyan appeared like a ghost. Let's pick our opponent. Su Konghai's expression softened when he saw Ling Jueyan's expression. He was no longer as stern and cold as he was when he was in front of Hong Yuan and Sima Rui. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, Ling Jueyan's indifferent voice rang in the air. Huang Quan An. These 3 short words caused the entire place to become completely silent. Huang Quan An. Approximately a moment later, the group of young geniuses who had fallen into a daze gradually recovered their senses. Some of them even rose to their feet and exclaimed in shock, "Ling Jueyan wants to challenge Huang Quan An? Heavens! Is he really confident, or is he just testing Huang Quan An's strength? Is there a need to test him? Huang Quan An is an expert in the law of time, and he has mastered the age in one thought. He's invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. It's impossible for anyone below the 6-star god of war to be a match for him. Is it possible that Ling Jueyan is a 6-star god of war? Not necessarily. Perhaps, he doesn't intend to win. He just wants to test Huang Quan An's strength." At this moment, the young geniuses were not the only ones who were shocked by Ling Jueyan's challenge. Many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various title temples were shocked as well. Based on the strength Ling Jueyan had displayed earlier, they could tell he was a top 5-star god of war. However, that was the extent of his strength. Moreover, based on Ling Jueyan's strength, it was almost impossible for him to conceal his strength. Was he a 6-star god of war? Or was he just testing Huang Quan An? What do you think? I can't see through him. Let's wait and see. Many heavenly emperors began to discuss among themselves. However, most of them shook their heads, indicating they did not dare to jump to conclusions. None of the heavenly emperors dared to jump to conclusions, afraid they would be embarrassed by the results. Ling Jueyan. He's really good at hiding his strength. Agumo, the palace master of Feng Qing Tian's sub-hall of the Tidal Temple and an 8-star god of war, could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at Ling Jueyan. It's said that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying for them to have such achievements even though they're not even 700 years old. I'm afraid they'll never expect Ling Jueyan is not even 700 years old. Agumo sighed inwardly. Agumo, have not lived in vain to be able to bring such a young genius from Feng Qing Tian to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In the past, the most outstanding young geniuses I brought to participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were only ordinary 5-star gods of war. Ling Jueyan is the first one who's as strong as him. I wonder if he's really a 6-star god of war. If he is, this glory is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Agumo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Jueyan. In the depths of his sparkling eyes, there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huang Quan and left the spectator area and stood up to face Ling Jueyan. Huang Quan, who was not good-looking, looked at Ling Jueyan solemnly. It was obvious he did not dare to underestimate Ling Jueyan. I'm afraid this battle will be the most exciting battle since the beginning of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The group of young geniuses stared at Huang Quan intently, afraid they would miss the exciting battle. Brother Feng. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang who was sitting opposite him and asked with a smile, Ling Jueyan is junior nephew Duan's good friend. You should know him well, right? Do you think he has a chance of winning this battle? Upon hearing Ding Fu's question, Feng Qingyang shook his head slightly. Although he's little Tian's friend, I've never met him before so I don't know much about him. However, since he dares to challenge Huang Quan, it means he's confident in his strength. Of course, it could also be as many people have said. He knows that he's no match for Huang Quan, so he challenged Huang Quan to see the gap between him and Huang Quan. After all, even if he loses the battle, it won't affect him much. After Ling Jueyan's defeat, he would not be able to challenge Huang Quan again. However, he would be free to challenge anyone else. This was the same as if he did not challenge Huang Quan. Of course, if he challenged Huang Quan, other than the possibility of losing, he might also be injured. Therefore, there was no need for the other young 5-star gods of war to challenge Huang Quan, and even if they knew they were no match for him, it would not be worth it if they were injured. Now that Ling Jueyan had challenged Huang Quan, many people were impressed by his courage. Make your move. Ling Jueyan looked at Huang Quan and said indifferently, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to make your move. No one expected that Ling Jueyan would be the first to speak after the confrontation between the two of them. An uproar immediately broke out in the crowd. Ling Jueyan is really arrogant. Look at him, it seems like he's really confident. Is he really that strong? Many people looked at Ling Jueyan skeptically when they heard his arrogant tone. Huang Quan's strength was obvious to all. He was adept in the law of time and his vicissitudes of time technique could cause one's hair to turn white instantly. Although Ling Jueyan's strength was also very strong and was comparable to a top 5-star god of war, he was not as intimidating as Huang Quan. Huang Quan's techniques were too mysterious and intimidating. All right. However, unlike the crowd who were skeptical and disapproving, Huang Quan, who was the person involved, looked solemn in the face of Ling Jueyan's arrogance. He did not dare to be negligent. In the next moment, the energy in his body spread out. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath. It shrouded the area where Ling Jueyan was standing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jueyan's body froze. Not only did his expression freeze, but even the robe on his body stopped moving. It was as if he was frozen at that moment and was locked in time. That was the truth. Swoosh. Swoosh. The moment Ling Juyan's body froze, Huang Quan and continued to attack. A ray of light shot out from each of his eyes. It whizzed out and shot toward Ling Juyan. This scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. It was too familiar. Its vicissitudes of time. The technique that Huang Quan and used was the technique that killed Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu in an instant. The two of them could not fight back in front of Huang Quan and's technique. Can Ling Juyan withstand it? Many people stared at Ling Juyan. Anyone could see that Ling Juyan was completely confined by the law of time and could not move at all. It's going to hit. If he is hit, he will be crippled. Ling Juyan is going to be defeated? While everyone's hearts were in their mouths, Huang Quan and's vicissitudes of a thought finally entered Ling Juyan's body. As a result, Ling Juyan's body trembled. It's over. Ling Juyan is going to be defeated. Most people thought that Ling Juyan was going to be crippled. Only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes lit up. Huang Quan and's originally grave expression did not ease up at this moment. Instead, it changed abruptly. What's going on? At this moment, many people came back to their senses because they noticed something. Did you guys notice? Ling Juyan does not show any signs of aging? What's going on? Previously, in such a short period of time, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu had already become old men over 70 years old. However, why is there no change in Ling Juyan? He has clearly been hit. Look! Ling Juyan's eyes are not normal. While the crowd was still in shock over Ling Juyan's appearance, some sharp-eyed people noticed that Ling Juyan's eyes had turned red. They were completely red, and they didn't contain any emotion or luster. Chapter 35:13. That's not Ling Juyan. That's Ling Juyan's undead doppelganger. At this time, more and more people realized this. Undead doppelganger profundity, also known as death doppelganger profundity, was one of the profundities of the law of death. Now, after realizing that this was Ling Juyan's doppelganger, everyone present, be it the celestial arch or the ordinary young geniuses, was shocked. How did he do it? Just now, we couldn't tell that it was his death doppelganger at all. Nonsense. If we could tell, do you think Huang Quanan would be so stupid to use vicissitudes of a thought on his death doppelganger? Even Huang Quanan was fooled. What kind of technique is this? Even a 6-star god of war who is proficient in the law of death might not be able to fool everyone with just a death doppelganger, right? He must have used some kind of secret technique. Ling Juyan's death doppelganger did not appear when Huang Quanan used vicissitudes of a thought and time imprisonment. At the very least, it did not look like a death doppelganger. However, after Huang Quanan used vicissitudes of a thought, he became a death doppelganger. Even a 6-star god of war, 7-star god of war, 8-star god of war, or even a 9-star god of war who was proficient in the law of death might not be able to use such a technique. This was because although the law of death had the doppelganger profundity, it usually came out of the body and could not replace the body at all. There was no way to replace the body, so there was no way to replace the body. Now, Ling Juyan had clearly used the method of replacing the body with the death doppelganger to receive Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought. As for the time imprisonment from before, it was indeed his main body that was imprisoned. Apart from vicissitudes of a thought, do you have any other techniques? Just as everyone was shocked, the crimson color in the eyes of Ling Juyan's death doppelganger faded, and it completely returned to its original body. It was as if it could freely switch between its original body and death doppelganger. Seal. Almost as soon as Ling Juyan's voice fell, Huang Quanan used his time imprisonment again. Before Ling Juyan had time to react, Ling Juyan was once again imprisoned. As he imprisoned Ling Juyan, his eyes narrowed, and the vicissitudes of life appeared once more. This time, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. The instant before vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Juyan's body, Ling Juyan's eyes turned scarlet once again. Vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Juyan's death clone again, but it had no effect. It's useless. When the power of vicissitudes of a thought disappeared like a stone in the ocean, Ling Juyan's doppelganger returned to his original body. He looked at Huang Quanan with an indifferent gaze. No matter how seamlessly you combine the time imprisonment and the vicissitudes of a thought, it will not work on me. Although Ling Juyan said so, Huang Quanan did not believe him and tried a few more times. But in the end, it was all useless. You should be pretty much exhausted, right? When Ling Juyan's original body reappeared, he glanced at the pale-faced Huang Quanan. Vicissitudes of thought is strange, but it also consumes a lot of soul power. Even if you manage to use vicissitudes of thought again, you won't be able to use it more than a few times. It's time for me to make a move. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Juyan moved. During this process, Huang Quanan once again used his time imprisonment to freeze Ling Juyan midway. Then, he did not use vicissitudes of thought again. Instead, he rushed forward and attacked Ling Juyan directly. However, when his attack landed, Ling Juyan's death clone reappeared and blocked his attack. All of you who are skilled in the law of time have mediocre offensive strength. You can't even destroy my death clone. Ling Juyan's original body reappeared and attacked again. On the other hand, although Huang Quanan was skilled in the law of time, Ling Juyan's death clone could freely switch positions with his true body. It was as though Huang Quanan was a natural counter to Ling Juyan's death clone. In the end, although Ling Juyan did not reveal his strength as a 6-star god of war, he was still a top 5-star god of war. Nevertheless, he still defeated Huang Quanan. When Ling Juyan defeated Huang Quanan, everyone present on the scene, including Su Konghai who presided over the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, were still in a daze. He actually won? Ling Juyan is too monstrous, right? He's not even a 6-star god of war, but he defeated Huang Quanan? Isn't it said that Huang Quanan is invincible among those below the 6-star god of war? Although that's true, it seems like Ling Juyan is skilled in the secret technique that allows him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Moreover, it's obvious that he's not affected by the law of time. Heavens! What kind of secret technique is that? At this moment, the group of young geniuses, heavenly emperors, and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were all staring at Ling Juyan curiously. They were curious about the secret technique he had cast. Those who were skilled in the law of death, in particular, were staring at Ling Juyan with bright eyes. If they could obtain this secret technique, their strength would rise to a whole new level. Currently, it would be difficult to find anyone below the 6-star god of war who was a match for Ling Juyan. The secret technique that allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body was heaven-defying. This was equivalent to wearing a layer of extremely strong defense, and it would not affect or injure his body. Ling Juyan, what kind of secret technique are you using? Although Su Konghai felt it was a little rude to ask this question, he could not help but ask before Ling Juyan left the arena. At the same time, he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Everyone's attention was on Ling Juyan. It's not a secret technique. Ling Juyan replied indifferently to Su Konghai's question, it's the bloodline of my clan that allows me to do this. Apart from a few special clansmen, more than 90% of the people in my clan comprehend the law of death. This is because our bloodline contains the law of death. It's not a secret technique. Ling Juyan's words disappointed many people. At the same time, many people suspected that Ling Juyan was lying. Ling Juyan doesn't dare to admit that it's a secret technique. Instead, he said it's his bloodline. He must be worried that someone will steal his secret technique. The bloodline contains the law of death? Su Konghai and the other heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes when they heard Ling Juyan's words. This was because they thought of a clan that was similar to the one Ling Juyan had mentioned. In that clan, more than 90% of the people had the law of death flowing in their bloodline. They were naturally skilled in the law of death and comprehended the law of death at lightning speed. That clan seems to be, when Su Konghai looked at Ling Juyan again, he could not help but lose his voice. Ling Juyan, are you from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? You know about our Ling clan? Ling Juyan looked at Su Konghai in surprise. Before the Ling clan was destroyed, they had been in seclusion for many years. Very few people from the Ling clan walked around the divine offering land in a high-profile manner. He's really from the Ling clan? Su Konghai's eyes widened when he heard Ling Jueyan's reply. When he regained his senses, he bowed at Ling Jueyan and said, "Young Master Ling, I apologize for not knowing your identity earlier." Apart from the few heavenly emperors who knew about the Ling clan in the divine offering land, everyone was shocked by Su Konghai's bow. Who was Su Konghai? He was the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. He was a godly powerhouse. However, right now, he was bowing to a mere 5-star god of war and even respectfully calling him young master. It should be noted that even if Ling Jueyan was the son of the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fan heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms, Su Konghai would not address him as young master. It seems like Su Konghai knows about Ling Jueyan's clan. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who was among the spectators, to figure out Su Konghai's intentions when he saw the change in Su Konghai's attitude. Moreover, it was likely that Su Konghai was unaware that the Ling clan had been annihilated. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner in front of Ling Jueyan. Duan Lingtian had long known about Ling Jueyan's identity. Therefore, he was not surprised by Su Konghai's humble attitude. In fact, he thought Su Konghai was smart and knew how to size up the situation. When most of the people present saw Su Konghai bowing to Ling Jueyan and addressing him as young master, Su Konghai looked at Ling Jueyan and said respectfully, "Young Master Ling, the Tidal Temple had a deep relationship with the Ling clan many years ago. There are records of the Ling clan in the Tidal Temple. Although the Ling clan went into seclusion and gradually severed ties with the Tidal Temple, there's a rule in the Tidal Temple that all members of the Tidal Temple are not to be disrespectful when they see members of the Ling clan," Su Konghai said. Although Su Konghai did not speak loudly, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Upon hearing his words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Heavens! What kind of clan is Ling Jueyan's backing? How could the Tidal Temple be so respectful? They even set a rule for his clan? The Ling clan? I've never heard of it before. Did Vice Temple Master Su mention the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? Isn't the Divine Offering Land one of the realms of gods? Due to the shock of seeing Su Konghai bowing to Ling Jueyan, many people had forgotten about Su Konghai's words. Now that someone mentioned it, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Ling Jueyan's clan was from the Divine Offering Land. Young Master Ling, you're not even 700 years old, and yet, you've achieved so much. I'm sure you're a direct descendant of the Ling clan, right? Su Konghai asked with a polite smile. Yes. Ling Jueyan nodded. Su Konghai's words shocked most of the people who did not know Ling Jueyan's exact age. Just like Duan Lingtian and Su Li, Ling Jueyan is not even 700 years old? Heavens! Another monstrous genius. If he's from the Divine Offering Land, he can't be considered monstrous, right? That's true. The Divine Offering Land is a realm of gods. The cultivation environment there isn't something the Devata realms can compare to. Moreover, he has a clan from the Divine Offering Land. I'm sure he has a powerful background. Chapter 35:14. When news of Ling Jueyan's identity spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. On the other hand, at this moment, the only people who were not shocked were Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian had long known about Ling Jueyan's identity, and Feng Qingyang had heard from Duan Lingtian that Ling Jueyan was from the realms of gods. Naturally, the people present on the scene knew about the realms of gods, unlike those at the bottom of the Devata realms. They knew about the realms of gods and that the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. In the realms of gods, godly spirits were everywhere. Even someone from the realms of gods came to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Isn't this bullying? After learning about Ling Jueyan's identity, some of the young geniuses present on the scene could not help but grumble softly. They felt it was unfair for a member of a powerful clan from a realm of gods to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. That's not right. Ling Jueyan isn't even 700 years old. The passage between the realms of gods and our Devata realms has been closed for 600 years. He's not even 100 years old, but he left the realms of gods and came to our Devata realms? Many people recalled Ling Juyan's age and the time when the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been closed. It had been 1,000 years since the passage was closed. Before that, it was impossible for people to travel between the two Devata realms through the passage. Does this mean Ling Juyan grew up in our Devata realms? Even if he grew up in our Devata realms, he must have a powerful clan from a realm of gods. His cultivation resources are beyond our imagination. Under such circumstances, it's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster than ours. Although they knew Ling Juyan had grown up in a Devata realm, many people thought he must have a lot of cultivation resources even if he was not in a Devata realm, since he came from a powerful clan in a realm of gods. This was not something people from the Devata realms could compare to. After all, Ling Juyan's identity was confirmed by Su Konghai. Although some people thought it was inappropriate for him to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, none of them dared to say anything. What a joke! Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main temple, had to be respectful to Ling Juyan. At this moment, Su Konghai's residence, the Devata clan's hall, had no doubt that he had the Devata clan was the strongest clan, the Devata clan was sect, and he had the authority. I didn't expect there to be such a clan in the realms of gods. The members of the clan are born with the law of death in their bloodline. Moreover, they're born with the ability to control the law of death as though it's part of their body. They can even switch between their death clone and their true body. After learning about the origin of Ling Juyan's technique, everyone, from the young geniuses to the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, was in an uproar. Naturally, there were also some people who were familiar with the realms of gods and were not surprised by this. For example, Su Konghai, Feng Qingyang, and Di Huang, the patriarch of the Qilan clan, did not seem surprised at all. Natives in the realms of gods have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. The descendants of a supreme powerhouse are usually extraordinary and possess all kinds of abilities. Su Konghai was a member of the Tidal Temple, so he knew about this. Di Huang was a member of the Qilan clan, and the Qilan clan had a supreme powerhouse, so he knew about this as well. As for Feng Qingyang, he had learned about this when he was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless of Ling Juyan's identity, he was still the winner of the battle between him and Huang Quanan. I'm completely convinced. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally got his answer. Apart from being shocked, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems like I'll have to avoid you and the people from your clan if I meet you again in the future. It's your fault for suppressing me." Huang Quanan was still able to joke at this moment. It was obvious he was not discouraged by Ling Juyan's defeat. It was as though he did not think much of this battle. Su Konghai looked at Ling Juyan with a respectful expression on his face as he watched Ling Juyan return to the spectator seats. When Su Konghai saw Ling Juyan sitting down, he said in a clear voice, "The new 6th place, Zhou Yongqi, please choose your opponent." Initially, Zhou Yongqi was ranked 4th. However, after Huang Quanan defeated Zhong Guiyu, he was demoted to 5th place before he could even make a move. Currently, another person who was ranked behind him, Ling Juyan, had defeated Huang Quanan. Zhou Yongqi was demoted to 6th place again. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Sanpao, who had fallen 2 ranks and had yet to make a move. Duan Ling Tian had fallen from 3rd place to 5th place. Tang Sanpao had fallen from 4th place to 6th place. Swoosh! When Zhou Yongqi flew into the arena, everyone shifted their attention away from Ling Juyan. Earlier, when Ling Juyan's identity was exposed, he had attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. Do you think Zhou Yongqi will challenge Duan Lingtian? Before the battle of geniuses began, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not give face to Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, and even defeated him. I think so. It's normal for a disciple to seek justice when his master is bullied. You haven't forgotten, have you? When Duan Ling Tian fought with Yu Dongfang, he displayed a strength that wasn't inferior to a peak 5-star god of war. Although Zhou Yongqi's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid he hasn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war, right? I don't think he's as strong as a top 5-star god of war. If he's not a top 5-star god of war, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up for his master. Waves of discussions were transmitted into Zhou Yongqi's ears from the various spectator seats, causing his body to tremble slightly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a bitter smile. If Yu Dongfang had not challenged Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian had not displayed his strength as a top 5-star god of war, he would have challenged Duan Ling Tian. After all, his strength was not necessarily a match for Yu Dongfang. Even Yu Dongfang had been defeated. If he were to challenge Duan Ling Tian, he would not be lucky as well. I challenge. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhou Yongqi's gaze swept towards Duan Ling Tian, and it caused the hearts of everyone to freeze. Could it be that Zhou Yongqi is still concealing his strength? Is he really going to challenge Duan Ling Tian? Is he also a top 5-star god of war? If he is, it'll be interesting to watch. When Zhou Yongqi's gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian, the eyes of the young geniuses lit up. They were waiting for a good show. However, when the young geniuses were in high spirits, Zhou Yongqi's voice rang out again. This time, they were stunned. 4th place, Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi challenged Tang Sanpao, not Duan Ling Tian. It seems that we were too naive. After the group of young geniuses recovered from their shock, some of them smiled bitterly. It seems that Zhou Yongqi knows that he is not a match for Duan Ling Tian, so he chose Duan Ling Tian's friend, Tang Sanpao. He wants to avenge his master. Is that even possible? Isn't it obvious? Actually, the only targets he can choose now are Tang Sanpao and Zhong Guiyu. Unless he gives up on the challenge, it would be better for him to choose Tang Sanpao. After all, the strength that Tang Sanpao has shown so far may not be comparable to Zhong Guiyu. So, this time, he is not only targeting Duan Ling Tian's friend, but also picking a soft persimmon. Hearing the discussions of the young geniuses, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's expressions were unnatural. Their gazes were strange. Tang Sanpao, soft persimmon? Someone that they had almost confirmed to be a 6-star god of war was regarded as a soft persimmon by these people? Tang Sanpao, that Zhou Yongqi thinks that you are a soft persimmon. Su Li looked back at Tang Sanpao and said with a smile. He probably has the intention of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Sanpao smiled indifferently. He still maintained the demeanor of an expert. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, no matter what, I have no evil intentions in approaching you. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. However, I am indeed in the wrong for hiding my identity. This Zhou Yongqi, consider it my apology to you. As his voice fell, Tang Sanpao had already stepped into the air. What is this Tang Sanpao talking about? Zhou Yongqi challenged him. Even if he defeated Zhou Yongqi, it would be for his own sake. What's with the apology? Su Li could not help but whisper into Duan Ling Tian's ear. I don't think it's as simple as defeating Zhou Yongqi. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. What do you mean? Su Li's expression froze. He intends to kill Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor. Zhou Binggu is ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Su Li said in disbelief. If he's the trump card of the Title Temple, do you think the Title Temple will allow Zhou Binggu to kill him? Duan Ling Tian replied with a question. Su Li was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he smiled wryly. It seems like in the Devata realms, one's strength is not the only important thing. One's backer is also important. It's not just the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Isn't it the same in our homeworld, the Saint Province realm? It could be said that as long as there is a battle, this is the case. While Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were conversing, Tang Sanpao had already entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He stood opposite Zhou Binggu, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, and looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. Chapter 35:15. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang Sanpao fiercely as he said in a deep voice, "If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Duan Lingtian's friend. Otherwise, I might not have challenged you. After all, there's still Zhong Guiyu to choose from." Zhou Yongqi raised his voice as though he was afraid the others would not know the reason he challenged Tang Sanpao was because he hated Duan Lingtian. When his words fell into the ears of most of the people present, it was no different from drawing legs on a snake. It was too deliberate. "Zhou Yongqi, you're blind, but we're fools." Trash. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhou Yongqi indifferently and spat out 2 words. Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned red. Before he could reply, Zhou Yongqi continued to say, "The person who bullied your master is Duan Lingtian's master, not my master. You don't have the courage to challenge Duan Lingtian, so you want to take revenge on Duan Lingtian by challenging me? Do you think I, Tang Sanpao, am a pushover in your eyes, Zhou Yongqi?" Tang Sanpao chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. "Now, do your best. I'll make a move. If you don't die, it'll be my loss." Tang Sanpao continued to say. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he stood with his hands on his back and looked at Zhou Yongqi indifferently. As soon as Zhou Yongqi finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao looked back at him with a determined expression. Upon seeing this, Su Konghai sighed inwardly and did not say anything else. Earlier, he had been trying to persuade Tang Sanpao through voice transmission that there was no need to kill Zhou Yongqi. Although the Tidal Temple was not afraid of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, they did not want to make enemies for no reason. However, Tang Sanpao's insistence made him realize there was no way he could change his mind. You want to kill me with a single move?" When Zhou Yongqi heard Tang Sanpao's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he subconsciously sized Tang Sanpao up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Could Tang Sanpao really have the ability to kill him in one move? Duan Lingtian, or Ling Jueyan, and Huang Quan, who were the top 5 stars, would not necessarily be able to he was defeated Zhou that Duan Lingtian. However, Tang Sanpao said he could kill Zhou Yongqi with a single move. At this moment, Zhou Yongqi's master, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu, was frowning as he looked at his disciple, Zhou Yongqi's opponent, Tang Sanpao. This Tang Sanpao, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation? With his disciple's strength, unless he was a 6-star god of war, no one would be able to kill him with a single move. A 6-star god of war. Is it possible? Zhou Binggu stared at Tang Sanpao as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, he said to Zhou Yongqi through voice transmission, this is a matter of life and death. You can't be careless. Tang Sanpao doesn't look like he's lying. However, when he's with Feng Qingyang's disciple, Duan Lingtian, he's frivolous. Now, even I can't decide which one is the real him. After being defeated by Feng Qingyang, Zhou Binggu had been paying attention to Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. The more he paid attention to Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect such a young true disciple would be stronger than his last disciple. Zhou Yongqi was the disciple with the most outstanding innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have stopped accepting other disciples for Zhou Yongqi's sake. His last disciple was his last disciple. All this while, Zhou Yongqi had been his pride. When Zhou Yongqi had displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, Zhou Binggu had been looking forward to his disciple defeating Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible. Zhou Binggu's disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's disciple. It's up to you to decide. Although Zhou Binggu was cautious, he did not dare to say that Tang Sanpao was not lying. For this reason, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. Master. Zhou Yongqi quickly responded. I don't believe he's capable of killing me with just one strike unless he's a 6-star god of war. The probability of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses is too low. Didn't you tell me that in the history of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, there's only one 6-star god of war in every 100 battles? Zhou Yongqi gritted his teeth and said, I want to fight with him. If I'm defeated, how am I going to stand tall in the Qi Hong Tian? How am I going to stand tall in this world? Zhou Yongqi could imagine this. If he admitted defeat now and chose to surrender without a fight, it would be fine if Tang Sanpao displayed the strength of a 6-star war god. Everyone would say that he had good foresight and knew that Tang Sanpao was not someone to be trifled with. However, if Tang Sanpao was not a 6-star god of war, he would become the laughing stock of all the Devata realms. At that time, everyone in the Qi Hong Heaven and the heavenly palace of the Qi Hong Heaven would secretly laugh at him. That was not something he could accept. Tang Sanpao, how arrogant of you. Since he had made up his mind, Zhou Yongqi became fearless. He stared coldly at Tang Sanpao and said, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with just one strike. Remember what you said. If you can't kill me with just one strike, you'll lose this battle. Zhou Yongqi said arrogantly. Upon seeing Zhou Yongqi's decision, Su Konghai, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, twitched his lips imperceptibly. He knew Zhou Yongqi's death was imminent. If Zhou Yongqi retreated now, he might be able to escape death. However, if he chose to stay, he was destined to be killed by his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. I, Tang Sanpao, won't go back on my word? Tang Sanpao said indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of young geniuses broke out in an uproar. Is Tang Sanpao serious? Killing Zhou Yongqi with just one strike? That's not realistic, right? Unless he's a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang Sanpao from afar and shook his head. Tang Sanpao is so boastful. It seems like he's going to lose this battle. Not necessarily. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang shook his head. He had learned from his disciple, Duan Lingtian, through voice transmission that Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. He had long suspected the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao, bring it on. Zhou Yongqi shouted as he made his move. His celestial origin energy surged, and the profundities from the law of war merged with his celestial origin energy. An emperor-grade celestial weapon appeared in his hand, and a shadow could be seen hovering above it. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. They did not expect Zhou Yongqi to possess such a celestial weapon. After all, Zhou Yongqi had never revealed his celestial weapon before. This was his first time revealing his celestial weapon. However, when they thought about Zhou Yongqi's identity, they were not surprised at all. As the last disciple of the Qi Hong Tian Emperor, it was only natural for him to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. As for why he did not reveal his celestial weapon earlier, it was because no one was strong enough to force him to reveal his celestial weapon. Now that Zhou Yongqi was facing Tang Sanpao, he did not hold back at all. Not only did he use all his trump cards, but he even brought out his trump card, the celestial artifact. From this, one could see how important this battle was to him. It seems like Zhou Yongqi is frightened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. It's obvious. Tang Sanpao is really good at scaring people. However, it's also because of this that he's in a difficult position. Zhou Yongqi seems to be putting his life on the line. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. They felt Tang Sanpao was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. However, Tang Sanpao remained calm. It was as though he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. In the face of Zhou Yongqi's ferocious attack, he calmly took out a glove from his spatial ring and put it on his right hand. This was the first time Tang Sanpao had taken out this glove. It was completely black and green, and it was shimmering with a mysterious light. It was obvious it was not an ordinary item. He calmly put on the glove in front of everyone, completely ignoring Zhou Yongqi, who was getting closer and closer to him. When Zhou Yongqi was getting closer and closer to Tang Sanpao, he finally put on the glove. While the onlookers were worried for Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi did not seem to be in a hurry at all. His movements were sluggish. Will he be able to make a move in time? In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Yongqi's attack was already close to Tang Sanpao. Many people could not help but wonder. Will Tang Sanpao be able to make a move in time to block it? Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Tang Sanpao, who had been sluggish all this time, suddenly moved at this moment. His lazy eyes suddenly focused, and he pointed a finger at the void with his gloved hand. Of course, the direction he pointed at was also the direction where Zhou Yongqi was. Whoosh! Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, and a beam of light shot out. Just when many people subconsciously thought that the beam of light shot out by Tang Sanpao would be overshadowed by Zhou Yongqi's dazzling attack and would not be able to compete with Zhou Yongqi's attack, whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the beam of light that was only as thick as a finger instantly enlarged and turned into a towering pillar of fire. It seemed to be indomitable. One end of the pillar was pressed against Tang Sanpao's fingertip, while the other end quickly retreated to meet Zhou Yongqi. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhou Yongqi's attack was dimmed. No, a shrill and miserable voice came at the right time. It was Zhou Yongqi's voice. In addition to the shrill and miserable voice, there was also regret and despair in his voice. Boom! Rumble! As Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, a solid and terrifying pillar of fire that reached the sky roared out. It was surrounded by countless flaming snakes that looked like lightning and thunder, and there was a faint cry. Whoosh! As Tang Sanpao lowered his finger and retracted it, the pillar of fire that reached the sky gradually dissipated. Chapter 35:16. Swoosh! Just as the pillar of flame was about to disappear, a figure appeared from the distance and entered the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand in front of everyone's eyes. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Many people were shocked. On the other hand, Zhou Yongqi was nowhere to be seen. Only his celestial weapon and spatial ring were left on the ground. The celestial weapon was only slightly damaged, but the spatial ring was slightly distorted from the pressure. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and an invisible force swept out, carrying Zhou Yongqi's storage ring and celestial artifact to the table in front of Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of Qihong. Zhou Bingwu's face was filled with rage, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. My condolences, heavenly Emperor Zhou. Su Konghai said indifferently. His voice was calm and emotionless. Although Zhou Bingwu was a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm and was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking in the title temple, he was only a quasi-god. However, he was only a quasi-god. If Zhou Bingwu insisted on killing Zhou Bingwu, it would be difficult for Zhou Bingwu to escape. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Bingwu did not look at the relics of his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi, that Su Konghai handed over to him. He was so angry that not only did his waterfall-like long hair break the hairband, but even his robes and the space around him shook slightly. The tremors were clearly visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Bingwu actually stomped on the ground and flew out in the blink of an eye. A vast and incomparable power also surged out from his body, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. How dare you kill my disciple? You deserve to die. Zhou Bingwu roared. Then, a silhouette shot out from his body and shot toward Tang Sanpao like a cannonball. Enough. Su Konghai didn't expect that Zhou Bingwu would dare to attack him. His complexion sank slightly. He shouted, and opened his big hand. Suddenly, a huge palm that could cover the sky appeared, and smashed Zhou Bingwu's attack. It was a complete beating. Hall Master Su, he killed my disciple. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that he had almost lost his mind. However, now that he had calmed down, he realized he was in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. All the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses were protected by the Tidal Temple. The Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses is up to fate. Su Konghai coldly glanced at Zhou Bingwu and raised his hand again. The giant palm instantly disappeared and reappeared above Zhou Bingwu's head. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhou Bingwu was slapped to the ground. The small floating island he was on exploded into dust in just a blink of an eye. Even the old man who was accompanying Zhou Bingwu was smashed into smithereens by the palm. Only Zhou Bingwu didn't die, but he was heavily injured as well, and he was on the verge of collapse. He ceaselessly spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood, and it gushed out as if it was free. This scene, at this moment, caused the people present to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Was this the strength of a godly spirit? Su Konghai, the vice hall master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, was even stronger than a godly spirit. In the past, they had only heard about this. However, after witnessing Su Konghai's attack with their own eyes, they realized that Su Konghai was even more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. He could suppress a heavenly emperor with ease. Moreover, it was obvious that he had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, with just one slap. Thank you for showing mercy, Hall Master Su. Zhou Bingwu was severely injured, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, when he looked at Su Konghai again, he did not dare to show any anger. Instead, a bitter and regretful expression could be seen on his face. How could he have forgotten about the existence of the Tidal Temple? The Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms had a long history. It could be said that it was a banner of the Tidal Temple. It was rare to hear of people who dared to cause trouble during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Those who dared to cause trouble were usually killed. For this reason, Zhou Bingwu knew how lucky he was to have survived. Humph. Su Konghai snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. It was clear he did not intend to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Zhou Bingwu's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. The flames of hatred rose within him, and his face was filled with an extremely cold killing intent. He could not make a move today. After the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms was over, he would seek justice for his disciple, Zhou Yongqi. An eye for an eye. What? Tang Sanpao looked at Zhou Bingwu indifferently when he saw the killing intent in Zhou Bingwu's eyes. Zhou Bingwu, don't tell me you intend to kill me after the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms is over? Humph. Zhou Bingwu snorted, clearly agreeing to Zhou Bingwu's words. Tang Sanpao smiled faintly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, you should give up on that idea. What? You have the guts to kill my disciple, but you don't have the guts to face my wrath? Zhou Bingwu sneered. Zhou Bingwu's words were akin to admitting he wanted to kill Tang Sanpao. As long as he did not attack during the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, even the Tidal Temple would not interfere. Zhou Bingwu is so eager to die. Su Li, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Zhou Bingwu speechlessly. At the same time, he whispered to Duan Lingtian. Sometimes, ignorance is a sin. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could see Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian emperor, did not know Tang Sanpao was from the Tidal Temple. He thought the Tidal Temple had only attacked him to maintain order during the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Zhou Bingwu. As soon as Zhou Bingwu finished speaking, Su Konghai's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhou Bingwu coldly. I'm only sparing your life because you did a good job in the past. You. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Su Konghai's voice was filled with killing intent. Upon seeing this, Zhou Bingwu, who had been acting arrogantly in front of Tang Sanpao, was dumbfounded. Why? Why is this happening? I didn't continue to fight during the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Why would Vice Hall Master Su of the Tidal Temple be so furious? Could it be that Tang Sanpao had agreed to join the title temple? Did they secretly come to such an agreement? Vice Hall Master Su, is it possible that he has agreed to join the title temple? Zhou Bingwu asked warily. If he has already joined the title temple, then, naturally, I won't dare to touch him anymore. Zhou Bingwu wanted to confirm Su Konghai's words. Humph. Su Konghai scoffed as he looked at Zhou Bingwu indifferently. He's a member of the title temple. How can he join the title temple? When Su Konghai's words came out, it could be said to be a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Tang Sanpao is a member of the title temple? Isn't he a sectless cultivator? He's a member of the title temple? The technique that Tang Sanpao used just now should be enough to cross the threshold of a 6-star war god, right? The title temple actually nurtured a 6-star god of war? What's going on? What's going on? How did Tang Sanpao become a member of the title temple? Most people were dumbfounded. Just now, Tang Sanpao's strength was suspected to be a 6-star god of war, which naturally shocked everyone. However, before they could recover from their shock and exclaim, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu had already taken the initiative to attack Tang Sanpao, which attracted everyone's attention subconsciously. Now, Zhou Bingwu was suppressed by Su Konghai. After Zhou Bingwu revealed his killing intent toward Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai actually said that Tang Sanpao was a member of the title temple. Since they saw Tang Sanpao's technique until now, they had not been calm for a moment. What was excitement? This was excitement. Tang Sanpao is my martial nephew. He's the only true disciple of my senior who has retired from the world. Su Konghai continued, although my senior has retired from the world, he still has an idle position in the title temple. Tang Sanpao is the temporary successor of the temple master of the title temple. You want to kill him? Su Konghai looked at Zhou Bingwu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed completely at this moment. Tang Sanpao was not only a titled god emperor, but he was also the temporary successor of the temple master of the title temple. Good heavens! Who was this brat who killed his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi? How could he have such a terrifying background? If he had such a background, he should have revealed it earlier. If he had revealed it, he would not have dared to provoke him. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Zhou Bingwu tried his best to suppress his emotions. When he regained his senses, he looked at Su Konghai and hastily waved his hand and said, Vice Temple Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding. Tang Sanpao. No. Young Master Tang, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. After explaining the misunderstanding to Su Konghai, Zhou Bingwu turned to look at Tang Sanpao with a terrified expression on his face. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, especially the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, felt sorry for Tang Sanpao. Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. He had the strength of a 9-star god of war. However, such a person was like a stray dog at this moment, wagging his tail and begging for pity. They finally realized how terrifying the title temple was. Even a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was a 9-star god of war was as weak as an ant in front of the title temple. The title temple could easily crush him. Perhaps, the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms would only be fearless of the title temple after they had become gods. Are they finally coming out? Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was standing next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the clouds in the distance. Brother Feng, what are you? Just as Ding Fu was about to ask Feng Qingyang what he was looking at, he raised his head and saw a black figure descending from the sky. Chapter 35:17. Tang Sanpao's master was Su Konghai's senior martial brother. After seeing Su Konghai's attack and hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. He never expected that there was such a connection between Tang Sanpao and Su Konghai. Based on the current situation, Tang Sanpao's master was indeed a recluse. However, this person was a member of the Tidal Temple. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he still held a position in the Tidal Temple and was closely related to the titled God Emperors. Otherwise, how could his disciple have become the successor of the Tidal Temple Master? Duan Lingtian knew that the Hall Master that Su Konghai mentioned was not the Hall Masters of the sub-halls, but the Hall Master of the main hall, who was in charge of the entire Tidal Temple. Could it be that Tang Sanpeo's master also wanted to test his master when he fought against him back then? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask his master, Feng Qingyang, through voice transmission. "We'll talk about it later." Feng Qingyang quickly replied, "Someone's coming." "Someone's coming?" Hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was startled at first, then subconsciously looked at his master, only to find that his master was looking straight at the sky. He immediately followed his master's gaze. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a black shadow floating down from the clouds in the sky at a steady speed. When the silhouette approached, the people present all noticed him. Whoosh! It was an old man dressed in a long black robe. His wrinkled face was cold, and his eyes were frighteningly sharp. He had two long and narrow white sword-like eyebrows, which resembled two swords. After the old man appeared, he stood there, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Left Guardian of Dharma. After the old man appeared, Su Konghai looked at the Qi Hongtian Emperor Zhou Bingwu with pity and sighed inwardly. Zhou Bingwu had done a good job for him in the past. For this reason, he had decided to let Zhou Bingwu off the hook this time. Who knew Zhou Bingwu would take a yard after he gave him an inch? He wanted to kill Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. This was a taboo for the Tidal Temple. Currently, Tang Sanpao wasn't just a true disciple of a reclusive higher-up. He was also the successor of the Tidal Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian had become the successor to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, the left guardian of the Tidal Temple had been by his side to protect him. This was also the privilege of a successor to the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. He was originally thinking that if the left protector did not appear, and if Zhou Bingwu admitted his mistake with a good attitude, he could let him off. Who knew the old man would show up in the end? His appearance meant Zhou Bingwu's death was imminent. "Vice Temple Master Su, why didn't you kill him?" the old man asked as he looked at Su Konghai. Although his voice was calm, everyone present on the scene could hear the killing intent in his voice. Su Konghai smiled wryly. "The left guardian of Dharma has done a good job for the Tidal Temple in the past. The temple master even praised him for that. Is that why he's still alive after threatening the young master?" the old man asked indifferently. He was the left guardian of Dharma. Su Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew this was not enough to save Zhou Bingwu's life. "Humph." The old man snorted coldly. Then, he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Zhou Bingwu. In the next moment, whoosh! 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 Before Zhou Bingwu could even circulate his celestial origin energy, 5 huge green vines appeared and wrapped around him like ropes. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the vines tightened around him and bound him. When the vines landed on his body, they were like whips. He felt a burning sensation on his skin. At the same time, he was shocked to discover his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of nature had been destroyed. It was even to the extent that a strand of terrifying energy had entered his body in the blink of an eye, and it stirred up randomly before heavily injuring his internal organs. Barf. The intense pain in his body forced Zhou Bingwu to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had lost count of how many times he had spat out blood today. Earlier, he had been injured by Su Konghai. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were too severe. Initially, he had recovered slightly from his injuries, but now, he was severely injured again. Moreover, his injuries were worse than before. Qi Hongtian Emperor. The old man, the left guardian of Dharma, looked at Zhou Bingwu indifferently. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said, you're ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? Did you think you're so full of yourself because of your ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? How dare you say you're going to kill the young master of the Tidal Temple? As soon as he finished speaking, the vines around Zhou Bingwu tightened again. Zhou Bingwu spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, he still struggled and said in a trembling voice, "Left Guardian of Dharma, it's a misunderstanding." It's a misunderstanding. However, the old man did not pay any attention to him. He immediately closed his hand that was shooting vines out of his fingers. In the next moment, the 5 vines shook violently and broke off from his hand. After breaking off, the 5 vines acted like fuses that ignited an explosive. The vines around Zhou Bingwu exploded. Zhou Bingwu turned into a dazzling firework in the explosion. In the end, Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, died. Even his spatial ring was destroyed and turned into dust. Not a single trace was left behind. Everyone present on the scene was dumbfounded when they saw the heavenly monarch Qi Hong being killed. It took them a long time to regain their senses, and all of them gasped in unison. At the same time, they looked at the black-robed old man. The left guardian of Dharma of the Tidal Temple was obviously a divine expert as well. Moreover, his strength did not seem to be inferior to Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. Moreover, based on their conversation, it seemed like they were on equal footing. It was obvious that their positions in the Tidal Temple were similar as well. Swoosh! Before everyone could regain their senses, the old man's figure flashed as he shot up into the sky like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon as though he was never there. At this moment, it was not difficult for the people present to figure out what was going on. The old man was hiding in the clouds, protecting Tang Sanpao as he watched the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms from afar. From the moment the old man appeared until he killed the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu, from the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. Even then, most people's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Tang Sanpao again. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking was killed by Duanling Tian because of this young man. Duanling Tian was shocked by the strength of the Tidal Temple. Many heavenly emperors who were weaker than the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingwu, felt sorry for the death of the same person. If the Tidal Temple wanted to kill them, they would not be able to escape death. The battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms continues. When Su Konghai finished speaking, everyone's attention finally returned to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Su Konghai continued to say, "Since Zhou Yongqi is dead, apart from him who failed his challenge, those who were ranked behind him will be ranked 1 rank ahead of him. Zhou Yongqi was originally ranked 6th, but since he failed his challenge, he should have been ranked 6th. However, due to his death, the 6th rank is now empty. Sima Rui, who was originally ranked 7th, is now ranked 6th. Those who are ranked behind him will be ranked 6th, and so on." Zhou Yongqi's death could be said to be a blessing to many people. Naturally, the 30th rank was now empty. Now, let's welcome the next person to challenge the 5th rank, Duanling Tian. Su Konghai said as he looked at Duanling Tian. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the arena. However, he did not return to Duanling Tian and the others. Instead, he found an empty seat on the other side of the arena and sat down. However, even so, as he sat there, the people around him still looked at him in unison. It was not until he frowned and looked around that the people looked away guiltily. It's Duanling Tian's turn now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian rose into the air and entered the arena in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, many people were curious who Duanling Tian would challenge. Duanling Tian has the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Among the people ranked in front of him, Zhong Guiyu seems to be the weakest. Will he choose Zhong Guiyu as his opponent? It's possible. If he chooses Zhong Guiyu as his opponent, not only will he be able to advance his ranking, but he'll also be able to bide his time. If I were him, I'd choose Zhong Guiyu. Most of the people present on the scene had guessed correctly this time. Duan Lingtian had chosen Zhong Guiyu as his opponent. Duan Lingtian. After Zhong Guiyu entered the arena, he had a wry smile on his face. What are you doing? You have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. I'm not a match for you. Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember when you first displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle, you sent me a voice transmission saying that you hoped I wouldn't disappoint you. Now, I'm standing in front of you. Isn't this what you want? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at Zhong Guiyu. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Guiyu's face was filled with bitterness. You're challenging me because of my voice transmission? Zhong Guiyu was completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian was too blind, wasn't he? Didn't he see that Zhong Guiyu's strength was inferior to his? At this time, he still challenged him. Wasn't this bullying? The group of onlookers was also stunned. So, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhong Guiyu not because Zhong Guiyu was the weakest among the people ranked before him, but because Zhong Guiyu provoked him? This is interesting. When Zhong Guiyu provoked Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he didn't even dream that Duan Lingtian would have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see the world in chaos. Chapter 35:18. Zhong Guiyu was infuriated and anxious when he heard the discussion among the young geniuses. However, in the end, he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As expected, Zhong Guiyu's admission of defeat attracted disdainful looks. However, Zhong Guiyu turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, you're more outstanding than my senior sister said. However, I firmly believe I'll be able to catch up to you one day. Zhong Guiyu said solemnly, I'm a few hundred years behind you, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you in the future. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and left the place with Zhong Guiyu. Although Duan Lingtian had challenged Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu had admitted defeat, the people present on the scene were only disappointed for a moment before they regained their spirits. This was because after Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Guiyu, it was Tang Sanpao's turn to challenge the people in front of him. In the beginning, Tang Sanpao was ranked second. Now that Huang Quanan, Ling Jueyan, and Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, he had fallen to 5th place. Currently, the top 10 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses were as follows: 1st place, Ling Jueyan. 2nd place, Huang Quanan. 3rd place, Duan Lingtian. 4th place, Zhong Guiyu. 5th place, Tang Sanpao. 6th place, Sima Rui. 7th place, Yi Dongli. 8th place, Hong Yuan. 9th place, Lu Suyen. 10th place, Yu Dongfang. After Tang Sanpao's challenge, the first round of challenges is over. Although there's still Zhong Guiyu, I'm sure Zhong Guiyu won't challenge anyone else since the people in front of him are all stronger than him. At this moment, it was not only 1 or 2 people who thought so. Most people felt the same way as well. Zhong Guiyu has just been challenged by Duan Lingtian. According to the rules, even if he lost without a fight, Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him. Duan Lingtian won't be able to challenge. Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him as well. Huang Quanan and Ling Jueyan, Tang Sanpao. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to be quite familiar with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. He'll probably challenge Huang Quanan, right? Although Huang Quanan is proficient in the law of time and is almost invincible among those below the 6-star god of war, no one below the 6-star god of war can defeat him unless Ling Jueyan is his nemesis. However, Tang Sanpao has displayed strength that is suspected to be at the 6-star god of war level. If Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Huang Quanan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew into the arena. In the previous round, he had challenged Zhou Yongqi, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binggu. In the end, Zhou Yongqi died. In fact, Zhou Binggu, the great Qi Hongtian Emperor, who wanted to stand up for Zhou Yongqi, also died not long after. All of this was because of Tang Sanpao, the young hall master of the Tidal Temple. I challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, Huang Quanan. Although he only had two choices, Ling Jueyun or Huang Quanan, after glancing at Ling Jueyun, he still chose Huang Quanan. Ling Jueyun, it's not that I'm afraid of you, but I feel that our battle should be left for later. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and said solemnly, I'll keep you company. Ling Jueyun sat beside Duan Lingtian. His gaze was still cold, and his words were concise. On the surface, he didn't show any emotion because of Tang Sanpao's challenge. At the same time, Huang Quanan entered the arena. His expression was equally solemn. Tang Sanpao was suspected to have the strength of a six-star god of war. It would be fine if he didn't, but if he did, Huang Quanan had no chance of winning. Huang Quanan's own strength hadn't reached the level of a peak five-star god of war. He was relying entirely on one-thought vicissitudes to be able to dominate the other five-star gods of war. I'll give you 3 chances to use one-thought vicissitudes on me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao, who was facing off against Huang Quanan, looked at Huang Quanan and said calmly. Once he said this, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. It seems that Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, might really be a six-star god of war. Otherwise, how would he dare to speak so arrogantly? Let's wait and see. Whether or not he has the strength of a six-star god of war can be confirmed through this battle. Huang Quanan isn't someone who's easy to deal with. He'll be able to force out his true strength. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Huang Quanan used one-thought vicissitudes on Tang Sanpao. However, Tang Sanpao easily blocked it. He stood on the spot without moving and easily blocked it. Huang Quan's law profound meaning fused with his soul energy and blocked it. Seal. When Huang Quanan saw that Tang Sanpao had a chance to attack, he blocked his attack. Immediately, with a thought, the power fused with the law of time swept out and enveloped the space where Tang Sanpao was. Then, one-thought vicissitudes arrived as scheduled. Xiao. Xiao. However, when one-thought vicissitudes was still halfway, it was blocked by the soul attack shot out from Tang Sanpao's eyes. You're actually not affected by my law of time? Huang Quan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. You're a six-star god of war. You're definitely a six-star god of war. Only those with the strength of a six-star god of war and above can ignore my time seal. Huang Quan's words completely confirmed that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war. Tang Sanpao is really a six-star god of war. Although Tang Sanpao did not attack brilliantly, it was a fact that he could ignore Huang Quan's time seal. Huang Quanan had already said that only six-star gods of war could ignore his time seal. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war. He's really a six-star god of war. Heavens! There's really a six-star god of war in this Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. This Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses will go down in history. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war, the crowd went into a frenzy. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were shocked. Even the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple sub-palaces were shocked. None of them expected there was a six-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old in the Tidal Temple's main temple. No wonder he's the successor to the palace master of the Tidal Temple and the young master of the Tidal Temple. He's actually a six-star god of war under the age of 1,000. Even the current palace master of the Tidal Temple is only a five-star god of war under the age of 1,000, right? As long as he can maintain this progress, he'll be even stronger than the current palace master of the Tidal Temple. At this moment, the crowd was no longer surprised that Tang Sanpao would become the successor to the palace master of the Tidal Temple. If such a person, not to mention that he was a direct descendant of the Tidal Temple, was qualified to become the successor of the Tidal Temple's hall master, who was qualified to do so? I admit defeat. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war, Huang Quan admitted defeat. He had no intention of continuing the duel with Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao left the duel under everyone's heated gazes. He's really a 6-star god of war. Su Li sighed as he looked at Tang Sanpao's back. I was just guessing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly shocking. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi, who were sitting in the back row, were dumbfounded. 6-star god of war. He's a 6-star god of war? They did not expect the young man who was chatting and laughing with them not long ago to be a 6-star god of war. To be more precise, he was a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he had another identity. The young master of the Tidal Temple. This identity was even more intimidating than the son of the Heavenly Emperor or the holy son of a heaven-grade force. Zhong Guiyu, you're the last person standing. While everyone's attention was still on Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai said to Zhong Guiyu in a loud and clear voice. At the same time, he attracted everyone's attention. I give up. This time, Zhong Guiyu only left his seat and did not have any intention of entering the arena. His decision was not unfamiliar to the people present. At the same time, no one made fun of him. They even felt that he was a wise man who adapted to the circumstances. Moreover, he decisively admitted defeat. For the group of spectators, it was also a good thing. At least they did not need to waste time watching a duel where the result was already predicted. Since that's the case, the first round of the ranking battle is over. Next, we'll begin the second round. Su Konghai announced once again. Now, the 29th place began to challenge because there was no one left in the 30th place. Due to the death of Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binghua's disciple, Zhou Yongqi, there was an empty spot. Deputy Temple Master Su. At this time, a heavenly emperor could not help but ask, the 30th place is empty. Will someone have a chance to compete? As soon as the heavenly emperor's voice fell, a group of young geniuses who felt that they had a chance to win the 30th place had their eyes lit up. They looked at Su Konghai expectantly. However, Su Konghai's response disappointed them greatly. The 30th place is empty. No one will compete. Immediately after, the challenges began again. Although the challenges of the 4-star war gods were intense, they were far inferior to the challenges of the 5-star war gods. Most of the spectators were also somewhat dispirited. Although it was strenuous for Su Li, he had once again maintained his ranking. Soon, it was the 10th place, a young genius with the strength of a 5-star war god. He was the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan Tian, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang, who are you challenging? Su Konghai asked Yu Dongfang. Hearing this, Yu Dongfang did not hesitate and said bluntly, Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu was currently ranked the highest among those who did not have the strength of a peak 5-star war god. For this reason, Yu Dongfang chose him to replace him. Currently, his goal in this year's Devata Realms Genius Battle was no longer to be in the top 3. Instead, he wanted to be ranked behind a peak 5-star war god. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to even be in the top 4, let alone the top 3. Currently, there were 3 peak 5-star war gods and 1 6-star war god in the top 4. Chapter 35:19. Zhong Guiyu was currently ranked 5th. However, Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, wanted to challenge him. Yu Dongfang had been defeated many times. First, he was defeated by Huang Quan and then, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although his master did not blame him and even comforted him when he apologized for being useless, he still found it difficult to accept the fact that he had been defeated twice in a row. He had always been the most outstanding disciple under the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan. Although his senior brothers and senior sisters were stronger than him, he was still young. Given enough time, he was certain he would surpass his senior brothers and senior sisters. In the heavenly palace of the Yellow Origin Heaven, he was considered a genius in the entire Yellow Origin Heaven. His journey in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had been smooth sailing until he encountered Huang Quan and Duan Lingtian. It was only then that he was defeated. Now, he desperately needed a battle to prove himself. For this reason, he chose to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who was currently ranked 5th. His goal had changed from being in the top 3 to being ranked 5th. Only then would he be able to redeem himself. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian when Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu were facing each other. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Su Li's words. It's hard to say. Both of them have displayed similar strength. In the end, we'll see who's more composed. I think they'll win. In terms of composure, I think Zhong Guiyu will win, Su Li said. Yu Dongfang is no longer as calm as he used to be, Su Li said. A genius that has always been able to look down upon his peers has lost successively at the hands of Huang Quanan and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy for him to continue maintaining his composure. Ling Juoyan chimed in. I think Zhong Guiyu will win this battle. Then, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu began to fight in full view of the public. The strength of the two was indeed on par with each other. After a few dozen moves, it was still difficult to determine the winner and loser, and no one had the upper hand. However, after 100 moves, those with good eyesight could see that Yu Dongfang was a little anxious. Sigh. On one of the floating islands, the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, Gongsun Xianyuan, sighed and shook his head. Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, shook his head as well. Your disciple is too impatient. It seems like the previous defeat has dealt a huge blow to him. He's probably in a hurry to prove himself, and it's hard for him to maintain his composure after such a long battle. It's good to suffer a setback. Gongsun Xianyuan quickly regained his composure and said, in the past, he only knew that Xianyuan Tian was invincible among the younger generation. However, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms has taught him that there's always someone better than him. After another 10 moves, Yu Dongfang was completely at a disadvantage. After 3 moves, Yu Dongfang lost. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Yu Dongfang said in a deep voice as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhong Guiyu with a disgruntled expression on his face. Perhaps. Zhong Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned around and left. After all, he had been defeated one after another, and he had been demoted from the 1st place to the 5th place. Even someone like him could not help but feel slightly sullen. However, now that Yu Dongfang had delivered himself to him and was defeated by him, he felt much better. Earlier, when he fought with Yu Dongfang, even he felt a little impatient, let alone Yu Dongfang. However, Yu Dongfang was the first to lose his patience. When he saw Yu Dongfang's impatience, he calmed down and defeated Yu Dongfang after a few dozen moves. Yu Dongfang had failed his challenge and continued to be ranked 10th. However, he could no longer challenge Zhong Guiyu and had no chance to avenge his humiliation. Even if he felt that he could avenge his humiliation and at least fight to a draw with Zhong Guiyu, it was useless. If he challenged the same person in the same round, he would not be able to start over. If he could start over, how was he supposed to continue? Was he supposed to wait until he had not made any mistakes and his opponent had made a mistake? Would his opponent be willing to accept that? No matter what, Yu Dongfang's loss was a loss. At this moment, he could only fight for the 6th place. Among the top 4, there were 2 people who had defeated him, so he could not challenge them. He knew he was not a match for the other 2 people. It was not that he had not thought about the possibility of Zhong Guiyu being defeated and replaced by him. However, those who were strong enough to defeat Zhong Guiyu were also strong enough to defeat him. However, judging from the situation of the others, it should be impossible for them to have the strength to defeat Zhong Guiyu, because he was confident that he was not weaker than any of them. Lu Suyen, 9th place, enter the arena and issue a challenge. After Yu Dongfang was eliminated, Su Konghai, who was presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, announced. Lu Suyen had fewer opponents to choose from. Yi Dongli had already defeated the person in front of her, so it was impossible for her to challenge her again. As for the other 5 people, Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 5th, and the 4 people in front of her, she knew that she was no match for them, so it was impossible for her to challenge them. Therefore, she only had 2 opponents left. Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th, and Hong Yuan, who was ranked 8th. Both of them were young geniuses nurtured by the Tidal Temple. In the end, Lu Suyen chose to challenge Sima Rui, who was ranked 6th. However, she was defeated by Sima Rui. 8th place, Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan chose to challenge Yi Dongli. In the end, he took out an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and defeated Yi Dongli. Hong Yuan was second only to Tang Sanpao among the younger generation in the Tidal Temple. The emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was given to him by the Tidal Temple a few years ago. Even if the Tidal Temple did not give him the emperor-grade celestial weapon, his master, the main hall elder of the Tidal Temple, who was much stronger than most heavenly emperors, would have given him the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Hong Yuan, you're promoted. Su Konghai looked at Hong Yuan with a satisfied expression on his face. Hong Yuan bowed respectfully at Su Konghai before he left the arena. Su Konghai was the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. Even Hong Yuan's master had to be respectful to Su Konghai. Naturally, he did not dare to disrespect Su Konghai. Yi Dongli, you can issue a challenge now or wait until the next round. Su Konghai said as he looked at Yi Dongli, who had yet to leave the arena. I'm not challenging anymore. 8th place is good enough. Yi Dongli shook her head. Clearly, she had decided to give up. Nobody made fun of her for making such a decision. Most people thought she was smart and knew how to adapt to circumstances. Since Yi Dongli had given up, Su Konghai looked at Sima Rui, who was currently ranked 6th on the spectator seats, and asked, Sima Rui, what about you? Do you want to issue a challenge? I give up as well. Sima Rui shook his head. Although his strength was on par with Hong Yuan, he knew that he wasn't Zhong Guiyu's opponent. As for the other 4, there was no need to even mention them. Any one of the 4 could beat him up. 5th place, Zhong Guiyu. After Sima Rui gave up, Su Konghai looked at Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu did not hesitate to give up as well. When Zhong Guiyu gave up, not only did the atmosphere turn gloomy, but it also turned lively. It's finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian won't give up, right? Definitely not. His strength is also at the peak of the 5-star war god level. He might not be as strong as Tang Sanpao, but he's definitely on par with Ling Jueyan. Will he choose the 3rd place Huang Quanan? It's possible. But if it's Huang Quanan, unless he's a 6-star war god, has some secret technique, or has a bloodline like Ling Jueyan that can restrain Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of thought, he won't be a match for Huang Quanan. When it was almost Duan Lingtian's turn, the spectator seats were in an uproar. It was as if Duan Lingtian was very popular. Duan Lingtian, who do you plan to challenge? Before Duan Lingtian went up, Su Li asked curiously. Unlike the others, he had almost blind confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although the people ranked ahead of Duan Lingtian had all displayed amazing strength, he firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than them. I'll challenge Huang Quanan first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've never met such a strong opponent who's skilled in the law of time. It's a good opportunity for me to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Konghai's voice sounded again. 4th place, Duan Lingtian, go up and choose your opponent. Hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian left his seat and stepped into the air. When he appeared on the stage, Duan Lingtian could feel many gazes on him. At the same time, among these gazes, there was a strange light that gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He tilted his head slightly and saw the palace master of the Tidal Temple's Xianyuan Heaven Branch Temple, Tathagata. To be more precise, it was the dead spirit race's clansman. Tathagata was currently not in control of his own body. You want to take over my body? Duan Lingtian glanced at Tathagata with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. This made Tathagata, who was also Yahiko, look particularly fierce. It was obvious that he was angry. I challenge, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally announced the opponent he was going to challenge. Third place, Huang Quanan. Huang Quanan. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even the crowd, who had been prepared, could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian actually chose Huang Quanan. Doesn't he know that Huang Quanan's law of time is strange? Although Huang Quanan's law of time is strange and powerful, do you think Ling Jueyan and Tang Sanpao are easy to deal with? Both of them were existences that had once defeated Huang Quanan. Under normal circumstances, if Duan Lingtian can't even defeat Huang Quanan, it's basically impossible for him to be a match for Ling Jueyan and Tang Sanpao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Quanan flew up to the stage. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the top 5-star god of war, who was good at the law of time, was about to start. Chapter 35-20. Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time as well? Huang Quanan looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously after he entered the arena. He had been defeated by Ling Jueyan and Tang Sanpao. For a moment, he had doubted his life. In fact, he had been aiming for first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, it was clear that it was impossible now. Up until now, there were only 2 people who could defeat him. Initially, he thought he was invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, he did not expect there would be a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao. Apart from Tang Sanpao, there was another 5-star god of war, Ling Jueyan. Although Ling Jueyan did not display his strength as a 6-star god of war, Ling Jueyan's bloodline allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Huang Quanan, who was confident he would be able to win first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, suffered 2 defeats. Now, there was another person who had challenged him. Moreover, this person was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had ascended to godhood. Most importantly, Huang Quanan was not weak at all. His opponent was not even 700 years old. Since Ling Jueyan was not even 700 years old, it was not a big deal if he could defeat Huang Quanan. After all, Huang Quanan was from a realm of gods. However, Huang Quanan did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude gave Huang Quanan an inexplicable sense of confidence. For this reason, Huang Quanan was extremely wary of Duan Lingtian. He could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just want to feel your law of time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who had high hopes for him were rendered speechless again. Could it be that you challenged Huang Quanan just to feel his time laws? He didn't go there to defeat Huang Quanan? Duan Lingtian said so. Does that mean he has already given up? I've always thought it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Quanan. He's destined to be ranked 4th in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses while Huang Quanan is ranked 3rd. As for the first place, it will definitely be Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is a 6-star war god. Naturally, he deserves to be number 1. Now, because of Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought that he had already admitted defeat. As for Huang Quanan, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he had similar thoughts. Of course, the reason why he had such thoughts was more because he felt that Duan Lingtian could not possibly be his opponent. Vicissitudes in a single thought should be your strongest technique, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanan. Although Huang Quanan did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. The vicissitudes in a single thought was indeed his strongest technique. It was also his biggest trump card. Naturally, if he wanted to hit his opponent with the vicissitudes in a single thought, he would need to use other techniques from the law of time as well. Use your vicissitudes in a single thought. I won't dodge. Duan Lingtian said to Huang Quanan. However, Huang Quanan only frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If I dodge, it'll be my loss. Duan Lingtian said. He could see Huang Quanan was worried. It was not difficult to guess Huang Quanan was worried Duan Lingtian would lie to him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the people present on the scene. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to see Huang Quanan's technique. If he doesn't dodge, Huang Quanan can effortlessly use vicissitudes in a single thought on him. Many people were already shaking their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. All right. Duan Lingtian made a promise in front of everyone. Huang Quanan was also relieved. Earlier, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was only talking. Once he did not use any technique to imprison Duan Lingtian, if Duan Lingtian dodged smoothly, he would be able to gain the initiative. At that time, although he might not necessarily lose, he would be forced into a passive position. He naturally could not take the risk. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a promise in front of everyone, he had no more worries. In the next instant, under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Quanan's eyes flashed. He used vicissitudes in a single thought again. A strange power cut through the sky and smoothly entered Duan Lingtian's body. This is vicissitudes in a single thought. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless. However, after a while, the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian's body had not changed at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of aging. I see. After Duan Lingtian was struck by Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought, he was able to confirm the theory behind Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought would affect his soul and destroy his body, causing his vitality to drain away rapidly. Although Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought had penetrated his body and attacked his soul, it did not affect his soul at all. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought would not be able to destroy his body. After all, if Duan Lingtian's vicissitudes in a single thought were not affected, he would be able to control the energy in his body and expel the time energy that was trying to destroy his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was still in a daze, finally regained his senses. He looked at Huang Quanan and said, "Not bad. Those below the 6-star god of war would definitely be affected if they didn't have Ling Juyan's trump card. The souls of celestial emperors, especially titled celestial emperors, would improve as their comprehension of profundities increased. For example, the souls of 5-star gods of war were different from the souls of 6-star gods of war. When the profundities of laws improved and changed the soul would become even more indestructible. Just like earlier. Huang Quanan's goal was to affect Duan Lingtian's soul. However, since Duan Lingtian's soul was too strong, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes in a single thought was not effective at all. Seal. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Quan, and with a smile on his face, Huang Quan and suddenly shouted. Then, a wave of energy that he had been accumulating swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. This was a time storm. Wherever it passed, time froze. Even the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze in an instant. Vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quanan was about to cast the vicissitudes in a single thought again when Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Not bad. You've stopped time and trapped me in time. The law of time is indeed the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. Duan Lingtian said. You. Huang Quanan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken his law of time in just a blink of an eye. You're really a 6-star god of war. Earlier, when the vicissitudes in a single thought hit Duan Lingtian, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. For this reason, Huang Quanan had suspected Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that he saw his law of time could not restrain Duan Lingtian, he was certain of his suspicion. With his current cultivation base and his attainments in the law of time, only a 6-star god of war or stronger would be able to ignore his law of time. Before Huang Quanan had spoken, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were already shocked. Su Konghai, the host, had a grave expression on his face as well. The greed in the eyes of Lord Yahiko, the pavilion master of the tidal temple's Xian Yuan Heaven sub-temple, was uncontrollable. Wind Celestial Emperor, your disciple has concealed his strength well, but so have you. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang calmly. He could tell Feng Qingyang knew his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was a 6-star god of war or stronger. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Moreover, he's a transcender. Wind Celestial Emperor, not only are you heaven-defying, but you're also heaven-defying when it comes to choosing disciples. Compared to your disciple, my disciple is dumber than a pig. Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, smiled bitterly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His master had always praised him, but now, his master was saying he was dumber than a pig? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at its peak. Heavens! Another 6-star god of war. Has there ever been 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses? I don't think so. 2 6-star gods of war in the same Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'm afraid we're witnessing an unprecedented event. The faces of the young geniuses flushed with excitement. It was as though the 6-star gods of war were them instead of Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. On the other hand, those who used to regard Duan Lingtian as a rival, such as Yu Dongfang, had an ashen expression on his face. He knew he would never be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhong Guiyu had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Senior sister, your little junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you said. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. Heavens! Even in the world of divine remains, there aren't many of such existences among the natives of the world of divine remains, right?" It had to be said that Zhong Guiyu was shocked. Ouyang Su, who had knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of becoming a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. To think he had wanted to become a disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor was such a heaven-defying existence. A 6-star god of war who was not even 700 years old. His talent and comprehension were even more heaven-defying than the young master of the tidal temple, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was much older than Duan Lingtian. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanan. What's there to continue? Huang Quanan smiled bitterly. You're a 6-star god of war. Don't tell me you want to humiliate me. Your opponent shouldn't be me. It should be Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Huang Quanan looked at Su Konghai and said, Vice Temple Master Su, I admit defeat. Su Konghai nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and announced Duan Lingtian's victory. At this moment, Su Konghai's gaze turned complicated. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 35-21. Su Konghai did not expect there would be another 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this time, apart from his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was not even 700 years old, but he had already mastered 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the Sword Dao and the Dao of Control. Although he knew that he had just grasped the basics, he had already grasped it. Even as the vice palace master of the main hall of the tidal temple, he had only come into contact with one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. He still had a long way to go before he could grasp the basics of the Dao of heaven and earth. If we have the chance, we must imprison Duan Lingtian in the tidal temple so that he can share his Sword Dao and Dao of Control. At the same time, Su Konghai muttered to himself as traces of light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Of course, compared to Master Yahiko, he was much more subtle. At least, even Duan Lingtian didn't notice the abnormality in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was originally in 4th place, but now that he had successfully challenged Huang Quanan, who was in 3rd place, he smoothly advanced to 3rd place and replaced him. At this time, under normal circumstances, Huang Quanan could wait for another round to issue a challenge, or he could issue a challenge now. However, the current situation was special. After all, the 3 people ranked before Huang Quan and had already defeated him. For this reason, there was no point in continuing to challenge them. Moreover, according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he was no longer allowed to challenge Duan Lingtian and the other two. Since Huang Quanan can't issue a challenge, then it's Tang Sanpao's turn to issue a challenge. Tang Sanpao is now in second place. If he wants to issue a challenge, it's destined that he can only challenge one person. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan left the stage, many burning gazes fell on Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyan. Tang Sanpao was second, and Ling Jueyan was first. Tang Sanpao could only challenge Ling Jueyan. Ling Jueyan, come on up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew away from the spectator seats and stepped into the air in the blink of an eye. The moment he entered the arena, he looked at Ling Jueyan and said bluntly. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Then, Ling Jueyan entered the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The two of them stood facing each other. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyan and smiled faintly. Ling Jueyan, your bloodline can restrain Huang Quanan, but it can't restrain me. If that's all you have, I'm afraid you're not my match. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we'll only know after we try. Ling Jueyan said calmly. Then let's cut the crap. Come on. As soon as Tang Sanpao opened his mouth, his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. The flames burned to the extreme, turning from fiery red to white, causing the void to tremble. Obviously, the temperature had reached a terrifying level. In the next moment, Tang Sanpao's body swayed and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Ling Jueyan. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyan's eyes narrowed. Then, his entire body bloomed with a blood-red light, like a blood-red meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing many of the people present to tremble. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyan had collided, and the two of them were evenly matched. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand, the two of them quickly retreated. It seems like I've underestimated you. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyan in surprise. Then, he made his move again. With a wave of his hand, a white light condensed from flames shot out. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed like it could cut through anything. This time, a figure shot out of Ling Jueyan's body and blocked the white light with its bare hands. This was the Law of Death's undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyan had cast. However, even though it had withstood Tang Sanpao's attack, the undead doppelganger was already badly damaged. Ling Jueyan, I'm very curious. Do you have the strength of a 6-star god of war? Tang Sanpao no longer held back when he attacked again. It was as though he was a 6-star god of war, and it was as though he could defeat all his enemies. This time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses, many heavenly emperors from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the various tidal temples had a solemn expression on their faces. Tang Sanpao no longer held back. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Jueyan even if he did not hold back. In that case, he might as well go all out to prevent himself from being injured. In this kind of battle, if he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war. He had fused many profundities from the law of fire, making him look like a majestic god of fire. Furthermore, the flames that surrounded his entire body were a blazing white, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. Even though the spectators were seated far away in the spectator stands, they could clearly feel the fiery aura that swept towards them. The blazing white flames seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Ling Jueyan, be careful. At the same time, a spear appeared in Tang Sanpao's hand. On top of the 7-foot-long spear, there was a spear light. One could vaguely see that within the spear light, there seemed to be a blood-red light flashing. The blood-red light had a pair of ghostly green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. This is Tang Sanpao's first time using his celestial weapon. It's obvious his celestial weapon is an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When Tang Sanpao revealed his celestial weapon, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone instinctively shifted their attention to Ling Jueyan. Buzz! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyan drew his sword from its scabbard. It was a flexible sword. It swayed in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. As Ling Jueyan's celestial origin energy surged out of his hand, the long sword straightened in an instant. At the same time, the phantom of a python shrouded in black chi appeared in the spear rays. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes became even more heated. There were even quite a few people who stared with their eyes wide open, unable to take their eyes off the scene in front of them. It was as though they were afraid of seeing something spectacular. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 explosions reverberated in the air almost at the same time. Due to the short interval between the explosions, many people only heard one of the explosions. It was Tang Sanpao who had made his move. Tang Sanpao's 3 spear rays shot toward Ling Jueyan like missiles and rockets. Although Ling Jueyan tried to dodge the attacks, the spear rays continued to chase after Ling Jueyan. It was as though the spear rays had locked onto him. Wherever the spear rays passed, the void trembled. It was as though the air was being sucked out. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Ling Jueyan, who had dodged the spear rays, launched his attack. 3 sword rays shrouded in black chi shot out like 3 meteors to meet the spear rays. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 spear rays collided. There was no explosion as expected. After the 3 sword rays collided with the spear rays, they turned into 3 black mist that shrouded the spear rays and swallowed them whole. However, the black mist did not fare well either. When the spear rays disappeared, only a few of them were left and scattered with the wind. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Tang Sanpao's legs shook the void, causing the sky to tremble violently. Then, he rushed toward Ling Jueyan with his spear at a speed faster than the previous 3 spear rays. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyan's eyes narrowed. Then, his body swayed and he went up to meet him. At the same time, another figure rushed out of Ling Jueyan's body. It was his death doppelganger. Together with his original body, they met Tang Sanpao head-on. Boom! Rumble. The 3 figures kept crossing each other. Every time they gathered together, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The battle was vividly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, Tang Sanpao still did not gain the upper hand. At this moment, many people, including Su Konghai who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, who had regained their senses, narrowed their eyes in shock. They could see Tang Sanpao was not holding back at all. Even so, he still did not gain the upper hand. What did this mean? Ling Jueyan is also a 6-star god of war. The hearts of Su Konghai and the others shuddered. Since when did a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was enough to shock an era. Earlier, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war after Tang Sanpao. 2 6-star gods of war below the age of 1000. However, now that Ling Jueyan had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war, many people were shocked again. Naturally, there were also a few people who were not surprised. After all, he's from a prominent clan in the realms of gods. It would be embarrassing if he's weaker than Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. You can't say that, right? Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Tang Sanpao, they're only top-tier geniuses in the Devata realms. On the other hand, Ling Jueyan might not necessarily be a top-tier genius in the realms of gods. You can't compare the two of them. I think so as well. Even among the natives of the realms of gods, there must be some mediocre geniuses and some mediocre geniuses who might not even be as good as me. In any case, based on Ling Jueyan's strength, he's definitely not mediocre in the realms of gods. Even if he's not a top-tier genius, he's still a rare genius. Due to Ling Juyan's background as a disciple of a prominent clan in the realms of gods, the people present were not as shocked as they were when they saw Duan Lingtian revealing his strength as a 6-star god of war. Ling Juyan was born in the highest realm of gods in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was born in the lowest mundane realm.